We find ourselves in an incredible interstellar era, which is the perfect place for any man. Our hero spends a huge amount of time on this journey. However, its main reserves are now almost depleted. An unknown enemy directs powerful energy beams towards him and opens fire. The captain realizes that, unfortunately, it is difficult to obtain something resembling a warship. Turning to his comrades, he says that he is sorry that he could not protect them. In response, they report that they never once regretted following him. As he embraces and prepares for death, he realizes that if he were given a chance to go back, he would not allow it. Suddenly, this world system activates a hidden time rewind function. The young man immediately agrees with this opportunity and tries to activate it as soon as possible. Despite the warning that this can only be done once, he continues to insist. He must hurry, because his ship cannot last long and is about to collapse. Luckily, they make it in time and the time warp begins to activate. A few moments later, he suddenly finds himself in the body of a young man. Looking at the current date, he realizes that he is apparently being reborn. It turns out that he jumps back 14 years, and now he has another chance. He recalls that 2 days later he receives a warship from the outskirts, and then the Shin family hunts him for 10 years. The only habitable planet in the Blackrock region is located next to it. Our hero is returning, which means he can't make the same mistakes he promised. Having opened the system, he decides to find out what functions are currently available to him. When he learns that only the scanning function works now, he realizes that this is already not bad. He has a near spaceship that is not the best rated, but is ideal for this planet. The rest of the features are not available yet because he doesn't have a ship with active growth, but that's not a problem. He soon detects a communication request, realizing that someone is trying to talk to him. After he presses the button, a bizarre hologram materializes in front of him. A beautiful girl welcomes him into this world and informs him that the window will be open for another 10 hours. The hologram's name is Leah, and she is upset that the hero does not remember when her shift starts. To make amends, he promises to invite the hologram to dinner. After this, he goes to the middle training hall to regain his strength. After just a few training sessions, he realizes that his physical fitness is far from ideal. However, he now has new concerns, so worries about form have to be put aside. The onboard computer reports that Laosir is also selecting the second entrance. The young man notes that in his past life, he was able to choose the best mining ship. Even though he cheated, there were always envious people like Laosir who tried to ruin his life. This scoundrel quickly contacts the hero and asks for some advice on mining ore. The hero's anger cannot be contained, and he demands an immediate duel with this villain. This fight immediately attracts the attention of other people who realize that betting on Laosir is more profitable. They believe that if they allow Master Laosir to win, they can make a fortune. Laosir approaches a hero named Mateo and asks why he is challenging him. Mateo turns off the voice communication and enjoys the silence. A low-power laser designed for self-defense cannot penetrate the hull of another ship. Mining areas in the asteroid belt are known for their dangerous routes, but veins are always found in unexplored places. Thus, whoever reaches the deepest part of the mining area will be the winner. In his past life, Laosir wanted to cause trouble for Mateo and tracked him down, which is why he died. Mateo had nothing to do with his death, but he didn't expect his family to try to blame him for it. Although the death of this scoundrel was a joyful event, it brought more trouble. Asteroids are currently in a constant state of flux due to differences in size and orbit. This is why companies send out special rescue ships before mining operations begin. Miners call this a window period when they can rest and prepare. As soon as the appropriate command is given, the ships take off forward. Laosir happily steps on the gas and says that he will definitely win this time. Mateo gives the command to shut down the gravity generation system and redirect all power to the 8 engines. Compared to its competitors, his ship is significantly inferior in some parameters, but it has a greater number of engines. More engines automatically mean better maneuverability, and in this environment that is an obvious advantage. Viewers say Mateo is being too careless and needs to stop taking risks. Laosir is also surprised by the protagonist's behavior, as he cannot understand what his plan is. Meanwhile, Mateo feels so confident that he seems to be able to go through everything with his eyes closed. In just a few moments, he performs several masterful maneuvers, deftly piloting the ship. One can only guess what his opponent, who in no way expected such a turn of events, is feeling now. Mateo smiles because now he saves this man while he is alive, which means he is getting rid of future problems. Knowing that time is running out, he hopes that his grand plan will work. It's time to get down to business. He still needs to extract quite a lot of minerals. The main value is represented by energy crystals, which are needed to maintain the constant functions of systems. In his past life, he did not have a sufficient supply of this resource, but now he plans to fix this. Scanning the targets yields no significant results, much to the chagrin of Mateo, who is desperate to find something valuable. After spending about 40 minutes in continuous searching, he finally stumbles upon a huge titanium mine full of treasure. Titanium ore is a very valuable mineral that is used in the manufacture of armor for military ships. He decides to use a magnetic rope to stabilize the ship's relative position. Like any self-respecting miner, he has a drill of fantastic mining power that destroys layers of asteroids. After spending 5 whole hours hunting, he realizes that this is a good catch, even though he failed to find the energy crystals. 10 hours later, he manages to explore several huge asteroids and extract valuable resources from them. However, he only finds a small piece of energy crystal ore in a large copper mine. Of course, this is a below-average result, so he has to be especially careful with this crystal so as not to damage it. After 3 hours of hard work, the result is not very impressive considering the time and effort spent. However, Mateo does not give up and, raising his hand up, declares that he will definitely complete his mission. After some time, a battleship of incredible size begins to materialize directly above his head. He is the one who is the target of our hero, so he smiles happily, preparing to approach him. Suddenly, a giant spark battleship fires a beam at Mateo's ship, attempting to cripple its systems. Mateo is surprised that this ship uses MIE particles to disable detection and communication systems. This is a unique technique that resembles electromagnetic interference. In the range of the particles, all wireless devices start to malfunction. Notified of his low growth potential and the presence of the Blood Destroyer, he realizes that he must surrender and not resist. The battleship gradually lifts his ship while Mateo ponders the reasons for the attempted takeover. After some time, he is met by huge robots that look quite threatening and do not bode well. Mateo recognizes them as Guardian 3 robots, which are renowned for their combat intelligence and ability to adapt to any conditions. As he continues to walk, accompanied by these security robots, he realizes that the captain of this ship is a man with deep pockets. He really doesn't understand where these robots intend to take him, considering that they don't utter a single word. After some time, they find themselves at the command module, also known as the ship's bridge, where the captain sits. As the doors open, Mateo wonders in his mind what a man who owns such a battleship could possibly want. Taking a closer look at the captain, he realizes that he has already met him in his past life, and remembers that this captain's name is Yunshu. Yunshu notices that Mateo is not at all surprised and states that he can no longer move, asking him to come closer. Mateo is happy that the time has come to play his assigned role in this play. Taking a few steps forward, he says that he knows the man sitting in front of him very well. Yunshu says that he is using the Levinston civilization's military stimulant, which will allow him to last for another hour. Yunshu also refuses the hospitalization suggested by Mateo, explaining that the nature of the injury is too serious. Mateo reminds him that he is an ordinary miner and would like to return home, to which Yunshu replies that this is impossible. The thing is, he kills 3 random descendants of the Jin family from the Jin-Liang galaxy, which means Mateo becomes his accomplice. Mateo realizes that he is in deep trouble when he gets involved with a family that takes revenge for the slightest mistakes and insults. He recalls with surprise the story of how one of the members of this family caused the arrest of the rector of a women's college for a mere trifle. Yunshu is impressed by Mateo's knowledge, saying that it really is about that vengeful family. Mateo, realizing he has no other choice, wonders about Yunshu's real purpose. Yunshu says that he is very pleased with his performance and that Mateo is able to quickly grasp the situation and handle it calmly. Yunshu finally introduces himself and reveals that he is the dying master of Bloody Tomahawk. Mateo hesitates a little, surprising Yunshu, who is already ready to hand over the authority to him. Mateo says he always dreamed of having his own ship. However, he planned to save money and then go to the Federation to enroll in the academy. Mateo notes that if he gets a spark ship now, it will save him about 20 years of hard work. He still admits that it is too early and sudden a gift, causing Yunshu to assume that he is not ready to accept it. Mateo states that an innocent man could get into trouble because of his wealth, and if he agrees, he will probably die. Yunshu laughs and praises Mateo's meticulousness and composure, saying that he chose the right person. Mateo understands that he has passed the test, because in fact the effect of the stimulant lasts not an hour, but a whole day. Yunshu admits that all these years he has been avoiding the vengeful family, not only because of luck, but also for the sake of treasure in the form of an additional module. Mateo doesn't have time to respond to this conclusion, when suddenly the robot grabs him, preventing his attempt to escape. The onboard computer tells him that he has little time and injects him with the Yun family's secret poison, which will activate in a year. Yunshu says that he is handing over the captain's powers to him, and in exchange, He must kill a direct descendant of the Jin family within that time. Yunju declares that he must now finish off this scoundrel within a year, otherwise he will die. Mateo replies that these are acceptable conditions, remembering that in a past life he fell for this bait in exactly the same way. Yunshu is glad that fate has not completely taken away his hope for retribution. After this, he turns to the onboard computer and gives the order to transfer command to Mateo. The artificial intelligence accepts the higher-level instructions and notes that it has no objections. This is a turning point in Mateo's life, as he can now say goodbye to the lower classes. But this is only the beginning. Mateo asks his interlocutor if he wants to tell him anything else. Yunshu, who possesses the body refinement technique, says that he has one last small request. He says that he would like to spend his last hours here so that his soul will remain with this ship forever. Mateo accepts the request, reminding himself that the ship is still being pursued. He remembers that he did not dare to fulfill this request in his past life, and paid dearly for it by being discovered. Yunshu praises his ability to adapt, while Mateo grasps the turning point of his destiny. He comes closer and orders the ship to switch to silent mode and move to the specified coordinates. He also releases disposable mini-drones to scout the area for him. Yunshu praises his caution and asks if he has piloted a ship like this before. Mateo says he is a big fan of the virtual game that involved controlling such ships. Mateo also wonders why this ship only has one main cannon. Yunshu explains that high-tier ships do not need to invest in excess firepower. The thing is that the spark ship Tomahawk has a powerful energy shield, and its firepower is sufficient. He also explains that the higher the attack power, the more energy supply is required, which is very limited. From his point of view, the most important thing is the limitation of the power of the spark carrier, with which little can be done. He also admits that he still has time to tell Mateo some general information about the ship. Mateo remembers that in his past life, the captain was not so talkative, and seizes the opportunity. In addition, Yunshu reveals that their ancestors were actually part of the seed fleet of a defeated civilization. Seed fleets are usually needed to keep a civilization on the brink of collapse developing. Their descendants overcome many difficulties to uncover the legacy of the remains, and receive a mysterious creation in the form of the source of the spark. After this, combined with human technology, the sparks extracted from the source are used on warships. Yunshu shares a secret that the creation of different stabilization systems rarely combines due to the differences in their technologies. However, the Sparks ship has a unique module slot that allows for the crossbreeding of technological creations. Mateo seeks to learn more information and is informed that creations that carry faith are more likely to take root in the module. From Yunshu's perspective, compatibility and growth potential are the two main characteristics of the Spark ship. Mateo is pleased with this information because he now has an idea of what to do with the auxiliary system. Due to the special features of this ship, it can intercept teleportation signals in the voids of space. Pilots can control the ship to destroy the creations of civilization in this space in order to obtain resources. Yunshu says that the efficiency of resource extraction is halved with each transfer of power. He also laments that the Jin family wipes out most of his family during their time, leaving him all alone. Yunshu advises Mateo to change his name and hide as far away as possible after he receives the antidote. Mateo admits that this family is indeed very strong, and the confrontation with them will be bloody. He also speaks loudly about how he does not want to be locked in this family's death row, and therefore will do everything possible. Yunshu praises Mateo for his intelligence and caution, recommending that he use the optical computer if he has any questions. After turning on the system, a verified window with the necessary information opens in front of him. Mateo happily activates the high-speed human-computer interface to download the overall structure of the ship. Of course, he is not yet sure whether he has gotten rid of his pursuers, so he decides to keep the ship moving. After this, he contacts the ship's systems and orders it to move forward. A few hours later, he discovers that the ship's former captain is finally breathing his last. After bowing, he makes a promise that he will send his body into the ship's engine room to be incinerated in the reactor. Having fulfilled the captain's last will, he sits down in the captain's chair and joyfully greets his old friend. As in its previous life, this ship still has 5 standard modules that will need to be upgraded. Mateo realizes that he needs to wait until the implementation is complete and return to the mining ship. At this stage in his past life, he had difficulty resisting attacks from Simdakao's ship due to a lack of resources. However, now he can take a more cunning path and thereby destroy his opponents. Currently, the rating of the main character's ship is at level 6 and leaves much to be desired. Based on the images he received, Mateo realizes that he is indeed being pursued by Simdakao. He remembers that last time his enemy's ship was destroyed in an ambush, but he did not expect that there would be something like a black box on this ship. Smiling, Mateo realizes that this time things are going completely differently and decides to change tactics. Immediately after this, he heads towards his mining ship and flies away at a respectful distance, camouflaging the battleship. While he is within range of the brainwave manipulation system, he is able to control the tomahawk remotely. Shaking his palms, he realizes that he has done a good job, because now he needs to concentrate on finishing the catch. He also believes that he needs to hide his identity, so he goes to planet KQ-03. The next morning, dawn greets him with its cold, eye-irritating rays of sunshine. Once he gets up, he does a good warm-up to feel good while working. At the moment, his priority is to obtain standard power units as quickly as possible. He realizes that the ship he is entrusted with is a giant and consumes a lot of energy, which means he will have to work hard to provide it with everything it needs. Even a single engine jump requires hundreds of blocks, meaning he has to come up with something particularly creative. Previously, in order to secretly obtain energy blocks, he bribed a strange merchant fleet leader. At the time, this decision proved to be a bad one, as he acquired another faction of pursuers. Mateo remembers well this scoundrel who sold his data, despite receiving a substantial sum. This man's name was Hyos, and he was the leader of the 4th Merchant Fleet in the Astrosphere. It is not difficult to guess how serious a grudge our hero harbored against this traitor. However, Mateo understands that rest is also necessary, and after taking a shower, he decides to play galactic travel a little. To do this, he heads to an internet cafe using the services of magnetic rail platforms. He is met inside by 2 girls who greet him joyfully. Moving on, he turns to the employee and says that he would like to receive the regular rate. Sitting down in a computer chair, he gives a system command to enter cyberspace. After some time, he loads into a game in which he has already achieved considerable success. Mateo orders the random singles match mode to be turned on to practice. He soon encounters a high-level opponent who is surprised that he was given a newbie. Mateo activates all thrusters and dodges attacks, randomly confusing the opponent. At a certain point, he switches to manual mode to launch a powerful counterattack. However, the enemy is not asleep and is trying to destroy it with an attack from the main weapon. Mateo just grins, believing that this is far from all that he can counter. With his engines activated, he easily dodges the powerful beam that would have destroyed him. The enemy watches what is happening in surprise and orders her onboard computer to reload the guns as quickly as possible. Mateo takes careful aim and gives the command to open fire to defeat the enemy. He is rejoicing over his victory when suddenly he receives an important notification from his old friend. He remembers that he met this girl in his past life, and she became his first teacher in this difficult game. The girl offers him a duel, adding that in that case, she will begin to treat him more respectfully. She also asks if he would like to visit her, noting that her college teaches military subjects, and entry is prohibited to outsiders. Mateo teases her, claiming that she is hardly that strong, but Rabbit states that she is the best in her class. The Rabbit points out that Mateo is too weak, and then bids him farewell, leaving him alone in the city. Mateo didn't expect to see her again since she is a student of Royal Sky High School. The next day it's time to go to work, and he realizes that he needs to finish it as quickly as possible. Along the way, he overhears Laosir telling his friends about the appearance of Bloody Tomahawk. Of course, few people believe such nonsense, and all his stories are doomed to failure. The manager assures them that there is nothing to worry about, as the Jin family will not pay attention to them. He also recommends that everyone hide in case of danger, after which he urges them to get down to business. Meanwhile, Mateo has already collected enough ore in advance, and is now looking for a way to improve the Tomahawk. Returning to the ship, he hears the artificial intelligence addressing him and greeting him. Mateo recalls the ship's main competitive advantage, its ability to jump between universes. He also activates the Mirage system and orders the ship to become invisible in order to release the mini-drones. The ship is preparing to teleport to a combat zone in another universe. The system informs him that the radar has detected enemy tracks that do not pose a serious threat. Mateo speculates that Type 1 civilizations capable of conquering their planets have relatively weak ships. He also understands that he is very lucky, because his 6th-level ship should have encountered a more advanced civilization. However, his opponent is quite numerous. He has more than 2,000 ships capable of destroying his enemy. However, the Mirage system gives results. Thanks to it, he penetrates the conflict zone unnoticed. Thanks to powerful radars, he can hack into information systems and inspect his opponents. After this, he gains information about the opponents that confront him, noting how ugly they look. His ship at level 6 still has a clear advantage over the enemy, and he has 24 hours to harvest. Fire ships require identification, so he needs to get a lot of points to rename the ship. Each ship of his opponents can only give 1 starting point, which means he has to destroy as many enemies as possible. Mateo remembers that last time he led Mercy to alien Russia, and it cost him dearly. This time he realizes that it was a mistake, and begins mass destruction on the planet. Having destroyed the planet quite quickly, and leaving its inhabitants with no chance of survival, he realizes that he needs to hurry. He just as decisively and inexorably gets to the next planet and destroys it. Hostile ships begin to move towards him, but he realizes that they do not have even a fraction of the strength to resist him. All projectiles aimed at him are reflected by an energy shield. Mateo charges his main cannon to destroy his opponents with one well-placed shot. After performing a special maneuver, he rejoices at how many lives he took, thereby receiving a large number of points. The enemy tries to surround the main character's ship, but they fail. It turns out to be quite easy to break away from them, and Mateo gets an impressive harvest of points. Immediately after this, he decides to rename the ship and thinks about what to call the new vessel. The first ideas for a ship name turn out to be quite poetic, but already taken. Quite a lot of time passes before our hero finally manages to come up with an original name. Realizing he has a chance, he jumps up and declares that he wants to name the ship after Pond. The system notifies him that the ship has been successfully renamed, and Mateo activates the hull restoration. Leaning back in his chair, he realizes that his ship is simply amazing and is capable of directly repairing itself. His ship also temporarily clears his name, but he still can't explain how he got the battleship if it is discovered. In addition, he decides to upgrade his armor to the next level to increase his durability. The system asks him if he wants to spend extra energy crystals to double the gain, but Mateo refuses. After the carnage, he levels up and decides to upgrade his brain manipulation system. Now the radius of this ability increases 9-fold, which is good news. Mateo stretches out in his chair, happy that he's got all his priorities covered. After making sure that the situation around him is in perfect order, he returns to his ship and flies away. Meanwhile, the mysterious ship continues to roam space, destroying asteroids. Sima Dalan approaches Sima Dakao and expresses his concern that Yunshu will fight desperately. Sima Dakao claims that his opponent is mortally wounded and will not be able to resist. A rivalry quickly develops between the two brothers over who will find the Tomahawk ship first. Sima Dalan reminds his cousin that he is not his equal and is just a greedy worm. Sima Dakao asks his brother not to be overconfident, reminding him that Yunshu is doomed, but the ship may not be empty. Sima Dalan expresses hope that his brother will not let him down and will be able to find this ship. Sima Dakao is left in proud solitude and angrily realizes that he must obtain this module. Turning to his assistant, he orders him to contact another person who acts much slower than Sima Dalan. Mateo, meanwhile, arrives at the class reunion and raises his hand in greeting. He comes there to gather news about the Jin family, and notices that his friend Chen Lingfeng is causing a fuss again. Chen Lingfeng greets his comrade and asks how he is doing, and a friendly conversation begins between them. Chen Lingfeng admits that he wants to find an opportunity to go to Highland, because there is a school for warships there. He also reports hearing that Blackstone is planning to sign a limited free trade agreement. Mateo hugs his friend and rejoices at the good news, recommending that he prepare in advance. Their friendly conversation is interrupted by women's questions about why they suddenly started hugging in public. Turning around, he finds Ding Ling and Li Jin standing in the establishment, after which he decides to retreat. His friend immediately jumps up from his seat at the sight of these two charming girls. Mateo grins and realizes that his comrades love girls more than life itself. He sits down next to Ding Ling, and she lovingly asks him how he is doing. Moments later, their conversation is interrupted by a girl named Zheng Yan, who comes in to announce the news. She confidently states that it is very difficult to reach a higher class, and therefore it is better to support each other. She suggests that they all go to Highland together to get a chance to enter the Naval School of Ships. After this, she turns her gaze to the main character, who has not shown much enthusiasm all this time. After some time, the meeting finally comes to an end and Zheng Yan stops Mateo to talk. She offers him cooperation, claiming that she will not leave him in trouble if he agrees to help her. Ding Ling says he can work within Blackstone's administrative system without any problems. Zheng Yan continues to claim that they will all be limited if they stay here, as their ambitions here are fading. It is not yet clear whether she is trying to belittle her classmates, but it is clear that her goal is motivation. Finally, it's Mateo's turn, with whom she still hasn't exchanged a few words. She mentions that due to bureaucratic red tape, he will not be able to get into high school, but she knows the right person. Meanwhile, his battleship continues to improve, increasing its combat and maneuverability characteristics. Zheng Yan says that Haozu is an important partner she has become close to, and now he has recommended her for a promotion. Mateo never expects that his classmate was able to establish contact with such an important but controversial figure. Zheng Yan says that he plans to assemble a small team, each member of which will enjoy privileges. Some classmates express skepticism about Hayozi's figure and his power. One of Mateo's comrades says that he would like to command a Spark-class ship, and Zheng Yan replies that it is possible. Zheng Yan sees great potential in his classmates and asks Mateo what he thinks about it. Mateo gives a long historical background on the astrosphere, all the while concluding that he is not interested in it. He also adds that no one guarantees him control of the Spark-class ships and warns his friend. His classmates look at him and can't believe that he knows such secret information about the company. Jing Yan trusts him, but the fact that she is being led around by the nose makes her incredibly angry. After this, she decisively turns around and says that she will check his words, and if she was deceived, she will make the culprits pay. Ding Ling warns Mateo that the patrol fleet has been put on high alert. Mateo remembers that in his past life, after killing Sima Dakao, he starts fighting with Sima Dalan and acts recklessly. Suddenly, he is overcome by the memory of Hayo's recently acquiring a module for a purple-class aircraft carrier. Returning to the ship, he again indulges in memories of his past life. Either way, he decides to head to the energy mines to replenish his supplies. At this point, he finds ore and uses a special net to extract crystals from it. This time, luck is completely on his side and he finds the mineral. Having received a huge pile of ore on board, he admits that he is incredibly exhausted. One of the miners asks him if he has heard about the reward for information about the Spark-class ship, but he only denies it. Mateo happily notes that his opponent's cunning remains the same and decides to focus on the task at hand. To do this, he heads to one of the planetary cities, which shines with flashes of neon. There, he overhears an informant sharing valuable information with his comrade. One of them says that someone has offered a generous reward for news about Spark-class ships and aircraft carrier modules. Mateo chuckles, realizing that he has been spreading rumors for the past few days, and now they are going viral. Meanwhile, Sim Dalan receives information that they have a lot of information about the aircraft carrier module. Sima Dalan asks her assistant if the Astrosphere merchant fleet should be looked into. After analyzing the data, he comes to the conclusion that the merchant fleet is the most suspicious. The assistant reports that they have checked several members of this fleet and have discovered a module of unknown origin. Sima Dalan says he is satisfied with the results of the investigation in any case. He also claims that he will trick his brother into leading an attack that will end in his death. Sima Dakao learns of this and is outraged, saying that his brother has gone too far and demands most of the spoils. Without thinking twice, he orders his assistant to call his brother Zhongdu. Meanwhile, Mateo receives a call from his friend Zheng Yan. Zheng Yan thanks him for his help as she checks the information and finds out that Haoze is just a pimp. The girl is indignant, not understanding why this man is plotting against her, and claims that she has already taken revenge on him. She also says that Haoze will leave the Star region in 5 days and mentions the Jin family, but Mateo advises not to pay attention. So far, everything is going according to his plan, and at this rate he expects to finish this hunt soon. In Sima's past life, Junda discovers his true identity, and the brothers begin to quarrel again. Mateo understands that Sima Junda is a valuable resource, because if he betrays his family, it will cause irreparable damage. Meanwhile, his battleship continues to move forward at cruising speed. Mateo counts 18 units of low-level energy crystals in his battleship's reserves. After this, he decides it's time to go back and runs into a meeting organized by Zheng Yan. In it, Dingling says that Haoze will seek revenge, but Mateo claims that the astrosphere does not pose much of a threat right now. He also states that if anything goes wrong, Zheng Yan will fix it without any problem. Chen Lingfeng advises not to worry about trifles, expressing the opinion that Haoze may not have the chance to survive. Chen Lingfeng explains that several local forces on the planet, in the mining region, have already taken action against him. Zheng Yan says that after the Shark merchant fleet entered the game, the Tiger merchant fleet will not sit idle. She also tells them that at least 4 warships from the park were involved in this conflict. This girl always pays attention to the possibility of social mobility, but in the kingdom of Butona, it is simply impossible. Legion states that they should think about other places, such as the neighboring country. Chen Lingfeng says that they can move there if the conditions there are really favorable. Legion claims that rumor has it that there are no feudal domains in this federation, and its citizens can move freely. Mateo reminds them that the privileged class in this country cares more about reputation than their counterparts in the Redbud Kingdom. He also states that the Black Stone is located far from this federation, meaning it will be difficult for them to cross the border. Zhen Yang wonders if they are just going to do nothing and waste their time here. Mateo understands that career advancement is an important goal for every person and hopes that his friends will be able to adapt. After a while, he approaches the taxi, surprised at how quickly it arrived. The employee hands him the keys to the motorhome and tells him that he can use it for 15 days. Mateo knows that this is not a cheap rent, but he has no other choice because every second counts. When he logs into a special network, he sees a notification that he is going on vacation. After some time, they find themselves in a rather abandoned and deserted place, which is ideal for our hero. The thing is that this is where he decides to hide his battleship. After this, he disguises the robot on the ship as himself and makes it travel along predetermined routes every day. Mateo orders the battleship to remain invisible and head towards its destination at full speed. This is the first time his ship has left the protection of the asteroid belt mining region. Thus, his remarkable galactic journey is just beginning. Mateo conducts a comprehensive combat assessment of his opponent's 2 warships and realizes that they are much stronger than him. In his past life, he was hunted for decades, so he has a lot of experience in disguise. Seeing local ships on radar, he realizes that their systems are not strong enough, and therefore he will be able to slip through undetected. Sitting down in the storage compartment, he realizes that the fleet ahead has been silent for 2 days, while he himself has managed to obtain a lot of crystals. Having read the plan in his head, he quickly jumps to his feet and rushes forward. Our cunning hero commands the ship to switch to stealth mode and catch up with him at full speed. Meanwhile, House is thinking about how the shark merchant fleet has been following him for several days now. However, before he can allow the thought that they have no hostile intentions, shells begin flying towards his ship. He immediately turns around and orders his subordinates to turn on the energy shield. Having given the command, he watches as his fleet carries out the order. Shima Dekao, who is the initiator of this attack, smiles and says that he is ready to compete with these scoundrels. While the villains sort things out with each other, Mateo carefully watches them, hiding behind an asteroid. Shima Dekao's ship has an additional module installed that allows him to maintain the advantage in this battle. As soon as he has these thoughts in his mind, the merchant fleet decides to launch a powerful attack on the approaching Shima Dekao. However, at the last moment, he turns on the energy shield and laughs because they were unable to damage him. Shima Delan realizes that his brother truly deserves the nickname Mad Dog. Mateo brings to mind some sort of reflection that they still won't be able to destroy the merchant fleet with a surprise attack. However, everything changes when another contender, Shima Junda, enters the fight. He immediately fires powerful missiles that act as neutralizing projectiles for shields. The explosion is so powerful that it would blind someone without sunglasses. Even these projectiles are not enough to penetrate Shima Dekao's ship, causing his henchmen to rejoice. The captain himself orders the activation of additional modules and the launch of high-speed projectiles. Shima Dekao's ship continues to be under constant attack, but its shields still hold up like real walls. However, the opponents have more aces up their sleeves than it might seem at first glance. A sudden energy attack paralyzes all of the ship's systems, causing it to drift through space. Shima Delan is very amused to see this spectacle, as she finds the projectiles effective. Flight attendant Sim Junda informs him that his attack tactics were amazing. Shima Junda is very pleased with such praise, especially considering that this ship does not even belong to him, and other people are assigned to it. He understands that the risk of his plan is too great, but the result is still not guaranteed. Mateo, sipping port, talks about how the Hyose merchant fleet is not very weak, but against the combined forces it is nothing. Meanwhile, another powerful beam attack hits the merchant ship. Shima Dekao is surprised that his opponents have lasted so long. However, everything goes according to his insidious plan, and a sinister smile appears on his face. He is informed that the remaining ships do not pose much of a threat and can be easily dealt with. Haos gives instructions to his subordinates, saying that each of them must act as they sense the situation is heating up. His opponents are not just some small gangs of celebrity bandits, but real crime bosses. Shima Delan carefully counts the number of assault ships approaching him, and gives commands to his brothers. Their self-confidence makes them move forward regardless of possible danger. Shima Delan can't believe that his opponent is behaving in a rather unpredictable manner. Sim Jun's adjutant suggests that he use ramming tactics, but he stops them. All this time, he has been cherishing the opportunity to escape from the command of this family, as he believes that his days are already numbered. The merchant fleet continues to suffer significant losses, and only 2 ships remain in service. Shima Dekao joyfully celebrates his incredible and crushing victory over his opponents. Shima Delan once again wrinkles his face in frustration at the fact that his competitor is performing much better than he expected. The one who really isn't to be envied is Hayos, who just lost a huge amount of resources. The only one who remains completely unperturbed is their brilliant protagonist. Hayos frantically calls all the representatives of the local armed forces to enlist their support. At the moment, this is his only hope, as all other allies are being destroyed. Other merchant marine representatives refuse him, citing the fact that they have their own affairs. Hayos tries to put pressure on them, claiming that they are acting contrary to the international trade treaty. This argument makes an impression, and the merchants suddenly agree to help him. Matteo continues to plot his insidious schemes, according to which he plans to quietly approach the enemy. A huge cloud, which most likely signifies an approaching hyper-teleportation, continues to form near the battle site. It opens fire on the invaders, completely destroying their plan. Several ships are quickly destroyed, and the stellar force's advance continues. Sima Decau reports that their ship is taking serious damage and insists on a change of tactics. He orders all 103 power sources to be used, and emergency armor repairs to be started in order to get out of the fight. After some time, it releases a powerful energy charge, destroying a large number of ships. This gives them time to retreat and destroy a few more enemies. Sima Delin praises his brother's achievements, stating that he truly deserves the nickname Mad Dog. However, this villain's insidious plans are not so easy to destroy. He continues to plot something. The opponents give each other the order to pursue the merchant fleet to the last. Sima Decau understands perfectly well what his brother is up to and calls him disgusting. Even their main character, Matteo, doesn't expect Sima Delin to show such unscrupulousness. At this time, House comes up with a brilliant idea, to turn around and leave the battlefield. Sima Junda discovers that the main cargo is trying to escape and decides to stop it at any cost. Having concentrated all his power in the main gun, he orders to open fire. A bright purple flash begins to cut through space. Within moments, the Howe's fleet loses its main ship. Matteo finally gets the chance to take revenge on his opponent, who let him down badly last time. Sima Decau receives a report that his ship is barely afloat. Sima Delin praises his dedication, stating that he will now take care of everything else. Sima Decau realizes that he is just being used as a human shield to take the trophy with impunity. The Jian family's battleship reaches a special module that is very valuable. Sima Junda admits that they are suffering a crushing defeat in this operation. He also understands that he must defeat his opponent in one blow if he wants to get the trophy. Suddenly, the robots revolt, and the reason for this is Itan's order. The angry adjutant reminds him that it is time to pay the bills. Sima Delin grins, and everyone echoes him, admitting that no one can compare to him in cunning. Suddenly, he receives notification that neutralizing shells are aimed at his battleship. A real space duel ensues between them, and it promises to be very exciting. Matteo watches what is happening with interest, noting that the situation has changed dramatically. Sima Decau watches the disaster unfold and realizes that this is his chance. He orders to move towards the stern of the enemy ship and calls Sim Delin for communication. As he gets closer, his anger grows and the situation escalates. At the first request, he is given a capsule, and Sima Delin tries to curry favor with him. Sima Decau does not fall for his flattery, and declares that they need to stay away from this ship and retreat immediately. Moments later, the Star Destroyers separate from each other, and Matteo discovers the pod. After giving the order to attach a mini-detector to her, he decides it's time to come out of the shadows. Sima Decau is happy that they are finally approaching an inhabited planet, but it turns out to be too early to rejoice. Matteo menacingly declares that it is necessary to activate 3 MIE particles and prepare the main weapon. After this, Matteo takes proper aim and presses the fire button hard. Powerful energy beams are once again beginning to cut through space. Sima Decau does not even have time to understand what caused his subsequent tragic death. The next moment, a powerful flash occurs, signaling that the spaceship has been destroyed. Matteo does not grieve for a second over the man's murder, believing that he deserved his fate. Immediately after this, the robots jump into space to scan the remains of the ship, after which they leave the galaxy. This turns out to be a very successful tactical move, as Matteo gets rid of a serious adversary who would otherwise have haunted him for years. In addition, it receives at its disposal a powerful purple-class infrared reconnaissance radar. He immediately gives the command to replace the old radar with a new acquisition. After this battle, unlike the previous one, which took place in another universe, the situation turns out to be more favorable. He finally returns to the planet where he previously hid his treasure. They also manage to get a signal from the detector, confirming that the capsule they found actually contained Sima Junda. Matteo pays tribute to the man who rose through the ranks thanks to his hard work. Before entering the shelter where Sima Junda is located, he prudently calls for an ambulance. Sima Junda regains consciousness after some time, greatly surprised by what she sees in front of her. Matteo introduces himself and says that he called an ambulance after hearing an alarm. Sima Junda immediately introduces herself under a false name and thanks him for his help. The situation for this young man is dire, as the family he betrayed will certainly try to take revenge on him. Sima Junda says he needs money, but Matteo says he will pay his expenses. Sima Junda adds that he needs much more funds, hoping that this decent man will lend at least part of it. Matteo continues to play the part, saying that they just met, but admits that he sees an extraordinary person in him. Mateo understands that such a large sum will arouse suspicion, but it doesn't matter to him now. Simajunda shares his sadness about not having a bank account, but for Mateo this is not a problem. Quite quickly he decides to leave the hospital to do his own thing. Handing over his business card, he says that he can always be contacted at the number provided. Mateo completes another important task with incredible success, changing his destiny. Having received the long-awaited antidote, he realizes that he will soon feel sleepy, and decides that it is better to get some sleep now. Without thinking twice, he injects the medicine into the shoulder so that it will work faster. Finally, the hero frees himself from the shackles of the past left by the captain and can now control his own destiny. However, the next morning, Zhenyang visits him to tell him the latest news. She also suggests calling their mutual comrade Chen Lingfeng and getting together. With incredible speed, they all end up at an internet cafe to discuss the shocking events. Zhenyang fills them in on the details, unaware that Mateo already knows everything firsthand. Chen Lingfeng says that Haoze got what he deserved and is surprised that anyone cares. Li Jin reminds everyone that Count Astravera will not be pleased with his people being wiped out near this planet. She also expresses concern that they themselves may come under suspicion, having recently caused trouble for the Count. Ding Ling agrees, saying that no one will investigate what really happened. Zhenyang nonchalantly claims that they have nothing to worry about, as Count Astrover has more important things to do. Li Jin recommends closely monitoring the news so that measures can be taken again if necessary. Chen Lingfeng points out the obvious fact that this planet is no longer so peaceful and carefree. Zhenyang states that Haoze is on the surface, and therefore no one will look for him. From his point of view, the Count would not take any offensive action, so they could breathe a sigh of relief. But Zhenyang should be wary. Zhenyang asks why he is laughing at her, hinting that he is not paying attention to the two petite girls. On this comical note, their meeting ends and they decide to go home. Mateo decides to continue his space journey again and starts a conversation with a virtual friend nicknamed Rabbit. She tells him about the leader of the civilization party, and Mateo smirks when he hears the name. Looking at his age, he understands that in our time it is easy to live to 150 years. Mateo waves it off, saying he's heard of the man before. Along the way, he plays through some memories of this man's life in his mind, without attaching much importance to them. After some time, he heads home after work, hoping to soon travel to another universe to take part in new battles. His colleague informs him that their boss will not be able to save his mine and will be forced to sell it. He advises to mine as many resources as possible to get the maximum benefit, and offers to give him valuable ore. Mateo recalls that his boss used to be the largest contractor in the mining area. However, when confronted with merchant fleets, he is forced to lose, as they have far more resources. Unfortunately, one of the merchant fleets that provides protection to his commander turns out to be too weakened. With incredible determination, he declares that this does not concern him, because he intends to destroy any head of the Tiger merchant fleet. Jumping into his starship, he quickly starts the engines and rushes upward. Once he reaches his ship, he activates the Mirage system and begins capturing signals from different universes. Having received the necessary signals, he decides to enter the battlefield to destroy hostile civilizations. The ship begins to shimmer and quickly disappears into the darkness of space. This time he is lucky again, and he goes into battle with a Type 1 civilization. Studying the history of this civilization, he realizes that this sector is quite abandoned. He suggests that the new radar he just received might help provide new information. After just a couple of sonars, he already discovers something that might interest him. As a reward, he is offered laser mining guns and a mineral detector. Mateo grins, as now that he has these components, he will be able to use them in the future. His warship systems are brought to combat readiness, and the energy shield is immediately activated. This planet doesn't have a single chance, and it quickly destroys all life on it. After this, it extracts useful resources, as well as 2 mining city modules. Now that he has these modules, his ship can shoot at any moving objects. Finally, he decides to completely destroy the planet and rushes away. Mateo is upset by the low efficiency of pumping, but the bitterness of this unpleasant fact is brightened by 2 new modules. Another day passes, and no reinforcements arrive for the destroyed civilization. However, after some time he discovers a private ship belonging to some rich man. Looking at the astronaut who has emerged from there, he suggests that it would be better to stay away from him. However, upon closer inspection, he realizes that this young man seems familiar to him. Mateo recognizes this awkward boy as Qing Wanli, who once helped him with his problems at school. Being a generous man, he decides to save this astronaut and bring him to the ship. One can only guess how surprised Qing Wanli is when he meets his old friend in the middle of space. Mateo reports that the mining area is quite large and wonders what is happening to it. Qing Wanli shares information about him being followed and Mateo tries to calm him down. Apparently, the situation with the shark merchant fleet is getting so bad that even people like Qing Wanli are at risk. In fact, Qing Wanli completes the secret deal and, despite Mateo's protests, claims that he has nothing to worry about. Qing Wanli is chosen as a mediator because his brother and sister are being monitored. After learning that Cheng Su of the Tiger Fleet is following him, Mateo invites him onto his ship. 2 days pass, and they decide it's time to stop hiding, as Cheng Su should be leaving by now. Qing Wanli assumes that he is already considered dead, so he can go home. Mateo says that his help does not require gratitude, because they are best friends. Mateo watches Qing Wanli as he lands on the asteroid. On his return, he is met by an enterprising colleague who reminds him that he promised him the ore. Mateo quickly makes it clear that he actually promised nothing and stops the brazen manipulations. Thus, this scoundrel is left with nothing, and all that remains for him is to sharpen his teeth on our hero. Mateo, as always, eavesdrops on conversations to extract some valuable information from them. It is becoming clear that the Tiger merchant fleet has been aggressively attacking merchant ships lately. However, today is his day off, which means he can happily spend time with friends. However, in reality, he is unlikely to have a quiet evening. Suddenly, agents from the Tiger Merchant Marine burst into the Enterprise and announce that they are buying the Enterprise. They immediately begin to demand compensation from employees for damaged ships. They also claim that they specialize in debt collection, so it's best not to argue with them. Mateo tries his best to avoid trouble, since he will soon no longer be a miner. His plans to get out of the situation peacefully are ruined when an unfriendly businessman approaches him. They hand him a piece of paper and ask him to read it, stating that he will be assigned security. After studying the documents, he understands that these people have found themselves a good accountant. According to these documents, they are trying to trick him into becoming an intelligence agent and helping the corporation. This work is quite dangerous, since even military ships do not always manage to pass through these areas intact. The deal looks extremely bad, and these people are using signal jammers. Mateo also recalls that there are reports that there are many valuable minerals in the area, but they have never been found. He is woken up early in the morning and forced to go to the mining area without being given a good night's sleep. At the facility, he sees a very expensive, high-quality research ship. Arrogant businessmen claim that ordinary miners are not allowed to board these ships. The miners look at their ships in surprise and say that they do not have armor for reconnaissance in this area. One of the businessmen tries to calm them down, saying that their ships have energy shields to ensure safety. The miners are slowly beginning to trust these words, assuming that the military shields will be able to withstand at least one blow. Only the main character understands that all this is just dust in the eyes, designed to deceive them. The new head of the Enterprise orders the formation of groups to begin gradual reconnaissance. Mateo looks closely at the schedule and realizes that it is full of shortcomings. Since the mission is different from previous mining operations, he decides to choose a lower-quality ship. Laosir suddenly overtakes him, demonstrating his previous sluggishness and stupidity. He thanks Mateo for choosing the best ship, noting that he has always had a good understanding of these machines. Mateo smiles, realizing that this man has dug his own grave. An armada of spaceships engaged in mining operations looks truly impressive. Mateo realizes that these mining ships lack surveillance equipment, but they do have security. The captain of the exploration ship tells his friend how he got it. He reports that his father began preparing this research ship long before the current mission. The captain grins and adds that he has been given a vital mission to scout out the area. A business conversation ensues between the entrepreneur and his boss about how their plan is progressing. The entrepreneur reports that, according to preliminary data, the probability of finding rare minerals in this area is low. The boss replies that these reports were deliberately distorted in order to reduce the enthusiasm of other participants. The entrepreneur learns that the probability of finding rare minerals is actually 68%. He is also told that the operation is strictly confidential and cannot be made public. At this time, Mateo realizes that he needs to warn the others as quickly as possible. To this end, he tries to speak to them through a special jargon, inviting them to an Edelweiss cocktail. Among the miners, the name of this cocktail means radiation, so they should understand what he means. The miners continue the conversation as if nothing had happened, making it clear that they understood him perfectly. Mateo is happy about this lucky coincidence, but he understands that it is too early to relax. He continues to speak to them in a veiled manner, hoping that outsiders will not understand him. His plan works, and one of the businessmen announces that the time window is approaching. The miners continue to move forward cautiously, trying to figure out what to do next. The businessman notes that mining in the outskirts is usually safe, since the frequency of meteorite falls here is lower than expected. Mateo moves further into an area where the space environment becomes increasingly complex. He turns to one of the shift leaders and says that in this place one can see a rare, beautiful landscape. The miner takes the hint and replies that he would like to take a look at this landscape. In fact, this nest is a gravity trap that can explode at the slightest disturbance. After some time, they end up in this very nest. After a pause, Mateo informs all his comrades that their ships have gravity shields installed that kill people. The captain of the research ship, observing what is happening, wonders how this young man knew about this. It is not surprising that others are also in deep shock from such a revelation. Mateo is surprised by such radio communication, and assumes that the opponents will deny everything, and will not give themselves away so easily. One of the businessmen tries to justify himself by saying that they cannot afford such expensive technologies. The miners say they don't believe them and try to escape, hoping to save their lives. As it approaches, the giant spaceship creates gravitational turbulence. Laosir asks the protagonist why he is taking so long. Moments later, his ship crashes into a meteorite and explodes, taking his life with it. This man thinks he has chosen the best airship, but his stupidity leads to his death. The assault ship prepares to target the fleeing miners and open fire, but crashes into the asteroids itself. Seeing the huge explosion, the businessman is glad that he did not follow the ship. However, unfortunately, this does not save them from the fact that all the other miners, except one, managed to escape. He plans to locate them using an inspection radar, but the range of this device is limited. The scale of the reputational damage they will suffer once the incident becomes public shocks him. However, this is far from the only problem that will continue to haunt them. All this time, Mateo allows his battleship to follow him in stealth mode, and now he finds himself in an advantageous position. His opponents make a big mistake by activating the rehabilitation turbojet, which is now not so easy to get out of. The whole space is disturbed and a gravitational avalanche occurs here. On the one hand, you can lament the fact that the fools are the first to be sent. But on the other hand, this ship was faulty from the start. The fact is that there is an obvious problem in his system that violates the integrity of the structure. The businessman senses turbulence and understands that the miners did not just run away. One can only sympathize with these scoundrels, because now they will be covered by a wave of asteroids. The outer layer of the ship is rapidly beginning to collapse, leaving no chance for salvation. However, the businessman is not discouraged, as the ship's armor seems strong, and he believes that they have every chance of survival. However, he is suddenly informed that only the outer layer of this armor is made of silver. The businessman laments how he spent the money and asks for an evacuation ship to be prepared. After some time, the ship explodes, and the evacuation shuttle manages to emerge from there. Mateo is surprised by the foresight of these people, realizing that they fled from danger. The people there are already preparing to go home. However, our hero rushes to the rescue of these people, hoping to ruin their holiday. Taking careful aim, he fires orbital lasers at them to reduce their mobility. The robotic landing force also moves forward to finish off the survivors. With incredible ease, they break through the hull of this ship and climb inside. The ship's staff try to fight them off with firearms. Of course, this all turns out to be a futile attempt, and they are quickly shot. Laser weapons can pierce multiple people with one hit, making robots ideal fighters. Mateo is informed that all dangers have been eliminated, and the data from the optical ship has been read. After the robotic landing force returns to its home port, the evacuation shuttle is destroyed. Mateo receives important data from the optical computer, and now has information about titanium deposits. However, these are not all the enemies that need to be destroyed, so he rushes forward. Meanwhile, the miners cautiously peer out from behind the asteroids and discover a giant warship. They talk to each other, trying to figure out what to do and how to avoid the threat. The miners sincerely thank Mateo for warning them and appoint him as the new senior on their shift. Mateo says he is too young and refuses the offered privileges. He also shares with them the intelligence he has received regarding the enemy's infrastructure. He figures that if they just wait a couple of days, the scout ships will already be heading home. After some time, their adventure ends and Mateo greets all the surviving miners. He is informed that the Tiger merchant fleet appears to be losing the trade war. King Wanli also comes to greet his comrade. Mateo asks him what he is doing here, to which King Wanli replies that he arrived as soon as he heard the news. They also share information with each other regarding the trade war that took place, which the sharks won. King Wanli happily reports that the merchant fleet not only gave them all of their profits, but also a lot of their savings. To properly celebrate this event, they go to an expensive restaurant. King Wanli asks Mateo if he has ever had a real rest. Mateo grins and says that King Wanli is lucky to have such a cool car. King Wanli also mentions that this party was organized by Lin Kai, whose family is the master of this planet. Lin Kai is the new head of his family, and today's party is all about sharing experiences. Xing Wanli warns that the family is not so simple, and has lived here for many hundreds of years. Mateo also receives information that this family has its own Spark-class ship. Xing Wanli clarifies that they had such a ship 3 centuries ago, but it recently disappeared. This family really turns out to be not so simple, and our hero needs to be careful. The rest of the journey is silent, but short-lived due to the incredible speed of the car. Once they arrive, they prepare to show their best side at this party. The villa where this prince lives turns out to be incredibly beautiful and made in a traditional style. Lin Kai happily welcomes all the guests, including our main character. Mateo exchanges pleasantries with the man, realizing that he is truly a handsome prince. However, he believes that one should not delude oneself, because he came here in order to acquire connections and a guide in society. In his past life, Baron Blackstone declared him his heir, but here he must obtain the title of heir in a different way. Among other guests, he suddenly notices his old acquaintance, Jen Yang. Mateo notices her with his gaze, noting her beauty, which has not changed at all. Xing Wanli guesses that they know each other. After that, he informs him that Lu Tao and Lu Yang, who own an internet cafe, are nearby. He also glances at a man near the window named Huang Wu, who is the heir to the martial arts club. The people gathered here are not the most influential, but they also have some power. Xing Wanli knows all these people thanks to his excellent memory, which is the best quality in his work. Mateo is surprised by the taste of the local tea, and suddenly a beautiful girl takes up the conversation. Xing Wanli asks a girl named Luan Xing what exactly brought her here. Luan Xing smirked and claimed that, in fact, this villa belongs to her. Xing Wanli awkwardly says that he knows this very well, but he didn't expect to see her here. After that, he calls her by her full name, Gao Luan Xing, and the protagonist definitely pays attention to her. Mateo greets her almost ceremoniously, after which Gao Luansen says that he can just call her Luansen. Mateo looks down and says he doesn't think it's appropriate. The sly girl mocks him and remarks that she has heard of his exploits, as he is now called the Tiger Miner. Mateo begins to justify himself, saying that they were forced to fight back. Luansen mentions with a smile that Xing Wanli sends his regards to his sister. Mateo says he looked his best, and Xing Wanli reassures him that they both looked great. Luansen was born in the Star Mine region, but later leaves it and begins to build her own career. Due to her mysterious past, there are rumors that her husband owns a powerful Spark-class warship. Mateo doesn't understand why you would open a villa if you had a ship like that. But Xing Wanli doesn't know the answer either. The party starts, but the atmosphere quickly dies down. The guards approach the prince and inform him that people from Astro Square have arrived here. These uninvited guests come to find out what happened to the Heir's fleet, and this spoils everyone's mood. The prince goes outside to find out where these people are. The uninvited guests claim that this is just a pathetic villa, and there shouldn't be so many rules. Security guards say breaking the rules will result in expulsion from the villa and being blacklisted. One of the ambassadors steps forward and asks who is the most important person here. Gao Luanxing is clearly unhappy with their visit, and calls them pathetic bastards and infections. That is why she gives the order to expel them, ordering them to be removed from the territory with nothing. The messengers are tied up and stripped of their clothes so that they can be sent back in a humiliating state. If anyone were to claim that anyone was saddened by this incident, they might be in the minority. After the party ends, Mateo is amazed by Luanxin's fearlessness. Xing Wanli says that Astro Square is pursuing her husband, causing him to go on the run. However, due to the discord that reigns in the Dominion, they cannot direct all their forces here. Back at work, Wang Do is given good news that the duties have been lifted. He is also informed that one of the corrupt officials from their company had his arms broken and was sent to prison. The other miners joyfully greet their comrade who led them out of a deadly situation. After completing your daily chores, it's time to destroy other civilizations and gain points. Mateo goes into stealth mode to activate the signal from other universes. Having chosen a suitable opponent, he decides to move to the battlefield in another universe. This time, luck turns against him and he faces truly serious opponents. After analyzing the history of conflicts, he understands that these ships fight at close range. Thus, he decides to deliver a powerful blow to all opponents at once, without really aiming. The main weapon destroys a huge number of ships, leaving no chance for survival. Interceptor ships head towards the protagonist, but are unable to penetrate his energy shield. Mateo makes a tactical decision to avoid attracting unnecessary attention. The opponents continue to shoot at him, but to no avail. At the same time, the main character approaches the inner part of the battlefield and encounters a large number of enemies. After quickly analyzing the situation, he realizes that the blue team is at a disadvantage. For him, it has only indirect significance, because he is going to destroy them all. The defensive ring is broken through by his powerful attacks. He begins to pick up electromagnetic waves that signal a desire to begin negotiations. However, before he can decipher anything, the ship's warning system activates a red alert. Of course, this means that the negotiations fail, and now the hero will have to fight. The situation looks extremely strange, as the opponents are behaving unusually. Even such a smart hero cannot figure out the reason for the changed behavior of the enemies. After a few moments, the solution becomes obvious. A huge black hole appears, sucking in the ships. Mateo wonders how lower civilizations came to have gravity-collapse bombs. The battleship is going through hard times, as nothing can survive being sucked into a black hole. Gradually, the hull becomes damaged, despite the powerful energy shield, because gravity acts everywhere. To prevent further damage, Mateo must act decisively. The situation is heating up, and all that remains is to hope that Mateo's plan will work. The situation is not going well at the moment, but he decides to push all his engines to the max. However, at the last moment, the huge black hole explodes, reducing its suction power to almost zero. Mateo can breathe a sigh of relief after heroically pulling the ship out of a deadly trap. The medical robot brings him a nutrient solution and receives commands to repair all systems. Mateo can afford to spend 1/10 of his resources on repairing the ship. He also discovers a mysterious contraption that creates a mini-gravitational collapse field. After another confident victory, it's time for a snack, because he's gaining a huge number of points. It takes other ships years to do this, but Mateo is a master of his craft and takes the best from everywhere. Having received a powerful artifact, he understands that now he needs to use it for his own purposes. He decides that such a powerful weapon costs a huge amount of money, which means he can sell it and forget about the problem of poverty forever. He decides to sip some tea while thinking about creating a special network of sparks. This network allows ships to exchange information with each other, but he needs to register a new account. After returning to the home universe, all that remains is to remotely control the ship's improvements and not show up. He also has an appointment with his colleagues, so time is running out and he needs to hurry. It's time to max out the engines and head back to the home planet to avoid suspicion. Along the way, it increases the effectiveness of remote control using brainwaves. He rushes as fast as he can, hoping that he won't be late for an important meeting. Jen Young informs him that he is not late and invites him to join their little celebration of life. They clink glasses and decide to enjoy the evening, despite the fact that they have all been in trouble recently. Once home, Mateo reflects on the fact that in 2 days the fleet will arrive from Blackstone to the mining planet. According to his memoirs, the Baron comes from within and has many relatives, as well as another illegitimate child. This whole situation with the heirs turns out to be quite confusing, and not at all what it seems at first glance. However, if the Baron is deprived of his title, the nobles only benefit from this and start a war. Last time, one of the combat followers died protecting Mateo, and this time he is determined to prevent that from happening. After some time, he finally finds the ship, which suddenly appears that day and destroys his ally. He immediately orders the reconnaissance drones to follow him, hoping that this time he will attack first. As he approaches his invisible carrier, he activates his gravity lock system. These technologies are so advanced that even in the modern world, they can be used in amazing ways. His plan is to place a time bomb on the meteorite and asteroids near the ship. Thanks to their improved design, the delivery systems of these bombs are among the most advanced. To our hero's surprise, his enemy is hiding in a relatively large city. Time is running out, so our hero decides to retreat, relying on the strength of his ship. There is a huge explosion that can be seen even from neighboring planets if you look closely. This explosion turns out to be carefully planned to cause another gravitational avalanche aimed at the warship. Because of this, there is no chance left to escape from this trap. Mateo looks resolutely at his opponent's ship, hoping that it will die soon. Soon, our protagonist's gaze is pleased by a bright flash, signaling an explosion on the ship. Mateo orders to find the black box on this ship, later collect the trophies and destroy the remains. After analyzing the supplies he received, he realizes that this was the very same mercenary ship sent to destroy the Count. Due to turbulence in the asteroid belt, the remains of this ship are gradually scattered and disappear, so there is nothing to worry about. After some time, an unknown person rings his doorbell. He comes to invite him to the mansion of the leadership of the mining planet. People who meet him say that he looks exactly like the Baron in his youth. Mateo knows he should pretend to be nervous, but he's not doing a good job of it. The Baron's assistants report that they see him as a young boss and are preparing to take a blood sample. After some time, they insert a syringe into his skin to obtain a DNA sample. The sensor built into the syringe gives a positive result quite quickly, to everyone's surprise. After this, they apologize to our hero and introduce themselves as direct knights of the Baron. Mateo accepts their apology and states that he never doubted their good intentions for a moment. One of the knights named Chen Shu muses that Mateo is a suitable heir. Another knight named Ding Wei said that they took blood to check the relationship. They tell him that according to the results, he is the son of Baron Blackstone. Mateo admits that after leaving the orphanage, he vows to himself to achieve great things. However, he notes that one must not forget that he is the Baron's illegitimate child. Chen Shu says that, unfortunately, Blackstone's status is declining year after year, and so now is not the time for formalities. Ding Wei assures our hero that his efforts and hard work are not in vain. He also says that the Baroness wants to adopt a child from her original family and make him her heir. Mateo says it is a very dangerous title, and is immediately given the opportunity to refuse. Our hero is not like everyone else, so he prefers to take fate into his own hands and act decisively. Chen Shu and Ding Wei could only clap their hands in satisfaction after hearing such an impressive speech. Mateo often admits that he knows nothing, and his situation is complicated by his lowly origins. Chen Shu is surprised by the incredible ambitions of his interlocutor, and praises him despite his youth. Chen Shu also says that another son of the Baron named Wang Jijin has extraordinary abilities. Of course, it can't be that simple. It means that Wang Jijin has some kind of special feature. Mateo realizes that he needs to find out if there are any other candidates besides his half-brother. Chen Shu bitterly admits that most people are against the Baroness's decision. Ding Wei reminds our hero that he has his own advantages that he needs to use. They also offer him to go to Blackstone tomorrow, and he immediately agrees. What's surprising is that Ding Wei didn't show such enthusiasm in his past life, which means everything becomes confusing. Ding Wei gives great support to our hero, and they now have 20 assault ships. Ding Wei and Chen Shu act tactfully and set up protection around his house during this time. Before leaving, he decides to record a message and warn his comrades. In this message, he tells them that he doesn't know when he will return and asks them not to miss him too much. Mateo realizes that in the kingdom of Redbad and the surrounding star regions, the privileged have long been taking everything for themselves. He continues to explore his memories of his past life and realizes that he needs to act faster. After the incident, he also sends out a drone to secretly monitor the Tiger Fleet's reconnaissance ship. He discovers another trail that can be followed. Having selected a target, he gives the command to the observation drone to stealthily catch up with the object and continues to monitor what is happening. The whole point is that stations are sometimes installed along the navigation route to monitor the situation. Without these stations, he can't do anything, so he needs to get them at any cost. Meanwhile, life on the warship continues as usual. Another ship captain wonders if they've gotten rid of all the spies. He also states that once they leave the star regions and enter outer space, they will be able to go wherever they want. They rush forward and realize that they left the planet only thanks to their own minds. However, due to the space station being destroyed, they crash into a huge asteroid field and explode. Mateo carefully flies up from behind and takes over all the resources of this ship. He manages to return the next day to take part in the audience. A few hours later, he arrives at the right place, where he is asked to help with the next journeys. Having boarded the ship, he turns around and says goodbye to his native mining planet. The ship is in a routine atmosphere as everyone works to diagnose the systems of this giant machine. Mateo asks how much stronger their ship is compared to their opponents, to which he gets a whole lecture full of technical details. He is also told that they are in an administrative galaxy that is controlled by Blackstone. Mateo remembers that there are bandits operating nearby, and receives the answer that it is indeed difficult to control everything in this region. The main problem is that the Baron is in very poor health and cannot rule with the same strength and power. Chen Shu notes that the situation is actually not that bad, as the Redbad Kingdom remains stable. Mateo notices the naivety of this man, who believes too much in the power of the kingdom's authority. Thanks to the second chance, he understands perfectly well what will happen next, but decides not to argue. He is more interested in whether it is worth spending so many resources on his escort, but he is reassured on this matter. Mateo is also interested in the possibility of meeting the bandits, but Chen Shu reassures him, saying that they are of no value. Mateo remains vigilant and says that some bandits will kill for less. He also states that the fleet must be powerful enough to protect him, as he is now a valuable target. After thinking for a while, he wonders what force is the most powerful in relation to them. Suddenly, hostile ships from the Highland State appear on radars, posing a serious threat. The situation is heating up, and it is time to increase combat readiness and form a combat formation. The ships instantly carry out the command of their commander, which causes surprise and respect. Mateo recalls that he previously destroyed an asteroid Edge-class warship, but now realizes that the enemy may have a spare. As if that weren't enough, the scouts discover even more suspicious details. According to a quick intelligence analysis, a Tiger Fleet ship was recently in the asteroid belt. Chenshu understands that regardless of whether they are pursuing the Tigers or the traces of the Star Bandits, the situation remains tense. Mateo advises not to back down before they have a chance to figure out the whole situation, so as not to make things worse. He encourages him by telling him that he will be responsible for the consequences, because he himself chooses this route. 4 days pass, and they are already halfway to their destination. Mateo remembers that in his past life, a surprise attack occurs in an area located not far from here. His plan, as always, turns out to be correct, because he detects a huge number of enemies through sensors. It seems that they have nothing to do here, because this is a rather dangerous place for bandits. But who knows what these scoundrels have in mind? Meanwhile, the heads of the res are talking to each other, expressing concern that they have wandered so far. The pirate commander reports that the target is different from the original one, and therefore he is not going to risk his men. The employer argues that the plan should remain in effect since they have already taken care of all the excesses. The bandit leader wonders if he can be sure that these groups will not abandon him in the event of a direct confrontation. He is informed that he will be working with the rest of Bone, and this instills in him the excitement of the hunt. The employer assures that one can now be confident in the success of this operation. Meanwhile, the main character's ship receives information about an unknown fleet that has been discovered. Mateo tells Chenshu that he is receiving data on these ships, among which is the ship of the bandit leader nicknamed Whitetooth. He believes that getting to know someone like Lin Kai could open the door to outstanding intelligence reports. Chenshu carefully studies the enemy and orders an attack on Whitetooth's ship. The ships go into combat readiness and receive coordinates at which to open fire. Chenshu continues to lead the operation with his usual brisk tone. After his subordinates distribute all the necessary particles, they decide to change the original direction. In Belozub's control room, the situation is becoming increasingly tense, as they still don't know what is going on. The captain notices a projectile approaching him and tries to activate the shield. Of course, it turns out to be too late, so almost the entire fleet of criminals is destroyed. Even Belozub's ship is damaged and loses a significant amount of strength, but still stays afloat. A warning comes in about another shell approaching from the horizon, and Belozub assures everyone not to be afraid. He smiles grimly and states that his ship is only slightly damaged, and that this is not enough to destroy it. He also asks the customer when Steelbone will arrive, and receives the answer that it won't be long now. Unfortunately, there is little reason for optimism, as another shell is coming. Numerous allies report taking heavy damage and falling. White-toothed, angry, clenches his fists, unable to change anything in his miserable fate. As a result of the shelling, 6 warships are damaged, 2 of which are completely destroyed. A few moments later, 4 ships are disabled. Panic sets in, and in such a situation one can only rely on ingenuity and strong will. Belozub, being a prudent commander, tries to retreat to avoid major losses. However, his employer recommends that he stay, as help should arrive soon. The employer, of course, keeps silent about the fact that he has no intention of helping pirates who can simply be used. Meanwhile, Mateo applauds his comrade, claiming that he deserves the highest praise. The operational situation is gradually stabilizing thanks to a timely preemptive strike. However, he suddenly receives notification of another fleet approaching. The reconnaissance ship shows him an image according to which a fleet of more bandits is about to arrive here. The Steelbone poses a serious threat due to the high durability of their ships. However, Mateo is not discouraged, as he believes that Steelbone can be impulsive and make mistakes. Chenshu knows a little about this group, as they have been wanted before. Chenshu orders the main ship to retreat while the others head towards the wormhole. According to his calculations, they should be much faster than the bandits' ships. Despite the fact that the overall combat power rating of the group is level 15, they win in speed. However, the plan does not go as planned, as the enemy unexpectedly turns out to be faster. The assault ships receive orders to intercept the enemy, and wonder where the pirates get such technology from. Chenshu understands that if the distance between the ships is reduced, they will be able to use the exo-shaped jump function. Mateo refuses to give up so easily and orders the drone to release invisible bombs. The moment of truth is coming. Now it will become clear how the main character will cope with an even stronger enemy. Chenshu offers him to evacuate, promising to buy him enough time. Mateo asks for an exoskeleton suit because he is good at fighting and can take care of himself. Meanwhile, the invisible ship continues to operate from the shadows and drops bombs. He is very surprised by this outcome and orders an immediate end to the bombing. Despite the damage received, the mercenary ships begin to recover at an alarming rate. Chenshu reminds them that their true goal is to enter the wormhole to escape from here. Sima Junda contacts under a covert name and reports that he has blown up the enemy's engine and needs help. Mateo is surprised that in this life, This man turns out to be much less rational and claims that he needs to be saved. Chen Shu warns that it may be a trap, as Steelbone is very dangerous. Mateo states that the pirates have no need to set such a trap, so they need to hurry. Chen Shu agrees with his arguments, adding that the Baron always acts nobly, so this man should be saved. Chen Shu orders everyone to turn around and head towards Steelbone, and for the assault ships to open fire. He notes that a real massacre is about to begin, and calls for especially careful monitoring of the actions of the main character. Having suppressed the enemy's fighting ability, they rush forward to pick up Sim Yund. After some time, the escape pod appears on board, and they open fire to finish off the rest of the fleet. A powerful ship's cannon cuts through bandit ships like a knife through butter. Mr. Steelbone contacts them and declares that he will never give up. Chen Shu claims that he leaves him no choice, but the protagonist intervenes in the conversation. Chen Shu warns him that he will bear full responsibility for dealing with such a dangerous opponent. Mateo shows his face to Mr. Steelbone and tells him that he is his target. He also calls him a capable man, and expresses his opinion that being a star bandit is a waste of time, offering to join him. He adds that he is not too concerned about the competition for the inheritance, since he will get the title one way or another. Mateo admits that he himself is racking his brain over how to combat the noble force in the neighboring region. Steelbone claims that he would rather die than serve anyone, having been treated like a fool all his life. Chen Shu notes that it is useless to persuade him, but Mateo believes that he knows the way to deal with this scoundrel. He starts shouting and says that all his relatives died, and he himself renounced the rank of soldier and his connections. He asks if Steelbone doesn't want revenge on the Empire and questions his masculinity. Steelbone claims that no one has the right to judge him because they have not gone through what he has gone through. After this, he launches into a long tirade about how much he has lost on the path to his revenge. Mateo says that many of his people died, but he still stopped his path of vengeance. Steelbone counters by telling of the ambush he set for his enemy. Mateo accuses him of giving up on his revenge, and a squabble ensues between the two. Steelbone interrupts the pointless argument and states that if he were in his place, he would simply run away. Mateo is adamant that he would never give up and would dedicate his entire life to taking revenge on his enemy. Steelbone listens to the protagonist's words and agrees that he should not die until he becomes powerful enough. Mateo states that they are his allies and reminds them that the only one Steelbone should control is himself. He makes a promise that if he wants revenge, he can only rely on himself, because now he is a star bandit. Mateo also states that he is willing to accept him as the lost knight he once was. After some time, Sima Junda gets in touch and reports that the former commander of Steelbone committed suicide. This message is also heard by other participants in the negotiations. White-Toothed wonders in surprise whether this tough nut really gave in so easily. Mateo turns to Sima Junda and thanks him for risking his life for him. Sima Junda explains that he had little time, and that is why he had to take the risk. Mateo tries to find out how his friend is feeling and gets a pretty detailed explanation that he is fine. Mateo extends his hand to him and asks for help in this difficult situation. Sima Junda extends her hand in a reciprocal gesture, stating that they still maintain their friendly and business relationship. This is exactly how, according to the narrator, true and strong male friendships are built in the harsh galactic world. Meanwhile, the story moves to the planet Blackstone to reveal even more interesting things. Chen Shu informs Mateo that over the past 2 years, as the Baron's health has worsened, the level of training of the troops has only increased. It is because of this that their airport provides the Steelbone fleet with good supplies and services. Having reached the necessary place, they finally descend down in a super-fast capsule. Thus, Mateo finally gets to a place where he has not been since his past life. He notes that the air here is really pleasant, and Blackstone is a great place. After admiring the scenery for a while, he finally decides to approach the car waiting for him. Mateo understands that the Baron is not in the best health, but he is conscious and has great influence. Chen Shu introduces a butler named Shen Fugui, who is the Baron's confidant. Shen Fugui greets Chen Shu and Mateo, who remembers that the old man is much stronger than he looks. After this, he says goodbye to the knight, and Chen Shu decides to set off on his way to the mansion. Shen Fugui states that they will travel by car since the danger level in Blackstone has not been raised. During the ride, Shen Fugui notices that Mateo seems quite relaxed, and adds that there is no point in being nervous now. Shen Fugui asks if there is anything he wants to know, but Mateo finds it more important to meet the Baron and listen to him. Shen Fugui inquires about the motives behind the recent actions, and Mateo calls it a necessary measure. Shen Fugui smirks, and thinks that when he was young, the Baron was just as impudent as Mateo. Shen Fugui quotes a funny saying that the Baron always spoke only the truth, except for his last words. After this, he becomes serious, and says that the Baron is slowly dying, and this gives the nasty people a reason to act. Mateo understands that this is a rather sensitive issue that needs to be resolved somehow. Mateo realizes that he is being tested and gives a rather evasive answer, passing this test. After this, he claims that the Baron is in the prime of life and does not understand what kind of illness he could be talking about. Having entered into a discussion regarding the Baron's illness, they come to the conclusion that it cannot be cured for now. Mateo expresses hope that everything will be fine, remembering that he has to protect the Baron from the merchants. Finally, he reaches the red carpet that leads to the enormous Blackstone castle. He is met by rows of maids who bow their heads and hands in a respectful gesture. Shenfugi introduces him to the history of this castle, showing him portraits of the previous owners. Finally, the time comes for the long-awaited audience with the Baron, and the door is opened for him. Mateo walks into the office and finds himself in front of a tall man with black hair. The Baron invites him to sit down and asks for forgiveness for what happened to him and his mother. Mateo argues that apologies are unnecessary, as growing up on a mining planet wasn't that bad. The Baron states that only people with broad horizons can put up with such things, and praises his restraint in the situation with the Tiger Fleet. Mateo explains that the Tiger Fleet knew nothing about the specific situation in the mining area, and he took advantage of this. The Baron wonders why the least experienced person has suddenly taken charge of the operation. Mateo evasively replies that he merely took advantage of the situation and the naivety of the merchant navy. He also claims that if he had a choice, he would prefer to be careful, because people should live a harmonious life. The Baron admits that Mateo surprised him again on the way back to planet Blackstone. The Baron tries to find out what happened during the encounter with Steelbone, and Mateo says they have a deal. The Baron becomes curious about what he is going to do next, but Mateo calmly agrees to accept his terms. All this happens because Blackstone is the Baron's territory, and Mateo knows nothing about it, and therefore cannot act independently. The Baron asks him what he thinks of the Silver Castle, and he replies that he is very impressed. Mateo gets to his feet and is told that his little brother will be arriving soon. As soon as he leaves the office, the butler calls the maid and asks her to take Mateo to his room. A polite maid greets the protagonist and asks him to follow her. Immediately after this, Shenfugi scolds the Baron for leaving his guard mode. The Baron notes that people like Mateo even tried to control Steelbone, meaning they have no authority. He also notes that this person is very different from the profile he saw before. And at first, he could not even believe what was happening. He decides that this man is still his son, since he does not feel any alienation in him. Shenfugi wonders with interest if the Baron wants to make Mateo his heir. The Baron states that this is logical since Wang Jijin is still a child, and other candidates would be simply ridiculous. Shenfugi and the Baron exchange a few words about how difficult it is to resolve family matters. Meanwhile, we are transported to Mateo's bedroom, where he is lying down and thinking about something. Mateo remembers that in his past life, he foolishly got involved in a title defense battle and was not a good son. The last attempt ends very sadly, as the Baron fights for 2 years, but then dies and everything goes to waste. The next day he comes to the Baron again for an audience, and he is given a method for improving the technique of body purification. Having received assurance that all other matters do not require his presence, Mateo leaves. The moment of truth is finally coming. Now he can begin his own evolution and rise up. Walking through the corridors, he prepares to train his body and increase his life expectancy. He is met by a teacher named Lin Hui, who will teach him body improvement techniques. Lin Hui begins with a short greeting and a short historical background regarding the creation of this technique. Mateo reflects on the heights he can reach and hopes that he can surpass his past self. Lin Hui admits that the technique of body cultivation gives extraordinary effects and cannot be neglected. He explains that once a person reaches the premium stage, they can gain a special ability that suits their body type. The possibilities that a person receives when he reaches this peak are beyond imagination. Mateo opens the manuscripts and realizes that mastering this technique will not be an easy task. Sitting down on his knees and going into meditation, he reflects on the fact that he needs to take Stargrass to speed up. Lin Hui begins to teach him the first exercise, which requires turning his hands in a given direction. The next stage is more serious training, which must be endured no matter what. It is reported that if a person cannot endure pain, then he clearly has no place in this kingdom, which accepts only the strongest. Thanks to his past life experience, Mateo adapts very easily and endures this challenging training. He feels the energy of the stars, directs it into his body and dulls the pain, which greatly surprises the teacher. Lin Hui praises him for his excellent work and suggests that he continue in the same spirit. He is advised to eat at 4 o'clock in order to monitor his diet and not overload himself with unnecessary stress. Mateo promises to come on time and continue teaching this amazing technique that can change the world. This technique is really amazing. but it takes a lot of time to get used to it. In the evening, Lin Hui gives his student additional praise and recommends that he get plenty of rest before the next lesson. Mateo is asked to keep his progress a secret, and the teacher understands this, nodding and adding that the only exception will be the Baron. Mateo has been improving for 3 days now and is achieving amazing results, but he thinks it is too early to stop. It is time to take part in the Baron's family dinner, which is attended by his 2 daughters and 1 son. Mateo bows respectfully and states that it is a great honor for him. The Baron's wife, Manhwa, arrives from one of the 2 inhabited planets in Blackstone territory. Baron Blackstone introduces his older brother to his younger children. The older sister's name is Wang Guang, and she turns out to be a very shy book lover. The middle sister is named Wang Guangbei, and she is much more talkative and confident than the eldest sister. Finally, it's time to introduce Wang Jijin, who is the younger brother and the youngest member of the family. Mateo greets them politely, and finally the family banquet begins. The Baron watches the first communication of his separated offspring, and it brings him joy. Manhwa watches the hero with interest, becoming more and more impressed with each passing second. Mateo assumes that the Baron probably knows who he is, because before calling him to the mansion, he had to check everything. After a while, it's time to go to another body-strengthening session. This time, Mateo is accompanied by his relatives, who arrive on time. Lin Hui announces that from now on, every morning they will practice the body improvement technique. During training, Wang Guang looks rather mediocre, since he doesn't really like sports. Mateo understands that this has slowed her progress, especially when combined with her lack of talent. Wang Guangbei, on the other hand, shows incredible talent despite her young age, and is able to perform 26 exercises. Wang Guangbei also does not suffer from excessive modesty, and believes that she did an excellent job with the task. However, she will soon have to face something that she will not be able to come to terms with for a long time. Mateo already has the skill to fully refine, since this is not his first life. As soon as he completes his spiritual practice, Wang Guangbei invites him to a friendly competition. Mateo realizes that this may not end well and tries to tactfully refuse, knowing that he will be in trouble. Wang Guangbei takes offense, turns away, and hopes that in the future, he will be able to make up for lost time and raise his self-esteem. After this, he asks her not to tell anyone about his progress. The young members of the Baron's family unanimously assure him that they will not let him down. Lin Hui announces that training is over for today and suggests that everyone go and rest and recuperate. At dinner, the young members of the Baron's family ask Mateo to tell them something about his adventures. That same evening, he decides to contact Sima Junda and thanks him for his work, realizing that he is not sitting idle. As he gets dressed, he notes that he needs to go outside, although he doesn't want to. After some time, Shenfugi tries to teach him etiquette to suit his new status. In conversation, he asks his wife what she thinks about the recently announced heir. The woman replies that her opinion does not matter, since everything depends on defense. The smiling Baron says that, despite all the circumstances, Mateo is ideally suited for the title. He also reminds his wife that Mateo grew up in an orphanage and did not receive any parental support. Manhwa agrees that Mateo is great, but adds that her children are no worse. The Baron notes that if someone from Manhwa's family or his original family were to be born, it might have a bad effect on the castle. He also adds that he does not care about his original family and other claimants to the throne, who seem disgusting to him. He notes that Manhwa's father may not have the best intentions towards their kingdom. Manhwa says that Mateo is still young, and it will be difficult for him to hold this title alone. The Baron laughs at his wife and reports that Mateo is already trying to win Steelbone over to his side. Manhwa is skeptical about this success, saying that it only happened because Chen Shu flattered him with his presence. The Baron objects, claiming that Chen Shu has been his subordinate and partner for many years, so he is not capable of such a thing. From his point of view, everything that is happening perfectly demonstrates Mateo's abilities, and he considers him an excellent candidate. The Baron also says that the rumors being spread about his son only make him more determined. He believes that, given all the circumstances and foresight, Mateo is the ideal candidate. Manhwa says that news of Mateo's appearance has already spread among all the contenders for the throne. Meanwhile, Shenfugi listens to Mateo's proposals, which surprise him. He notes that Mateo's desire to get back into mining comes as a surprise to him. Mateo explains that this is his first time here, and the changes in the environment are putting a lot of pressure on him. Shenfugi accepts this argument and says that he will convey the Baron's request. The Baron, in his healing capsule, orders all of Mateo's demands to be met. Along the way, he reflects on the fact that Mateo may have lied to him during their last conversation. Lin Hui is sent with him as an escort, as he is a great warrior. Mateo apologizes to the master and says that he needs to sort out some things, so he is taking 2 days off. Lin Hui informs him that traffic control is being carried out in the city for safety purposes. Soon, Mateo finds himself at Chen Shu's villa to discuss several issues with him. Chen Shu introduces him to his son, who was trained as an Orthodox knight and achieved great success. Mateo remembers the dark future of this family in his past life and decides to prevent it, no matter what it takes. Mateo asks Chen Zed to be his armed escort, and he replies that he will do everything in the best possible way. Without thinking twice, they board the ship and head out into outer space. Chen Shu and Lin Hui say that they will leave them alone so that they can sort out all their issues. Sima Junda says that over the past few days, many people have shown interest in purchasing portable modules, body armor, and exoskeletons. Mateo asks Steelbone to take care of the logistics and supplies, as he will arrange everything. Sima Junda is pleased with this news, saying that they have an independent station and a large number of soldiers. Sima Junda also states that the original Baron family holds the title of Count, and that the current lord is his great-uncle. Thus, the two candidates who arrived by fleet are direct descendants of the original family. Mateo tries to find out his comrades' opinions regarding the current situation and the new pretender to the throne named Wang Jinli. Sima Junda states that, according to the information gathered, the defense is sufficient for now, and the world is controlled by Blackstone. Steelbone also says that these guys are not serious opponents for Mateo and his team. Mateo firmly states that they do indeed have sufficient advantage to defend this land. Mateo also admits that he is not sure when he will take possession of the title, which means he needs to act quickly and without violence. He also says that he should pay attention to Wang Juju and An Jinling, who are famous for their cunning. Sima Junda says that this will not be difficult to do, since their fleet now has the status of a guards fleet. Sima Junda also states that most of the Steelbone's property was taken, but they still have a means of subsistence. Sima Junda also states that some of his family members are moving to Blackstone, but he doesn't want anyone to know about them. Mateo is confident that this is unlikely to be a problem for him in his current situation. Mateo also says that Qing Wanli can help with this issue and settle everything properly. Compared to the mining area, there are far fewer resources here, and you have to dig deeper. Mateo finally gains his freedom and realizes that he must now hurry. Rushing to his ship, he immediately decides to enter the battlefield in another universe. Having torn apart the fabric of reality, he suddenly finds himself near a giant structure. This structure is a microparticle servicing robot and is of great value. Mateo immediately orders the main cannon to be loaded and aimed at the enemy ship. Almost immediately, he decides to open fire and makes a huge hole in this Death Star. The result is not long in coming, and the giant structure partially fails. Mateo fires another volley, this time piercing the giant robot. Mateo scores a few points, but the biggest surprise is the portable module that he manages to capture. He also decides to open the boxes he received from the recent ambush, and discovers stargrass in them. After opening most of the boxes, he finds low-level energy crystals that may also be useful. However, the most valuable item turns out to be a powerful, high-level shining crystal. Legendary crystals are extremely rare, and this becomes a reason for a real celebration. Currently, its auxiliary systems perform two functions, and this module will come in very handy. Mateo has just been given an amazing opportunity to pilot the ship and realizes that he has an important choice to make. Luckily, Tiger's merchant fleet has been destroyed, so he doesn't have to worry about anyone looking for him. He also finds a titanium crystal, one of the most valuable resources monopolized by the aristocrats. Mateo knows that once news of the presence of such crystals in the region spreads, it will end badly for Blackstone. If it weren't for the fact that Zone 13 is located deep in a mining area, no one would dare to venture there. Unfortunately, he can't defend Blackstone right now because he's not strong enough yet, which means he needs to get stronger. However, news of the crystal's location remains confidential for now, and Mateo can breathe a sigh of relief. Without thinking twice, he decides to activate the remote control to perform a few maneuvers. He asks to remove the brainwave manipulation system and add a robot to service the microparticles. Time waits for no one, so he needs to get stronger as quickly as possible if Mateo wants to change anything. After this, he immediately begins to improve his body using purification techniques. By concentrating on meditation, he achieves unprecedented success in the run-up to becoming the heir and receiving the title. After 15 hours of practice, he gets a good result, which costs him a fabulous 220 points. After returning from another universe, the system requires several hours of buffering before it can be started again. At the next audience with the Baron, he is informed that in a month and a half, on October 2nd, a dinner party will be held. Mateo recommends that the Baron rest, noting that broad-spectrum antibiotics can cure the bacterial infection. The Baron asks him not to worry, and says that he is not that weak. but recommends that he mind his own business. Mateo confidently declares that he will not let the Baron down, and promises to do whatever is required. Returning to the training hall, he is met by his younger sisters and brothers, who complain that he did not take them with him. Mateo brings them small gifts and already shows them beautiful crystals. As he activates the remote control, his ship is sent to the Phoenix Galaxy. He needs to connect his drone to the Spark network to gain access to the advanced communication system. After some time, it heads to the specified coordinates and arrives in the Phoenix Galaxy in 8 days. This place is considered the best trading platform between different civilizations of the entire northern sector. High Commissioner of the Business Department named Susan Phoenix welcomes all arrivals to the galaxy. Mateo reports that he has come here for the purpose of trading and supplying supplies through the local port. Although Mateo is not physically present on the ship, technology makes him feel as if he is sitting there in a chair. He is informed that a payment is required to connect to the Spark network, which he makes without any problems. Mateo registers a new account, posing as a drone to avoid attracting unnecessary attention. Sima Junda shares fresh information that he believes members of the original family are up to something. Mateo remembers that in his past life, these members caused trouble in Blackstone and escaped. It also becomes known that Wang Jinling is trying to give Wang Guangnan a fire fruit that can enhance a person's energy. Mateo comes to the conclusion that these people are receiving support from someone in Blackstone and have completed preliminary preparations. After some thought, he realizes that it is time to act and take advantage of what he has saved. After some time, he finally sells the gravitational collapse generator for 30,000 coins. While he is delighted with the speed of transactions in this place, he notices the cost of the fire fruit. In her previous life, Wang Guangnan trained hard but reached a low level. But now he can buy her the resources she needs. Mateo looks through possible items to buy and realizes that he has a chance to get something really valuable. After making purchases, he receives a notification that the goods have been delivered. Since he connects to the Spark network with a new account, the subscription cost is reduced. Suddenly, he finds a flower called the Light Lotus, which he believes can help cure the Baron. Mateo contacts the seller and decides to purchase several copies at once to ensure success. However, when buying in bulk, he realizes that the offer is not very profitable, but he cannot change the situation. He reminds the merchant that he is not the only seller, and that an alternative can always be found. However, he soon finds something really interesting. He is offered a contract to capture Zhong Shengshu, who has been declared a traitor, dead or alive. Mateo continues to test the speculator's patience, and he eventually gives in. Thus, the hero acquires 8 lotuses, which should be enough to heal the Baron. He receives a notification that in 71 hours the prices on the market will be adjusted. Returning to Blackstone the next morning, he decides to train with his relatives. Mateo notes that his past life did not have such a happy atmosphere, and is happy about the changes. Shenfugui reports on the progress of his etiquette training, noting that Mateo is doing very well in his studies. The Baron shares that he has been in a life support capsule for several years now, and is beginning to despise himself. Shenfugui claims that no one would dare to look down on the Baron if he was afraid of this. He also reports that among the 8 knights, key figures support Mateo even without direct orders. Shenfugui also shares information about the balance of power among other contenders for the throne. Baron believes that the current balance of power lacks self-regulation, and the struggle is becoming increasingly fierce. Together they come to the conclusion that it is necessary to declare Mateo the heir and make his identity public. Shenfugui asks the Baron if he informed Mateo about what will happen at the upcoming banquet. The Baron says that if Mateo wants to become a leader, he needs to remain calm in the face of chaos and threats. In his opinion, if Mateo passes this test, nothing else will be able to crush him on this difficult path. The Baron admits that he will probably not live to see this moment, and asks Shenfugui to take care of his family after his death. Mateo recalls that in his previous life, his position as heir only became official after 2 years, but now everything is different. In the form of a hologram, he moves to his ship and monitors changes in the trades. After some time, he deliberately raises the price above what is necessary to ensure victory at the auction. The system notifies him that all purchased goods will be delivered within 7 days. Meanwhile, in the galaxy, Sima Junda reports that Wang Juju and Wang Jinling continue their scheming. In the estate itself, life goes on as usual, and the maids continue to work with incredible diligence. Before the banquet begins, Mateo's relatives ask him if he is not nervous at all, but he laughs it off. Finally, the grand evening arrives, when guests from all over the universe gather at the estate. After some time, the Baron comes out into the main hall, accompanied by his wife and relatives. He greets everyone present, emphasizing that this is a great honor for him. Wang Juju and Wang Jinling watch their rival closely, recalling his past. Their uncle orders them to be silent, explaining that the Baron has supreme power and will not tolerate such words. Meanwhile, the Baron announces that his heir and eldest son will be Matteo, who will take the title of Baron Blackstone after him. No one expects such a sudden turn of events, and everyone freezes from indescribable shock. Matteo is also surprised that the Baron decides to voice his decision right now. Wang Juju and Wang Jinling frown deeply as Matteo's identity as the heir will be carved in stone. He quickly gives the order to one of his comrades, who begins to try to convince the Baron. Matteo recognizes these people and remembers that their names are Eugene and Zhu Lang, who have their own interests in this fight. The Baron glares at his subordinates, giving them a look full of indignation and disappointment. Chen Shu and Lin Hui defend the Baron's point of view, arguing that his choice is not up for debate. Wang Jinling launches into a long democratic tirade, admitting that he has become disillusioned with men. He points out that it is not proper for knights to accept ordinary people as leaders. Suddenly he is interrupted by a woman who claims that on the way back, Matteo achieves glorious victories over criminals. She wonders what is the true measure of courage, if not actions like these. Matteo recognizes the woman as his etiquette teacher, Mrs. Taylor, and is pleased with her support. Wang Juju and Wang Jinling are surprised that their new competitor is so popular. Matteo decides to intervene and asks how exactly he should address them. He also states that while he doesn't have much experience with etiquette classes, he understands that they don't have a title, and therefore, they are equal. Chen Shu chuckles and notes that they are all from a count's family, but they do not receive any titles during their lifetime. Matteo says Blackstone has a reputation for self-made courage, and will continue that tradition. He makes it clear that these lands, and he himself, do not need anyone's recognition in order to act. The elder who appears agrees with this, and claims that Blackstone truly deserves its reputation as a brave place. He also adds that if the two welcome guests from the capital want to see this, then Matteo must demonstrate it. Shi Fenghua immediately says that her father never warns her about such antics. Matteo recognizes the man as Shi Xiaodong, who is the Baroness's father and wants to gain control. Wang Juju and Wang Jinling agree to this proposal and declare that they demand a duel. Matteo realizes that in this case it is necessary to fight one-on-one, and the one who loses the ship's energy shield first loses. Wang Guangnan, Wang Guangbei and Wang Jijin side with their brother, insulting Wang Juju and Wang Jinling. Matteo states that he has only been here for half a month and is just beginning to practice the purification technique, without even acquiring armor. Wang Jinling and Wang Juju praise his insight, but claim that it won't work on them. Matteo claims that he has the title because he is the heir to Blackstone, unlike them. Chen Shu continues to laugh and says that Wang Juju and Wang Jinling call themselves nobles but do not have any titles. Wang Juju promises to take revenge on Matteo, claiming that he will show him the gap between him and the commoners. Matteo reminds him that dignity, self-control and behavior appropriate to one's status are the right of true members of noble families. Wang Juju claims that they can even the odds by using exoskeletons of different ranks. Matteo realizes that this is not enough, and adds that he is not stupid enough to agree to this. Suddenly, Gufeng intervenes in the argument, offering to fight him first before attacking the heir. Matteo is surprised that this man decides to speak on his behalf, and is glad that he is on his side. Shi Xiaodong gently insults Matteo by pointing out that he has lived among commoners for 20 years, and volunteers to witness the battle. Wang Jinling agrees with this proposal and fully approves of Shi Xiaodong's decision. Matteo promises that he will not disappoint those who challenge him in hopes of testing him in a duel. Shi Xiaodong argues that the conditions proposed by Wang Juju are generally in line with the concept of justice. Matteo also says that he will accept the challenge if Wang Jinling swears to be Blackstone's vassal. Wang Jinling agrees to these terms and states that he accepts the challenge as proposed. Once the moment of the duel arrives, Shi Xiaodong appears as a witness and officially opens the duel. Wang Jinling suggests starting the battle immediately so as not to delay things. Matteo responds by regretting that he won't be able to enjoy the gourmet food right now. After the battle location is announced, his younger brothers and sisters call him to them. Matteo tells them that when he defeats his opponent, he will bring them some coal fruits. Amidst loud cries of support from his relatives, he heads to Steelbone's ship. The Baron watches what is happening and hopes that his heir will be able to cope with the difficulties. Shi Xiaodong says the exoskeletons for both participants will be new and unopened. Matteo turns to his comrades and says that he will need their help in the current situation. After this, he turns to Wang Jinling and the duel officially begins. The artificial gravity is turned off, and Wang Jinling wonders if this is Matteo's trump card. Rushing forward, he claims that this is absurd, because his combat training is systematic and professional. In fact, a crushing defeat awaits him, since the main character turns out to be much stronger. Wang Jinling can swing his arms from side to side as much as he wants in the hopes of hitting his opponent, but it all ends up being useless. Mateo continues to fight with determination and demonstrates a real masterclass in martial arts. Lin Hui watches his disciple perform in battle and cannot help but express his approval. Mateo looks really cool in the armor, which perfectly matches his movements. Wang Jinling assumed that if he could block the attack, it would at least give him some advantage, but his calculations were wrong. Mateo instantly finds himself behind his opponent and prepares to deliver a crushing blow. One blow is enough to punish the aristocrat and put him in his place. Wang Jinling, of course, loses consciousness and remains in this state for some time. The highest level of mastery of high-quality striking technique has just been demonstrated. Mateo asks Shi Xiaodong if it's time to announce the results of this desperate duel. Wang Juju claims that there is something wrong with Mateo's armor and desperately tries to express his outrage. But it is all in vain. Mateo continues to beat the unconscious Wang Jinling, much to the horror of his comrades. He justifies his actions by the fact that the results of the duel have not yet been announced, which means the battle continues. Wang Juju and Shi Xiaodong quickly give up, raise their hands and acknowledge Mateo as the winner. Sima Junda addresses the ship's staff and orders them to carry the fallen enemy away. Wang Juju wonders what this all means, and Mateo announces that he is taking him prisoner under the laws of dueling. Shi Xiaodong asks for Wang Jinling to receive medical attention, but Mateo states that he will be fine. Looking at Wang Juju, he sternly asks if he would like to join his brother. Wang Juju loses his temper and claims that he has been insulted, then challenges him to a holy duel on the warships. Shi Xiaodong accepts the challenge and officially announces the start of this duel. Mateo states that they were in a hurry to do this because he does not have his own warship. Wang Juju replies that if he does not have a ship, he can choose any of the available ones. Sima Junda stands up for Mateo and states that aristocrats always get their way by dishonest means. Wang Juju says that if Mateo is not confident in himself, he can refuse. But he says that he has two conditions. Mateo states that he will accept the challenge if they fight on the ships alone. Wang Juju remains confident, as he knows his ships well, and agrees. Mateo advises him to think carefully before agreeing to this duel. The fleet commander, who is watching what is happening, says that he gives his word that everything will be done fairly. Mateo says that he will trust him, remembering his past achievements. Shi Xiaodong specifies the time and place of the duel, noting that it must take place within 3 days. Mateo understands that this old man must be dealt with right now, despite the fact that in his past life, he was more calculating. Wang Juju chooses an interstellar route around Planet Black, as he believes that Mateo will not be able to use tricks there. Mateo states that he does not want to waste much time and chooses the Steelbone as his ship. The duel begins immediately, and Mateo immediately rushes to attack his opponent. The Baron, watching this, admires the piloting skill, realizing that this maneuver is difficult to perform. Mateo's younger siblings continue to support their older brother no matter what. Both duelists activate energy shields, thus beginning a brutal duel. The radar comes into action, and now the most interesting test for the main character begins. Mateo quickly takes aim at the enemy ship and moves on. Despite his injuries, he remains able to control an entire warship. The enemy ship comes into the sights of the main gun, and Mateo immediately opens fire. Chen Shu speaks highly of his student, realizing that he is behaving very unusually for someone who has not previously participated in battles. Lin Hui says he has never received any information about Mateo being able to confidently control cosmic energy. Meanwhile, Chen Shu reports that Wang Jinling is currently under the control of the former Steelbone commander, Zhou Tai. Wang Juju controls his ship rather poorly, and takes a powerful projectile right into his energy shields. A powerful flash erupts, but it is not enough to win. Mateo's siblings are starting to get nervous, but they remain optimistic about his victory. Mateo receives information that his shield strength has dropped to 90% and analyzes the enemy's rate of fire. Without thinking twice, he orders the release of Mi particles and the activation of the automatic evasion mode. A huge number of projectiles fly towards him, but Mateo easily dodges them. Wang Juju does not expect such maneuverability from his opponent and shouts that something is clearly wrong here. Mateo takes careful aim and begins to fire powerful energy blasts towards his opponent, but he dodges. He smirks and states that it was a pinpoint attack that only took down 4% of his shields. After this, he immediately gives the command to move forward in order to reduce the distance and increase the chance of hitting. Suddenly, his shield's durability is reduced to a crushing 39%, and Mateo decides to put an end to this farce. A powerful explosion is heard, causing devastating damage to the space shield. The durability of Wang Juju's spaceship drops to 0, causing him to be declared the loser. Wang Juju can't believe what's happening and only wonders how this could have happened. Mateo's main support group rejoices, happy that their favorite wins another unconditional and confident victory. Even the Baron is surprised by what he sees and briefly becomes immersed in his own thoughts. Mateo and his comrades have the expression of true winners on their faces and greet their success with victorious cries. Chenshu happily notes that these guys left the banquet to greet Mateo. Wang Jijin, Wang Guangnan, and Wang Guangbei praise him for his excellent work, and he apologizes for making them worry. After that, he asks Shi Xiaodong if it is time to begin the final procedure of formalizing the duel. He suddenly turns to Zhu Leng, causing him to assume that he is about to be punished right now. However, instead he states that he would like to appoint him as commander of one of the ships. Mateo believes that he currently does not have a suitable warship at his disposal, so this needs to be rectified urgently. Lin Hui asks Chenshu if he agrees with this, to which he replies that he has thought about the proposal well. Zhu Lang takes a solemn oath of allegiance, thus cementing his defection to Mateo's side. Mateo acknowledges his loyalty, shares his glory, and places the ship at his disposal. Finally, he asks Chenshu's son to accompany Wang Juju to transfer the captain's authority over his ship. Chenshu thanks him for his incredible loyalty. Mateo asks Chenshu's son if he is ready to become the commander of the ship Saber. Chenshu's son takes a solemn oath to dedicate his life to service, and Mateo accepts it. The time has come to turn to your comrades and give the necessary recommendations and orders. Mateo realizes that he has achieved a lot in just 2 months, but he believes that it is too early to stop. Now he decides to take a short break and finally continue the banquet, which was interrupted by the duel. Eugene tries to stop Mateo to discuss an important matter with him. Suddenly, Captain Steelbone appears next to him, which fills Eugene with real horror. Eugene realizes that if he were to confront the man face to face, he would probably be killed, and concludes that it might be time to retire. Meanwhile, Mateo continues to participate in the auction, choosing suitable artifacts for himself. Wang Guangnan asks him what he is going to give her, and Mateo tells her that she will find out soon enough. After seeing the flaming fruit, she says she could never have imagined anything like it. Mateo asks her if she likes things like that, to which she replies that they are too expensive gifts. At an audience with the Baron, he learns that several days ago the relevant materials were submitted to Parliament, and now he must go there. Mateo says he will take the ship Saber with him, as he believes it is better to remain modest. The Baron tells him that he himself has never been to the capital, and knows that there are a huge number of Iskra ships there. He recommends that Mateo act more pompously, since the goal requires it, and he agrees. Mateo realizes that he will have to play stupid games with the aristocrats, and begins to plan everything carefully. In a conversation with Sima Junda, he asks to conduct an inspection of the materials needed to grow fruits. Mateo recalls that his ship buys more than 10 materials needed to grow pure fruit. These fruits, in turn, are needed to increase potential and help the Baron cope with the disease. Activating the radar system on his ship, he quickly finds himself facing a new challenge in another universe. He finds himself on a mysterious planet located in the north, with a huge number of intelligent beings. After analyzing the situation, he realizes that the air on the planet is heavily polluted and decides to resort to lethal shelling. He targets all native inhabitants to ensure the most effective destruction. The optical computer calculates the routes of all targets and fires multiple shots, destroying all living things. This is followed by 2.5 hours of training to strengthen the body's recovery techniques. Having dealt with the most important matters, he notices 2 bright red signals that need to be investigated. Taking a closer look, he discovers the entrance to the main shelter and decides to load the main weapon. A powerful explosion destroys the ground in front of him with incredible ease, leaving no one a chance to survive. After the outbreak, all that remains are mountains of charred corpses, slowly smoldering on the surface. Mateo understands that everything will go much easier now, and continues to shell the civilian population. Another explosion takes countless lives, but at the same time paves the way to something very interesting. The system reports that a medical capsule has been detected, and Mateo immediately directs the ship forward. As a reward for destroying the civilization, he receives an additional purple-class module. Mateo reflects on the fact that he can finally cure the Baron's illness, and begins to come up with a legend about how he found the capsule. To make it look convincing, he plans to put on 2 spacesuits and stay in place for a day. Heading to the planet, he carefully evacuates the life support capsule, trying not to touch the debris. Mateo orders all airlocks and isolation doors inside his ship to be closed. Having completed everything necessary, the ship begins to drift in space, heading along a predetermined route. There are only 4.5 minutes left, and it's time to return to the original universe. Even though the mining ship is in the same bay as the module, it must leave the ship immediately upon returning. A few moments later, he finds himself in the original post-asteroid universe. Mateo exhales tensely, preparing himself for the next challenge. He contacts his friend and tells him that he wants to mine some more minerals. Smiling, he realizes that everything is done, and now all that remains is to wait 24 hours. The ship's system informs him that the biochemical capsule has been successfully loaded and initiates the cleansing procedure. Mateo does a few extra checks to make sure he actually got something of value. Upon returning home, he receives information that he is now becoming Captain Blackstone's second-in-command. The Baron introduces him to Su Jung, who is Blackstone's adjutant. The family sees him off on his journey to the capital, hoping that he will return safe and sound. There is no point in them worrying, since the main character will soon return with new stories. On the ship, Su Jung informs him that all ships are ready, and Mateo orders them to begin moving and form a circular formation. Su Jung immediately relays this information to all other ships so that they carry out the leader's order. It doesn't take more than a few minutes for all the ships to form a spherical formation, protecting the flagship. 3 days later, Chen Shu tells the protagonist that there is only one more distant star portal left to pass through in the northern lands. Mateo asks what Blackstone's main sources of income are, and is told that the income is mostly based on orders. Mateo realizes that Chen Shu's annual income is 200 original coins, meaning the fleet is very expensive. After some time, Su Jung reports that their fleet has bypassed Highland and entered the airspace of the square. Interstellar navigation turns out to be a rather boring task, since absolutely nothing happens for many days. Suddenly they discover a large ship, which turns out to be a cruise liner, open for inspection. Mateo flies closer with interest to climb onto the liner and wander around it. He is immediately met by a tour guide who delivers a profound quote. The tour guide of the ship Twilight reports that this liner follows a circular route, starting from the capital and ending at the edge of the galaxy. Quite quickly, he shows Mateo the restaurant on board, which has a 3-star rating from the Bhutan Kingdom Gourmet Association. Chen Shu asks Mateo if he likes the place and receives an approving answer. After a while, they return to the ship, and Mateo notes that it was a very good and educational day. However, troubles do not sleep. Another obstacle appears on the main character's path that must be overcome. He receives a notification that fast-moving objects are approaching the area. Mateo receives this notification first, as he sends his ship ahead to scout ahead. These ships belong to criminals who fire at the flagship, calling the aristocrats dust under their feet. Mateo orders all ships to immediately change course to the given coordinates. Chen Shu wonders if there is something unusual happening on the route. Mateo says he has a bad feeling and needs to get off this galaxy's route immediately. The situation escalates as Mateo is unable to evacuate the other fleets using his intuition alone. At this time, the action moves to the ship Fury of King Kong, on the way of which a cruise liner appears. The captain of a ship carrying a fugitive bandit cannot change course because it will disrupt their plans. They contact the command center of the flagship of the next fleet and order it to contact the cruise liner, demanding a change of course. Meanwhile, the radar crew on the cruise ship Twilight is at a loss as to who the rednecks trying to contact them are. The dispatcher is inundated with numerous calls, and according to regulations, he is obliged to report this to the captain. The escort fleet forms an emergency defensive formation around the cruise ship to avoid any potential problems. The captain demands that the radar operator explain why a warning was not issued earlier. The controller states that the inspection radar is unable to locate the enemy in question. Other crew members claim that Twilight is protected by an interstellar group of cruisers, and there is nothing to worry about. The captain insists otherwise, stating that there is reason to worry, as a battle between the Federation and its enemies is approaching. Doing a quick calculation, he realizes that 9 ships will be involved in the battle, including battleships and 8 cruisers. Meanwhile, the situation is rapidly escalating, and a huge number of bandits continue to pursue Mateo's ship. The commanders of King Kong's Fury Control Center order their comrades to remain calm. An escaped prisoner speaks favorably of King Kong's Fury, and states that he has heard much about its fame. The team receives a message that the enemy's energy weapons will be recharged, which causes everyone to be very surprised. The situation is rapidly evolving as another mini wormhole suddenly appears. Now reinforcements are also arriving at the scene of the battle in order to turn the tide of the situation. King Kong's Fury tries to contact the liner to force it to leave. The captain orders the order to be carried out, declaring that he takes responsibility for all actions. Smiling, he declares that the interests of the aristocratic families are above all else for him, and traitors must be destroyed. Under his command, the fleet opens fire on the enemy, but he easily dodges all the shots. The ship's commander cannot believe that the enemy has such evasive methods. He calls in artillery support from his comrades, causing waves of lasers to rain down. Mateo asks his comrades to hold on as tight as they can as they are almost there. After some time, a powerful explosion occurs, and the captain of the ship Twilight looks at it in surprise. Seeing the damaged Twilight, the ship's crew realizes that the mission is a failure and decides to leave the place immediately. Su-young expresses surprise at how powerful the bark battleship's main weapon is. Mateo orders emergency messages to be sent, and a rescue operation to begin immediately. He also realizes that he must direct his ship to collect materials from the destroyed vessel. Little by little, they evacuate the necessary resources, as well as rescue capsules. Mateo finds a supernova gold-class blaster cannon that can be sold for a profit. The cruiser group's rescue fleet arrives fairly quickly to stabilize the situation. The interstellar cruiser group thanks Mateo for his help and gives him a special web map. After completing all operations, they reach the long-awaited portal, which sends them to the capital. Mateo reports that they have been on the road for quite some time, and he wants to take a look around over the next 6 days. Upon reaching his main cabin, he immediately asks the ship to replace the cannon with a new gold-class weapon. In addition, he continues training in body improvement techniques. This time he achieves a small breakthrough, resulting in his physical condition improving significantly. Mateo realizes that thanks to the experience he gained in his past life, he is reaching incredible heights during these days of practice. He quickly dresses and rushes back to his ship to go through the Stargate. The escort ships slowly approach the giant funnel that will direct them to the right place. It only takes a few seconds for them to find themselves on the other side, where Mateo is presented with the premium card he had previously earned. Chen Shu shows him the capital, which they arrive at after long wanderings. Soon enough, he is met by a beautiful girl named Lin Shunxing, who informs him that she has received a title. Mateo decides to follow her to complete all the necessary procedures. It turns out that bureaucracy in the capital is almost absent, and everything is processed quite quickly. Now Mateo receives permission to link himself to the ship Spark. Lin Shunxing asks if he has any other requests, hinting that he is a VIP guest and can ask any question. Mateo thanks her for her help, saying that he definitely couldn't have done it without her. After some time, he decides to order a ship from the Circle, and is told the date on which he must appear to purchase it. Now Mateo must find a way to hide his identity in order to get a new ship. Suddenly he receives offers to sell his Lotus of Light at a favorable price. Mateo looks closely at the proposed price and is surprised at how high it goes. Everything goes according to plan as information about the miracle cure leaks online, and he now makes a fortune. Smiling, he thinks it's time to go shopping. He spends quite a long time choosing various ships that could be purchased, but does not find anything worthy. Unfortunately, there are quite a lot of speculators here, so finding a good ship turns out to be difficult. However, he has a brilliant plan, which unfortunately, he completely forgets about until this moment. To solve the problem, he purchases an invitation letter to the auction of advanced modules for the Iskra ships. Having carefully studied everything, he understands that there is very little time left before the start of the auction. Taking a look at one of the fine examples of immortal silver armor, he realizes that it could be useful. The price of the module is growing rapidly, but nothing will stop it when it comes to quality artifacts. After some trading, he manages to buy the module for 66,000 original coins, which is a colossal amount. After this, he spends a long time buying various artifacts and finally calms down. The goods he just purchased are delivered to him quite quickly, which makes him very happy. Time is running out, and Mateo decides it's time to step onto the battlefield in another universe and show what he can do. Unfortunately, this time the catch turns out to be rather modest, as he only manages to destroy the research fleet. He also acquires several invisibility suits made from a special material that can hide the wearer's identity. Looking at the ship, he understands that if this trip goes smoothly, his fate will be sealed. The first thing he does is head to the ship that has been sent to take him up. He is met by a servant named Susie, who is a representative of the appointed royal shipyard. The girl reacts quite calmly, despite the fact that Mateo is dressed in some strange costume. She informs him about the history of the construction of the royal shipyard, and other interesting facts. Mateo suddenly reaches out his hand to gently touch Susie and pass something to her. Susie bows quickly, and announces that she needs to retire to the restroom. Looking at the tablet that is handed to her, she discovers that 3 million orums have been transferred to her account. Once she returns, Mateo asks if there is anything he needs to pay attention to during the process. Susie understands that for such an incredible amount of money that she receives, she is obliged to work everything to the maximum. Susie tells him about the standard auction procedure and shows him the possible ships for sale. She asks him to make sure that their engineers comply with the appropriate visitor privacy rules. Mateo asks her how many destroyers are available to contact the Iskra ship, to which she replies that there are over 200 available. Mateo wonders if it is possible to see all the ships in the shipyard that can be linked to Spark. He notes that, according to the rules, each client is given only one opportunity to change the exhibition dock. Mateo claims that he does not need to inspect the ships thoroughly, explaining that he only wants to see their silhouette clearly. Susie states that this is extremely easy to arrange and quite quickly informs him that everything is ready. The excursion continues for quite a long time, but Mateo still does not find a suitable ship. Mateo says there is still time and thinks it is time to go to the giant dock. Susie says they can't go there. Mateo asks her to trust him, hinting that he can double the reward. Susie says that her friend is responsible for the entrance and exit to this very dock. Susie quickly resolves all issues and informs them that they can now get to the right place. After some time, he finds exactly the spaceship that suits his taste. He tells Susie that he chooses the ship that is to his left. Some time passes and the show destroyer he chose arrives at the required location. Mateo hands the card to the employee and demands that he begin completing the necessary procedures. He also states that he would like to receive this ship as soon as possible, if possible. The thing is, this ship is an incredible diamond with amazing growth potential. Mateo waits for the ship's special spark to arrive so he can begin the process of linking to the ship. The employee shows him his ship's spark, stating that he can enter the chosen warship and open the container inside. Susie reports that the process usually takes about 10 to 15 minutes. Mateo enters the ship, sits in the captain's chair, and prepares to open the spark. Before he gets to grips with these things, however, he turns to his first ship. Using a hologram, he orders all important parts to be removed and a self-destruct procedure to be initiated. The self-destruct sequence is initiated, and the giant ship prepares to melt in mid-air. Mateo realizes that he cannot captain more than one battleship, and he is forced to abandon this worthless ship. Finally, he says goodbye to the giant ship that has carried him through the vastness of space for a long time. Right now, thanks to the incredible level of development of body-hardening techniques, the success rate is 100%. Without thinking twice, he injects himself with a special substance to make the process go even faster. Immediately after this, he opens the capsule and his face is illuminated by the bright light inside. Along with this comes incredible pain, as the procedure of binding to the ship turns out to be quite painful. The ship's system asks him if he is ready to take the oath of the pilot of the ship Spark. Mateo repeats each postulate that must be uttered with incredible confidence in order to pass the test. Ship Spark successfully contacts and the system notifies him that he has received ownership of the ship. Mateo spends one high-level energy crystal to select stats. He is also asked to choose one key perk for the ship, and the choice here turns out to be quite obvious. Mateo confidently states that he chooses the perk that doubles the number of additional module slots. He is also given a short briefing on how the ship's module upgrade system works. He is asked to choose a suitable name for the ship, and Mateo smiles sincerely. He takes out from his bag a huge list of names that could be tried. After some time, the system informs him that the name Dark Rook is available for use. He provides false information to shipyard employees in order to hide his identity. Mateo wonders when he can finally go, and Susie informs him that he can do it right now. In this simple way, Mateo acquires a new Spark-class ship of incredibly high quality. However, first he must control the automated robots to dismantle the wreckage of the previous ship and transfer supplies. Special repair robots immediately begin their work, and Mateo gives instructions on the system. After a short pause, he also decides to go to the battlefield in another universe in order to fight the enemies. This time the battle will be quite difficult, since his ship is still not upgraded. Mateo is well aware of his ship's weaknesses and decides to act more cautiously. Fortunately, his opponent turns out to be a not very highly developed civilization, which, in his opinion, will be easy to destroy. Using his main gun, he smashes to smithereens all the ships flying nearby, which do not suspect anything. Mateo swoops down on them like a falcon soaring through the sky. He is happy to know that he can get one initial point for destroying one ship, which significantly speeds up his progress. He also decides to contact the fleeing ship and establish contact with representatives of the civilization he just saved. An unknown girl contacts them and explains that many of their people do not understand the motives and intentions of strangers. She cries in gratitude, stating that the alien civilization came to their aid when they needed it most. Mateo informs the refugees that enemy reinforcements are approaching and asks them to stay close. New enemy ships, seeking to destroy all life, are heading towards Mateo. Despite this, they are not capable of putting up any serious resistance to such a powerful ship. However, Mateo notes that these are not enemies to be trifled with, as many as 3,000 ships are arriving on the battlefield. He believes that he is making a successful sortie, considering the number of points he receives. Seeing the enemy's main fleet, he realizes that he can become the richest man if he can deal with it. The enemy race cannot understand how they lost so many ships without even scratching the enemy. They receive constant notifications that an unknown ship is attacking them and begin to disperse. Matteo praises this strategic decision, as he can now deal with enemies one by one. His ship has a significant speed advantage, allowing him to outshoot opponents before they even realize what's happening. After 8 hours of real bloody battle, he finally defeats all his opponents. He addresses the ship of refugees, wishing them luck on their difficult journey. They respond with words of gratitude, and offer him a sincere gift as a token of appreciation for his kindness. Matteo is surprised by such a gift, and decides to check what is inside. The scan does not reveal any anomalies, which means that this thing can be used in the future. Inside the chest is a contract from the Alliance of Reformers, which is a very valuable find. This contract is currently worth a fortune to Matteo, and he knows he can't pass it up. Matteo has been fighting alone all this time, but he admits that he can't continue like this for long, which means he needs a team. He believes that his kindness has definitely paid off this time, but it is time to return home. Matteo is genuinely happy that thanks to a wisely chosen passive ability, he has received a lot of expansion slots. By dragging everything he needs, he replaces the main gun, engine, and infrared radar. Now, after the upgrade, he has a chance to encounter civilizations of a higher level. All that remains for him to do is throw the parts of the old ship into the smelter and wait for their complete destruction. After some time, he completes all preparations and activates the Mirage system, setting off. Chen Shu and Lin Hui greet their old comrade, congratulating him on receiving his official title. Matteo says he's leaving the preparations for the return to them, and is interested in the latest developments. Chen Shu shares rumors about the emergence of an antibiotic that costs 10,000 original coins, but can cure the Baron. Matteo reassures them, saying that he has found a solution, and that they no longer need to rely on speculators. He explains this by the fact that at the banquet he met people who have a ship module capable of treating infectious diseases. Turning to his PDA, he suddenly contacts Rabbit, who says that he is now in the capital of the galaxy and offers to meet. The Rabbit replies that he really wants to meet, but he will soon have to take part in a training exercise. Having agreed, they wish each other good night, and the girl goes to rest. Chen Shu reports that after a day of preparation, the fleet is ready to return, and Matteo says that the captain he mentioned will arrive soon. After some time, a ship appears on their way, which is supposed to join the fleet. Matteo declares that it is time to go, as they are returning home. Dark Rook finally registers in the official galactic registration system after 15 days. After some time, they receive strange signals that attract Matteo's attention. Sujong states that a wideband message has been received on an open frequency, asking for help. Matteo realizes that this is not a standard message, since someone managed to threaten level 20 destroyers. Lin Hui says that the situation may concern the heir, and if they ignore the message, they will have to face the consequences. Matteo states that Astravir is still in chaos, meaning they don't care about the self-proclaimed heir. Lin Hui says he agrees with their commander's proposal. Chen Shu suddenly remembers that this ship did not actually rescue the passengers, but stole the cargo after the attack on Twilight. He reports that the distress message came from this particular ship, so it can be ignored. Suddenly, a Starsphere fleet patrol appears next to them, immediately demanding that they follow it. Matteo says these threats are not worth paying attention to, and suggests they speed up. Matteo understands that they will definitely face some problems for ignoring this message, but he believes that it doesn't matter now. The Baron's family meets Matteo, who comes to them with expensive gifts for his relatives. Matteo gives very rare and expensive toys, and the children thank him loudly. Wang Guangnan receives a complete collection of the best-selling books she loves so much. Matteo even brings a gift for Shifanghua, and she tells him that his father is waiting for him in the office. Matteo explains what happens during the journey, and the Baron tells him not to worry about the astrosphere. From the Baron's point of view, thanks to Matteo, the representatives of Lanya arrived in Blackstone last month and will now be eternally grateful. Suddenly, the Baron feels ill and starts coughing, causing Matteo to immediately get up from his seat. The Baron stops him, saying that he is fine and that these are just the consequences of the disease. Matteo reports that on his journey he meets a captain who has a module that can cure the Baron's illness. The Baron says that if this man comes from far away, then there is no point in keeping him waiting. Matteo smiles and suggests that they board the ship together to maintain privacy. After some time, they find themselves on Matteo's ship, who leads his father to an already prepared module. The Baron carefully places himself in the capsule and says that there is no need to worry. He can handle it. The system detects a second-level biochemical infection and immediately begins treating it. Matteo only has to wait a certain amount of time until the procedure is completely completed. As soon as the doors open, the Baron emerges from the capsule completely transformed and unrecognizable. Looking at his arms full of strength, he wonders how this is even possible. Matteo tells him that the microbial effects in his body have been completely eliminated, and he is regaining his health. The delighted Baron thanks his son for bringing such amazing news. Matteo says that unfortunately, they cannot stay on this ship for long as they have more important things to do. The Baron regrets that he cannot meet the ship's captain in person, and Matteo declares that he will always help his family. The Baron laughs and says that Matteo really deserves to be his son, and then heads home. At the banquet, he says that he can finally eat solid food, and this makes him almost cry. At this point, only Matteo and Shenfugi know about the recovery, and the Baron asks his son not to tell others about it. Matteo guesses that his father is up to something and agrees to his request. A few days later, he re-embarks on his ship under the pretext of mining. He immediately orders the expenditure of 1 unit of low-level energy crystal to activate the signal capture. A little time passes, and he is suddenly transported back to the battlefield in another universe, where the swarm civilization appears before him. The first thing he does is activate the precision detection system to figure out exactly where to strike. However, he quickly becomes frustrated with the fact that nothing interesting can be achieved with this base. The enemy's civilization is at a lower level, and he has no need to hide. The aliens notice an unknown approaching ship and try to drive it away by all available means. The security fleet is launching interceptors, but Matteo believes they are not having much success. The aliens are surprised that the ship can be given such serious combat power and allowed to invade their region. However, they do not give up and decide to concentrate fire to defeat the enemy. Their efforts are commendable, but to no avail because Matteo's ship is too maneuverable. It would seem that it should split into pieces if even one projectile hit it. But the aliens are left with nothing. They make pathetic attempts to surround the protagonist in order to fire split volleys. A series of cosmic explosions are heard, which, theoretically, could cause at least minimal damage. Matteo is pleased that the ships of primitive civilizations cannot penetrate his golden armor made of immortal silver. After he destroys most of his opponents, he realizes that this is not enough for him. The aliens watching him are amazed by his incredible firepower and range. The alien commander makes a number of tactical decisions to attack the enemy from different flanks. From his point of view, once they damage the nozzles, the outcome of the battle would change. Matteo continues to watch, assuming that the aliens are doing everything they can to keep him in this sector. The time has come to retreat, shooting back at the pursuers along the way. The ship slowly escapes pursuit, but in response, a huge number of energy beams fly at it. This gives the aliens false confidence. They begin to think that their enemy is not so invincible, and they have a chance. After some time, Matteo calmly counts the number of those destroyed, and realizes that it is time to destroy the base. With these thoughts, he directs the new shells towards the giant ship, and the aliens can only pray. The weapon of last resort turns out to be an orbital laser capable of destroying entire planets. Matteo's ship doesn't take any serious damage, so he decides to do some patrolling. In order to lure out a big bait, he steps away from the wheel for a while and practices the hardening technique. He receives notification that 10,000 ships are approaching to fight him, and knows it is time to act. A fleet from the alien home planet arrives, and the mindless swarm decides to counterattack. The evil aliens claim that after the exploration they will definitely capture this battleship. All of them, as one, raise their hands in a solemn cry, preparing to fight the implacable enemy. Matteo, meanwhile, orders the supernova blaster cannon to be charged and prepares to attack. Matteo smiles and orders the main gun to fire. A powerful golden beam erupts from the giant battleship, destroying everything in its path. A real fiery funnel is created, sucking in ships and destroying them. 2/3 of the enemy fleet are destroyed with one salvo, and this weapon justifies itself in the best possible way. The command center calls on its allies and orders an immediate retreat after the losses they have suffered. However, one of the main aliens claims that this is all a trap into which they were lured. He decides to stay to draw attention to himself, but everything turns out to be not so simple. One of the aliens reports that the president, who arrived on the battlefield with the fleet, has died, and now command passes to him. He apologizes for leaving a mess for his colleague, but says he has a duty to ensure the survival of the swarm civilization. His assistant replies that only the commander can carry out this task, and it is he who must evacuate. The commander, on the contrary, claims that he made a mistake and must now answer for it. Left alone, he concentrates all his efforts and activates all subsystems to detain Matteo. Orbital lasers are aimed towards Matteo's ship in hopes of damaging it. This does not bring any success, and Matteo easily counterattacks, destroying the base in seconds. Matteo analyzes the fight, realizing that the rate of fire of his main weapon leaves much to be desired. However, the time comes to return, and the next morning he wakes up fresh as a cucumber. His friend contacts him and confirms the feasibility of the secret technique for growing those fruits. Matteo realizes that he has finally obtained the technique that Xiaodong possesses, which means it's time to finish with this old man. Mateo goes to an audience with the Baron and learns that he is planning to officially resign and fake his death. The Baron argues that the new heir will not be able to suppress the opposition of the vassals, since he has only just received the title. Mateo says he plans to travel a lot over the years, knowing he needs to get the necessary modules. The Baron assumes that Mateo already has specific goals and plans for the trip. Mateo states that true chaos is not far off, and Raven respects his approach, offering to look into Blackstone's affairs. At this time, Mateo passes on to him the secret technique of cultivating the Fruit of Clarity, which Shi Xiaodong possesses. The Baron grins and understands that now the days of this miserable old man are numbered. After some time, he meets Mr. Taylor, who is the head of the merchant fleet. This person has great influence on the region's economy, and therefore is an important figure. Next to him are also the ministers of the Interior and Foreign Affairs, who are considered exemplary officials. Mateo thanks them for keeping Blackstone afloat all this time. The Minister of the Interior replies that they acted as any decent civil servant should. After a few days, he finally goes to the chess planet to do his business. It is this chess planet that turns out to be the very place where he once acquired his first ship. The staff that greets him chat among themselves, realizing that Mateo is one of the fastest rising people in the company. The leader of the ceremony makes a remark to the others, telling them to be quieter and not gossip. Mateo, accompanied by his new comrades, exits the ship and looks around. Looking at his old good friend, he notices that they haven't seen each other for a long time. General Dean welcomes him to this planet with a polite bow. He asks about the plans, to which Mateo replies that he came to get acquainted with the administrative work. General Dean fully supports this approach and accompanies him to the residence, while Mateo steers the ship. Thanks to the auxiliary system with the growth doubling function, his modules are twice as strong as those of other people. After arriving at the meeting place, the escorts carefully leave the room. He is asked how he feels these 4 days, and he states that everything seems quite simple to him. He also asks how Dingling is feeling, and the general replies that she is currently on an internship. Mateo reflects on how the brothers Wang Juju and Wang Jinling are no longer a threat, and will not seek revenge on anyone. Rising to his feet, he declares that he has familiarized himself with the administrative work, and plans to leave here tomorrow for a vacation. General Ding is surprised that anyone could actually enjoy digging ore as a leisure activity. Mateo studies the reports and realizes that, according to the information received, there may be deposits of titanium crystals here. He is not very lucky, as he often encounters gravitational vortices during his travels. But even after several days of searching, without sleep or rest, nothing catches his eye. And after 2 days, the results remain 0. However, after some time, he still catches an interesting signal on his radar. The golden marker means that in front of him is finally exactly what he has been looking for all this time. Rushing his ship forward, he pulls out a powerful drill, which begins to cut through the rock. After 2 days of intense work, our hero's body can barely stand on its feet, and he needs rest. Chen Shu's son asks him about the results of his recent trips. He honestly admits to him that the trip is not the best, and that he wants to find something interesting as a gift for the family. Chen Shu's son notes that his master's hobby not only does not require money, but also brings in profit. Mateo continues to explore the zones, finding nothing interesting in them and gradually losing hope. However, as he approaches the next zone, his broadband probe again finds a prey marker. There are only 3 known areas of space left on his map where he can search for loot. Finding nothing in the nearest sector, Mateo goes to explore the last one. Fortune smiles upon him again, and this sector turns out to be rich in deposits of energy crystals. When he looks at these deposits, even his eyes run wild. Mateo watches in joy as his ship is restored thanks to its self-regenerative abilities. After scanning everything, he discovers high-frequency deposits of energy crystals, which is a big find. Having received them, Mateo decides to continue to go deeper in order to check the marked sector. However, as soon as he gets closer, he discovers a huge number of gravitational anomalies. According to legends, such unusual astronomical conditions may indicate the presence of extremely rare resources. Unfortunately, it is impossible to explore them under current conditions, so Mateo decides to return to base. In a special compartment, he spends long hours processing a significant amount of crystals and realizes that the equipment needs to be updated. The harvest this time turns out to be exactly as it should be, so you can safely be happy for Mateo, because now he will either get rich or level up well. While taking a shower, he calculates that he manages to obtain 28 units of tectonic crystals in one go. Returning to the ship, he turns to Chen Shu's son and informs him that it is time to head to planet Heishi. Upon his return, the Baron notes that the recipe for the transparent fruit has been confirmed and asks what he plans to do next. Mateo states that he has no particular thoughts, and that Shu should resolve these issues directly with the Baron. The Baron also informs him that he is now retiring, so all these problems must be dealt with by Mateo himself. The main character says with a smile that in that case he will go to this planet in a few days and then go on a journey. His younger relatives greet him joyfully, saying that they have not seen him for a long time. Mateo tells them that he has prepared gifts for them, bringing even more smiles to their faces. Mateo is ready to do anything to ensure that these children do not become withdrawn in this life due to the harsh reality. After 10 days of work, he finally gets a chance to escape and relax on his ship. He spends a considerable amount of points on upgrading his ship and then goes out onto the battlefield. An interdimensional portal opens and throws him into unknown space. This time, things turn out to be far from easy as unforeseen circumstances arise. The scanner shows enemy ships that belong to a more advanced civilization. Mateo realizes that they have the highest level of camouflage, as they manage to get quite close before being detected. Opposing him is the warship of the civilization Theseus, the hull length of which exceeds 2,000 meters. Also appearing in the arena is a warship of the Shitai civilization, the hull length of which reaches 3 kilometers. Mateo realizes that his ship looks incredibly tiny in comparison, so he decides not to make any sudden movements. Meanwhile, civilizations begin to fight each other in an attempt to divide this zone of influence. The giant organic ship takes heavy damage from a high-tech enemy, but does not slow down. Mateo guesses that in fact this ship hardly takes damage due to its structure. In order to interrupt the fantastic ability of self-healing, Theseus's technological ships release several beams at once. Each beam successfully reaches its target, and deep ruptures appear on the organic ship. Theseus unleashes hundreds of volleys on his opponent, but all remains in vain due to the latter's strong defense. Mateo watches this incredible carnage in fascination, trying to understand what secrets these civilizations possess. As the Shitai civilization's ship nears its opponent, it spews out a massive cloud of poisonous gas. This gas is so powerful that it can even block and damage energy shields. Mateo realizes he's in deep trouble when he decides to hunt down simple civilizations, and now he has to figure out how to get out of it. Meanwhile, the battle between the two giants continues with unabated force. Mateo, however, favors the more technologically advanced race, assuming that the outcome of the battle is already decided. A powerful explosion occurs, which again surprises him and makes him think hard about his choice. The thing is, the organic ship just increases the length of its tentacles several times. Thus, the giant machine rushes forward to deal with its opponent in close combat. However, a technological civilization could not be considered so advanced if it did not have aces up its sleeve. Using a powerful blast, she throws the giant creature back, cuts off its tentacles, and continues to shoot lasers at it. Mateo realizes that this is a great chance to distance himself from the battlefield. The diamond-shaped ship uncontrollably releases scarlet spears, each of which has monstrous attack power. Very soon, all that remains of the biological ship is a life island riddled with energy blows. However, if anyone thinks that this is where it all ends, they are mistaken, because the ship is still in service. Mateo can't believe that such a wounded creature still has an ace up his sleeve. Quickly growing new tentacles, the ship lunges forward to grab its diamond-shaped opponent. The diamond civilization deals the final blow to push back its enemy. A hole of incredible size appears in the organic ship, which is almost impossible to sew up. Mateo realizes that now a real mutual destruction is taking place. Taking advantage of the opportunity, and noticing that the second ship is falling apart, he opens fire from the main gun. Having destroyed all the survivors, he gradually swims towards the organic remains. However, things are not that simple, as organic ships are indeed tenacious creatures. Looking at the swaying remains, he understands that in a little while they will turn into a full-fledged ship. Mateo decides not to let this happen at any cost, and opens fire with his main weapon again. After destroying all the opponents, he finally deals with these difficult enemies. He also discovers a Tier 1 civilization that is observing everything that is happening, and immediately wipes it off the face of the earth. This time he discovers several modules, one of which turns out to be incredibly rare, and decides to steal them. Mateo understands that the 4th level biomass essence is not so easy to use, but still considers it necessary to take it. After weighing all the resources he receives, he decides that it is time to return to his home galaxy. After some time, he approaches the planet Tsu, which is located at some distance. An adjutant contacts him and informs him that the head of the Zhong family and Shi Junho want to meet him. Mateo understands that now he has to sort out a hypothetical war between two houses, one of which is losing its influence. Soon, both family representatives contact him and greet him warmly. Mateo asks young Shi Junho why the head of the family himself did not come in person to talk to him. Shi Junho turns out to be a man with outstanding abilities and a pretty good arsenal of technology. Mateo interrupts him and announces that he intends to personally visit Shi Xiaodong. After some time, they approach the Shu family residence, which is guarded by several battleships. The assistant of the head of the family states that they are clearly approached with ill intentions, and reports this to the elder. The loudspeakers tell Mateo to stop immediately because there is an important object ahead. The elder warns Shi Xiaodong to be careful, as Mateo is likely to be determined. Shi Xiaodong declares that he will immediately come out to meet him, and invites the guest to enjoy all the hospitality of his family. Mateo asks Shi Xiaodong to come on board for a personal meeting so they can discuss terms. Shi Xiaodong takes this as an insult and orders immediate fire if the ships cross the defensive line. Mateo accepts the challenge and announces that he is placing the entire fleet on full combat alert. Shi Junho turns to his grandfather and says that Mateo is a formidable opponent who cannot be defeated so easily. Shi Xiaodong stands his ground and says that today's fight should confirm Shi Junho's reputation as the best young talent. Shi Junho, unlike his grandfather, soberly assesses the chances and understands that the fight will not be easy. After thinking for a while, he realizes that he has only one way out of this situation. Contacting Mateo in front of the main battleship, he challenges him to a one-on-one battle to test his strength. Shi Junho understands that if he wins, he will deliberately declare a draw at the last moment, and if he loses, that will also be beneficial. Mateo praises Shi Junho's strength and confidence, but reminds him of the fate that befalls those who challenge him. Shi Junho states that he only wants to witness Mateo's prowess with his own eyes, and that his challenge has no ulterior motive. Shi Xiaodong decides to announce the start of the duel, adding that the protagonist can choose any ship from his flotilla. Mateo accepts the family's challenge, declaring that he will enter the battle on one of his ships. After the ships part ways to begin the duel, Shi Junho carefully analyzes the enemy. After analyzing his strengths and weaknesses, he comes to the conclusion that in this case it is better to keep a middle distance. Mateo approaches the duel site and announces that Captain Steelbone will take command of the fight. Both commanders prepare for a fierce battle to find out who is the most worthy of them. The first projectiles are already heading towards Mateo's ship, but the energy shield easily absorbs them. Shi Junho continues to command his ship and orders preparations to repel boarding. Shi Junho has an innate ability that increases the accuracy of artillery units by 30%. Meanwhile, Steelbone calmly gives orders to his crews to prepare for boarding and return fire. When the right moment comes, the Shadow Jump module is activated to avoid damage. Steelbone makes a decision fairly quickly on whether to board the enemy. Having received the appropriate order, he leaves, and Mateo has understood this for a long time. In a special assault compartment, strong armor has already been prepared for it, allowing it to move quickly in space. Steelbone decides to change his mask in order to keep his identity unrecognizable. He and the stormtroopers head forward to load into the assault ships. These ships are something like a drill with a space engine attached, designed to pierce the hull. Meanwhile, Shi Junho continues to leisurely analyze the enemy's capabilities, suspecting nothing. After some time, he receives a notification that the enemy ship is activating Twisting Jump. Shi Junho understands that this means the squad needs to prepare for an assault from an unknown direction. Meanwhile, Mateo's ship continues to rush forward, dodging the shells. There is only a small distance between them, and this becomes an ideal chance to board the enemy. Mateo immediately activates his lock-on beams to lock onto his opponent. Special assault ships are pushed out of the compartments using gravity catapults and pierce the hull. The stormtroopers inside immediately leave their defensive shelters and enter the battle. However, the defense of Shi Junho's ship is also at a high level. Shi Junho realizes that the stormtroopers on his ship are also equipped with green-quality exosuits, and parity is created between them. However, after some time, a variable appears that he could not take into account in his calculations. Steelbone throws opponents left and right using his incredible abilities. Shi Junho realizes that an expert who has achieved perfection in the art of the body has entered the battlefield. He is offered evacuation, but he replies that further resistance is pointless. Shi Junho declares that his opponent was not so simple, and publicly admits his defeat. Mateo respects his words, noting his restraint and composure. He quickly contacts Shi Xiaodong and informs him of the defeat. Shi Xiaodong can hardly believe what is happening, and blood begins to drip from his mouth. After some time, they head to the Shi family residence along with their fighting squad. Shi Xiaodong's eldest sons wonder why they were here in the first place, since things could have been different. Mateo demands that the head of the family be brought in for a forced audience. The stormtroopers bring to him an old man who is now only a shadow of himself. Mateo declares that Shi Xiaodong is no longer fit to be the head of the clan, and Shi Junho will now be his subordinate. Shi Xiaodong just smirked, knowing that Mateo wouldn't be able to apply his knowledge so easily. He reports that trade in the transparent fruit makes up a significant portion of the Baron's income, and the recipe is known only to him. Mateo smiles and hands him a small tablet, recommending that he take a look at something interesting. Xiaodong approaches, shocked at how this is even possible and how Mateo knew the recipe. Completely morally destroyed, he falls to his knees, while Mateo decides to go to the Zhang family's domain. At the estate he is greeted warmly and sunny. Even the weather at this moment is favorable to the event. The head of the Zhang family welcomes the new master and expresses a desire to shake his hand. He says that he has heard about Xu Xiaodong's actions, and assures that there are no such people in his family. After this, he shows Mateo a man named Zhong Shiji, and asks him to take him as his subordinate. Mateo understands that this man is not inferior to Shi Junho in talent, and decides not to refuse such an offer. Zhong Shiji takes a solemn oath, and Mateo solemnly accepts it. After this, he says that he has come to take one person with him, and hopes that the chief will not interfere. Having received everything he needs, he leaves the planet's orbit, finally completing his mission. After some time, he returns to his home planet, and his return is immediately known. He is met by an audience with the Baron, who praises him for a job well done. 2 months after his return, he participates in galactic battles several times, but does not receive anything significant. Now the Baron has fully recovered from the weakness caused by the microbial infection, and life is gradually getting better. In 2 months, he spends over 1,000 source points, and finally reaches the intermediate level of mastery. After reaching an intermediate level of mastery in the art of tempering, he gains the ability to replace modules on spark ships. He also hopes that this time he will be able to have some fun during the galactic battles. He activates the tower system, enters stealth mode, and moves into the spatial battlefield. In front of him appears an ordinary second-level civilization with low military power, which he intends to destroy. However, it quickly becomes clear that there is a black hole of enormous size in this area. From his point of view, a civilization of such a level could not build a space city next to a black hole. He immediately discovers a ship that, under normal conditions, should have been pulled inside long ago. To find out the nature of this phenomenon, he decides to conduct a data analysis and is surprised by the results. According to the analysis, this ship has been drifting for a long time, its entire crew has already died, and there are valuable things and artifacts on it. Mateo carefully examines the equipment on this ship and realizes that there are 2 artifacts there that need to be obtained urgently. As he gradually approaches the black hole, he realizes that the cannon located on the abandoned station is the battleship's main weapon. He believes that if he gets something like this, he will be able to possess truly destructive firepower. As he gets closer, he notices that the black hole is getting stronger. Realizing that it is too risky to rush headlong, he decides to think for a while. He comes to the conclusion that the chance of finding another such ship is negligible, so he does not miss the moment. Mateo realizes that one defeat could decide everything, and decides to abandon the sortie on this ship. However, after some time, he discovers that the civilization nearby is doing something. Suddenly, several ships fly out from a large space city. They create a strange device that somehow interacts with the abandoned ship. Mateo immediately activates active hacking mode to find out what exactly they are up to. He intercepts information that the aliens intend to use high-power gravity bombs to stimulate the ship. According to their plans and many years of research, even if the crew died, the onboard computer would try to escape from the black hole. So if they push the ship a little, it will immediately react and help. This plan seems incredibly reliable, like a Swiss watch. But in a few hours, the ship will completely lose thrust and fall into a black hole. That's why they urgently need to detonate gravity bombs to pull the ship in. One of the reptilians states that they are acting on orders from the Supreme Leader, as the operation must succeed. Other representatives of the reptilians respond that their civilization belongs to the highest. Mateo doesn't expect the ship to have much power left, and realizes that this is a good decision. Representatives of an alien civilization continue to prepare for their large-scale and daring operation. They begin the countdown, hoping that their years of hard work and investment will pay off. Mateo watches them very carefully, trying to understand how their idea will end. A detonation occurs, and a powerful gravitational bomb explodes at the edge of the black hole. When it explodes, it creates another vortex, which gradually pulls the ship towards itself. The reptilian orders his comrades to move forward and activate the capture beam generator. Multiple assault ships use special equipment to pull out the giant ship. This is where things get interesting, because a collision between 2 small black holes could be a recipe for disaster. Mateo watches what is happening with great tension, realizing that there is one last push left. However, at the last moment, the gravity beams break away from the protected ship, and it begins to fall down again. The reptilians complain that it is all over, and now they have failed, and their hopes for stabilization are destroyed. Mateo realizes that the situation is bad. Apparently the ship no longer shows any tendency to escape the black hole. Having activated all his systems, he realizes that he no longer has a choice. The ship's shields disappear, and it begins to collapse under incredible pressure. Mateo rushes after him so as not to miss the valuable modules. He orders the onboard computer to accelerate towards the black hole as quickly as possible. Mateo realizes that he must find the module before the black hole completely swallows the ship, otherwise he will die. Despite numerous warnings about hull damage, he continues to operate the ship like a true professional. They are almost at the right place where the valuable modules are located. Mateo quickly activates the gravity grab to rip the module out of its sockets and take it to his ship. In order to be able to take these modules with him, he disables several less important systems. Meanwhile, the ship continues its fall into the black hole, and the situation rapidly escalates. Mateo realizes he must hurry, as the gravitational pull on his ship is increasing with each passing second. He quickly activates the Black Hole Wanderer's subsystems to escape from here. Powerful shields are activated, and now the black hole affects only a small part of the ship. Mateo realizes that the main ship continues to fall deeper, and he urgently needs to find another module. The research continues, and he quickly reaches the point where the desired object is located. Rushing forward, he finally finds the death ray cannon and pulls it in with a gravity grab. He finally gets rid of the need to be on this ship and rushes away. An extraterrestrial civilization watches the approaching ship in surprise and wonders where it came from. Mateo responds to the aliens with destruction. He does not enter into dialogue, but acts. His shot pierces the entire space base and destroys all representatives of civilization on it. Mateo gets some amazing loot from this interdimensional battlefield that can't be overstated. He realizes that he can now significantly shorten the long period of development of his ship. Or, having looked around, he still decides to return home, because this turns out to be a tense story. After some time, he comes to an audience with the Baron and is surprised that he returns so quickly. The Baron reports that an unexpected message is coming and shows him a strange thing. Mateo realizes what it is and moves closer to take a closer look. This thing turns out to be a summoning decree that serves as the initiator of all the brutal changes in the galaxy. The summoning is initiated by the nominal supreme commander of the Star Region, the Northern Duke. The space operation has been flourishing in recent years, and that is why the Northern Duke decides to call upon the nobles to fight the pirates. From his past life, he remembers that this event has far-reaching consequences, as the Northern Duke is actually hiding his motives. The whole point is that, under the pretext of war with pirates, a flotilla of nobles encounters a planetary life form. These creatures prove to be very dangerous, but their cores allow for powerful evolution of cruisers. In a past life, the fleet inflicts significant damage on the creature, but at the cost of losing 30% of the ships. After this, the Duke's pre-prepared forces try to finish off the creature in order to get the core, but they fail. Mateo also recalls that the Duke later manages to catch up with this creature and get his own battleship. This kind of one-man power grab doesn't fit in with Mateo's core interests, so he decides something needs to change. The Baron says that this is the first summons from the new Northern Duke since his ascension to office. He also notes that the information contained therein is contradictory, which makes him question the true motives. Mateo says that the star region they are heading to is close enough, but it will take time to gather strength. He also claims that something strange is happening deep in the planet's asteroid belt, and he needs to check it out. The Baron says that if Mateo thinks it is necessary, he must go immediately. After some time, Mateo again finds himself in the 13th sector of space, noted in the intelligence report. Studying the indicators, he notices that in the very depths of this ore region, there is a large zone surrounded by gravitational cartilages. Now he can safely pass through them thanks to the technology obtained from the ship. He activates the black hole's gravitational wanderer and calmly passes practically between the anomalies. His ship sails smoothly among the anomalies, without being affected by the external gravitational field. After passing all the traps, he suddenly discovers an incredible treasure that is impossible to even comprehend. He assumes that the area surrounded by many giant anomalies must also contain the culprit of what is happening, but he has never seen such a sight before. To study Emerald Hill, he orders the ship to turn on broadband and superwave detectors. Inside this hill are titanium crystals, as well as collapsing photon stones. Mateo watches the stones with interest, which he sees for the first time, and tries to understand what their value is. Turning to the reference book, he learns that this is a space artifact that is a key element for the evolution of warships. Mateo launches his galactic drill and begins to extract huge amounts of expensive materials. In just a few minutes, you manage to extract 19 units of tectonic crystals, but the main thing is ahead. The gravity beam is very helpful in such situations and attracts huge pieces of precious rock. Mateo reflects that emitting such stones is not an easy task due to the lack of suitable equipment. There is certainly no such equipment on board his ship, but that does not mean that they cannot be processed directly. Looking at this low-level space artifact, he realizes that it is worth a fortune, and he will never sell it. Even though his ship is still a newcomer, its evolution does not depend on speed. Once a ship has absorbed a space artifact, even a low-level one, it will be able to complete its own evolution. After the retrieval of the space artifact, a real catastrophe begins, and a black hole appears on the horizon. Mateo orders the ship to leave the sector as quickly as possible. The spectacle after the black hole's formation is truly breathtaking, so Mateo stores the data in an optical computer. The system informs him that the ship is beginning to evolve and is forming the characteristics of a new module. Mateo ponders what happens when destroyers evolve and leans back in his chair. Further improvement of the ship will cost a lot of money, of which Mateo does not have much left. Meanwhile, oscillations in the asteroid belt continue after the dissipation of a large gravitational collapse. Returning and having an audience with Raven, he learns that he is using his connections to obtain information about this. Mateo listens attentively to his father and notices that he is getting better. The Baron remarks to his son that when he grows up, he too will not be able to avoid this illness. Mateo changes the subject and reminds that if something is hidden from normal channels, then it will not be possible to obtain this information. He also says that he heard a rumor that a small group of adventurers discovered a planetary life form. He realizes that everything now fits together, since the previous disappearance was related to interdimensional actions. He guesses that the summoning of the new Duke is nothing more than a pathetic trap. Mateo says he would like to fly himself because he is very interested in seeing a humanitarian life form, which has happened before. The Baron looks at his son in surprise and asks how he plans to board a planetary life form. Mateo reminds that according to available information, the ruler is bedridden, and therefore his status as heir will be sufficient. The Baron recalls that the House of the Northern Duke is based on military discipline, and bribery is equated to the death penalty. Mateo says that under the previous Duke, such loopholes would have been unthinkable, but the current Duke has not yet consolidated his power. Mateo discusses the dangers of the humanitarian life form, adding that he has a feeling that this time the enemy will come with all their ships. The Baron asks him why he doesn't fly on his ship. Mateo states that his ship is still quite far away, and wonders how soon he will be able to use it. The Baron trusts his son, knowing that if he decides something, then he probably already has a perfect plan in mind. Mateo thanks his father for his trust, and declares that he will not let him down in this task. Mateo contacts Sima Junda, and tasks him with establishing communications in the Northern Duke's domain. Mateo invites him to join him in the Northern Mines, and he immediately agrees. Mateo decides to use the League of Reformers contract to recruit Sim Jund to his ship. The next moment, the action moves to the moment when they head into the depths of the mine sector. Mateo suddenly stops and says that they have arrived, surprising his comrade. Suddenly, the cloaked ship uses a gravity trap to pull in a small mining ship. Sim Yun's suspicions are gradually confirmed, as he suspected that something was wrong here. Mateo welcomes him aboard his ship, showing off its luxurious interior and technological systems. Sima Junda looks at everything carefully and mentally tells himself that everything is exactly as he expected. Mateo hands him the contracts and asks if he wants to become a scout on this ship. Sima Junda carefully reads the conditions and notices that they only talk about preserving the specialty, but nothing is said about the prohibition of betrayal. Mateo says he doesn't like the harsh methods, adding that only insecure people use such clients. Sima Junda smiles and says that she happily accepts the contract. Mateo nods in satisfaction and shows his surprised comrade the structure of the hull of the ship they are on. Sima Junda, seeing the legendary orange hull module, cannot believe her eyes. After carefully examining everything, Sima Junda comes to the conclusion that his former ship, Yun Shu, is now in his hands. Mateo confirms that this is exactly how it happened, and it is he who sees the man off on his final journey. Sima Junda shares inside information that the Jin family has confirmed Sima Dacao's death, and will now send out a new fleet. Mateo claims that Sima Dacao's ship was completely destroyed, and there was no evidence left to indicate what happened. Sima Junda takes a solemn oath to serve Lord Mateo until the end of her days. Mateo snaps his fingers, and the device gives him a strange handle that resembles a lightsaber. A few moments later, a concentrated red beam of light emerges from this handle, and Mateo witnesses this spectacle. Mateo also reports that Sima Junda will soon be able to reclaim her true name. After some time, he meets Zhong Shiji, who is assigned to accompany him during the conscription decree. Mateo thanks him in advance for his work and notes the dedication he has shown recently. Mateo understands that there are not many legal ways to obtain rare crystals, and one of them is to fight pirates. Mateo decides to form a powerful fleet and trains in advance as the commander of his squadron. He is already undergoing intensive training, and there is only a week left before the operation, so Mateo believes it is too early to relax. A little later, he turns to Chen Shu and asks for 2 days of rest for his crew. With his new status, replenishing supplies has become much easier. He can take as much as he wants, as long as the Baron has resources. Finding himself alone on his ship, he decides to go to the interdimensional battlefield. This time, he sees a huge spaceship in front of him, using its spherical shape to move more efficiently through space. Mateo notes that he has not encountered a third-level civilization for a long time. He believes that such opponents require careful study before engaging in combat. Taking a closer look at the ship, he discovers that in this civilization all the creatures are metal robots, 10 to 20 meters tall. Suddenly, one of the representatives of the civilization jumps into the air, initiating a strange transformation. Just a few moments pass, and the metal giant transforms into a flying fighter. Mateo wonders why this civilization needs ships at all if they can transform. Mateo decides to keep a low profile and continues surveillance, activating the cloaking system. Since the disguise can't last forever, Mateo hides behind an asteroid to wait it out. The next 19 hours are spent intensively upgrading all of the ship's systems for the upcoming battle. Having turned on special shields, he goes into battle to fight the extraterrestrial civilization. First of all, hundreds of thousands of lasers are produced in his direction, which do not even scratch shields. Mateo's ship is so powerful that absolutely nothing can compare to it. Civilization sends out a distress signal to call for the 4th carrier group as reinforcements. Meanwhile, an entire planet enters the range of Mateo's ship's main weapon. However, he says that it is too early to open fire and decides to think about his actions a little. The whole point is that the auxiliary system spends 1 unit of high-quality crystal to activate the doubling of points. In order to use the double points bonus again, they would have to spend the last crystal, which is not ideal. Before opening fire, he reactivates his spiritual scan to weigh everything carefully. It turns out that this civilization only stores 2 green-quality modules, so he decides to continue the shelling. Having loaded his orbital cannon, he prepares to destroy the planet along with all its inhabitants. He fires a shot forward and instantly creates a gravitational collapse, causing all the robots to be destroyed. He gets a huge amount of points for destroying an intelligent civilization. In just 2 shots, he turns the surface of this metallic planet into an ocean of molten metal. Seeing the huge amount of points he received, he realizes that most ships don't get that much even in their entire lives. Mateo realizes the need to remain anonymous and activates the Mirage system to hide in space. More than 2 hours pass, but the enemy is still in no hurry to come to the aid of those already dead. After waiting a little longer, he notices a flash that catches his attention. Looking closer, he assumes that it is some kind of teleportation technology. A warship with impressive weapons appears from a huge portal. Mateo realizes that these ships are releasing hundreds of reconnaissance drones, and if it weren't for the Mirage system, he would have been discovered by now. He notes that the civilization he is fighting against has warp teleportation technology that is impressive by their standards. According to the latest estimates, more than 3,000 aircraft carriers are arriving to help, which represents an impressive force. According to radar data, the aircraft carriers are not equipped with shield generators, which is logical, since such systems are typical for 4th-level civilizations. He decides to wait a little while to restore his shields, which are designed to counteract black holes. With only 30 minutes left in the battle, he realizes it's time to act. While lying low, he decides to launch a powerful sneak attack using his main weapon. With this shot, he destroys many aircraft carriers, which receive a huge amount of experience. Aircraft carriers use combined fire, but even in this mode they deal monstrously little damage. Mateo grins and says that his ships are not at all afraid of such attacks. In his characteristics, he notes that his shields already have time to fully recover in a short period of time. Meanwhile, the metal civilization realizes that this mysterious ship is clearly superior to their forces. The metal priest uses a special antenna to contact the Cybertron civilization. Mateo decides to pursue the fleeing robots and asks them where they are heading in such a tight formation. After charging his main weapon, he once again releases a massive beam of destruction to eliminate as many enemies as possible. The mass death of representatives of the robotic civilization brings him a huge number of points. He manages to completely destroy the enemy forces, after which he returns to base to recover. After a few moments, his ship leaves behind only a flash of energy that quickly dissipates. A few minutes later, a portal opens, from which a huge cybernetic ship emerges. They realize that a civilization under their protection has been destroyed here, and the culprit has escaped, and they set out in pursuit. Before leaving this galaxy, they decide to destroy everything that remains of the once great civilization. Using their orbital cannon, they fire at the planet, piercing it in the blink of an eye. The blast is so powerful that the planet splits apart, scattering across space. Mateo happily looks at the balance of his source points and rejoices at how lucky he is. After this, he decides to improve the hull structures to make them even stronger. Having received information about the cost of each improvement, he gives the command to start the upgrade procedure without hesitation. He also expresses a desire to rewire some of the bays so they consume a little less power. After some upgrades, he gains the ability to use planetary scan as many as 4 times per battle. Now it's time to head back and prepare for departure as they set out on an incredible expedition that promises to be exciting. He heads to the defense headquarters and solemnly declares that the fleet is fully prepared to depart at any moment. At these words, he also does not forget about etiquette and places his hand on his chest. Those present note that this is Mateo's first time participating in military conscription, and advise him to be careful. Mateo nods, knowing that he is willing to do whatever it takes to return alive and bring back the spoils. After this, he turns to his comrades as their fleet sets out. Having boarded the ship, they leave the orbit of their home planet to set off on a journey. Mateo contacts a special consultant to get information about the current situation. The consultant reports that more than 60 noble fleets have now completed registration, and invites him to an official reception. There really is a huge gathering of aristocrats this evening, and many tables are laid for them. One of the aristocrats looks around at those present, and tries to figure out which of them can be recruited. Approaching Mateo, the man introduces himself as Zhang Jinju, and remarks that his talents are legendary. Zhang Jinju replies that he is flattered, but he remembers very well that this man is actually evil. After this, he reports that he needs to check the readiness of the fleet, and leaves with his comrades. Zhang Jinju immediately becomes angry, realizing that this scoundrel is ruining all his insidious and cunning plans. Mateo meets new friends who offer to support each other when needed. Mateo reflects on the fact that it is worth maintaining relationships with neighbors without unnecessary obligations, if they are not enemies. After some time, he contacts Simajunda and informs her that the collection period is expiring, so it is necessary to expand the circle of acquaintances. Simajunda confirms that he will definitely gather the necessary information, while the others head to see the Duke. Mateo stands among his colleagues and realizes that absolutely all representatives of the noble fleets of the Star region have already arrived. After some time, the Northern Duke himself comes out to the public to give a speech. Instead of the usual greeting, he declares that orders must be followed without question, and violators will be punished. Mateo smiles, thinking that he now understands that the Duke only seems so menacing on the surface. After some time, he returns to the ship, waiting for the end of the meeting between the military leaders. He holds a mug of coffee in his hands to keep himself alert at such a difficult time of day. Some time passes, and he has finally sent an operational plan, according to which he must act. Mateo carefully studies the document, and understands that the plan is divided into stages, among which is the destruction of small pirate workings. He is introduced to military judge Gao Rong, who will document the progress of this operation. Gao Rong explains how warships should line up before battle begins. He also informs that only one target can be selected from the list of factions at a time, and Mateo makes a quick decision. After reviewing the list, he declares that he will fight the star pirate group Ada. Gao Rong asks if he is sure about his choice, adding that it is quite risky. He explains that weak groups usually leave their bases immediately, and therefore suggests choosing a stronger opponent. Gao Rong reflects on how, as a military judge, he has a duty to be here and admits that he is a little scared. However, nothing can be done, and their comrades go forward to fight the pirates. Mateo reaches his opponents and loudly tells them that they must surrender if they do not want to be destroyed. The captain of the star pirate group named Van Ida replies that he is not at all afraid of some young brat. Mateo turns to Shi Junho and informs him that he is now entrusting this matter to him. Shi Junho takes command of the ship and points out that it is necessary to focus on the firing parameters and actions of the enemy. Once they reach a suitable distance, they open fire on the enemy before he has time to get closer. Shi Junho proves to be an amazing commander and skillfully leads his comrades. At a certain point, he decides to launch a series of attacks from the beam dispersion gun. Van Ada orders his subordinates to disperse, as the enemy has weapons of mass destruction. However, it turns out to be too late, and another powerful explosion destroys a large number of their ships. Shi Junho is just warming up and orders to concentrate and move sideways to make an evasive maneuver. The pirates return fire, but achieve nothing as Shi Junho demonstrates superior command. Gao Rong praises Mateo's talents, noting that his fleet is indeed well trained and equipped. Mateo responds by saying that his colleague is being too kind and that they were just lucky, and asks that everything be recorded objectively. Gaorong notes that the small boarding ships of the Ida group do not pose a serious threat. Meanwhile, the pirate ship is constantly under fire, losing strength with every second. Van Ade's henchmen advise him to retreat to save their lives. Van Ada opposes this decision, claiming that they are about to catch up with these pathetic nobodies. From his point of view, a breakthrough is the only way to salvation, and they must act as he orders. As he gets closer, he happily realizes that he's about to show these brats what close combat is. Mateo praises Shi Junho for doing a great job and takes command. He orders the strike fleet to retreat and increase the distance to push back the scout ships. Mateo calls on Captain Stillbone to deal with the enemy's main flagship. After this, he gives the order to the other ships to fire without stopping. Gaorong watches this newly minted nobleman closely, amazed at his resourcefulness. He also recalls that in just a few months, this man rose from the very bottom to the level of an aristocrat. The pirate ships gradually approach the enemy, but they are immediately fired upon. Mateo's ship engages in close combat with the pirate vessel, giving them an opportunity to board it. Van Ada rejoices at the opportunity that has fallen into his lap and prepares to infiltrate the enemy ship. After some time, Steelbone destroys absolutely everyone on board and reports that the mission is completed. Mateo is surprised at how quickly his subordinate completes the task and nods approvingly. Gaorong proudly calculates that they did not suffer a single loss during the entire operation. He also counts Mateo's merits and realizes that he earned a huge amount of points for the total destruction. After this, he asks if Mateo is going to hand over the captured ships. Mateo says that he has already thought about this matter, and Gaorong immediately adds that he can dispose of the spoils as he sees fit. Mateo declares that he intends to transfer all captured ships to the possession of the duchy. Gaorong notes that usually few people choose this path. Mateo grins and claims that his interlocutor underestimates both him and the barreny he represents. He also adds that Gaorong made many valuable suggestions from the very beginning, so he considers this a victory for them both. From this, he concludes that they both deserve the spoils, which should be divided equally. Gaorong objects that his modest merits are not worth mentioning, but Mateo's generosity does not allow him to refuse. Mateo smiles slyly, realizing that he has gained another informant and valuable ally. Gaorong reports that the price for 2 spark ships, at his maximum authority, is 255 points. Mateo also claims that his current achievements are the result of his father's far-sighted strategy. He wonders how he can get a lot of merit points while remaining in the shadows, and Gaorong informs him that there are 2 possible options. From his point of view, the first option is small transactions within which agreements can be reached. The second option turns out to be riskier, but more profitable, since if exposed, they will incur the wrath of the duchy itself. Mateo shows keen interest, and Gaorong explains that they can run an underground business and trade valuable artifacts. Mateo acknowledges that Gaorong lives up to his reputation as the best of the young military judges, as both options seem viable. He adds that these paths will allow them and their allies to take moderate risks, and then calls over Sima Zhongdu. He shows an 800-year-old painting by a famous artist and asks how much it is worth in merit points. Gaorong points out that works of art are not usually considered trophies, and Mateo reminds him of the confiscation of rebel property. Gaorong carefully checks everything in his databases and confirms that this work really exists. Mateo claims that they are experts, so for the sake of authenticity and modesty, he suggests setting average or even lower prices. Mateo remembers that in his past life, other people have already used this loophole, but now he is going to make a fortune from it himself. After some time, they destroy another pirate base, leaving behind only death and destruction. Gaorong informs the protagonist about how many pirate groups they destroyed during this month. Mateo realizes that Captain Steelbone is an indispensable leader of the assault forces and decides to increase his importance. Gaorong declares that the first stage of the northern cleansing operation has been completed, and an order is issued to return to the star system. Mateo earns a huge amount of points and realizes that it would be inappropriate to spend them in large quantities now. Mateo comes to the conclusion that he will need some volunteers to act as frontmen in order to maximize his gain. To settle things, he contacts Zhang Shiji and hands over the captured cruiser to him, hoping that his expectations will come true. Zhang Shiji vows not to let his boss down, and his boss smiles, knowing that he is handing over a level 16 ship to him. Sometime later, Mateo returns to his home galaxy after another foray into other systems. The protagonist sadly realizes that during all this time he has only managed to enter into close interaction with the people's space twice. Gaorong briefs the aristocrats, informing them that they are now targeting mid-sized pirate groups. Mateo finds himself assigned to the Arabia County team, and realizes he has a tense relationship with them. The head of this county, Huang Tianli, hosts a reception, and Mateo accepts the invitation when he finds himself there. Zhang Jinzhu turns to Huang Tianli and points his finger at Mateo, saying that this is the man everyone is talking about. Huang Tianli praises Mateo's achievements, noting that as a rookie, he is already in the top 20. Mateo notices Huang Tianli and Zhang Jinzhu approaching and hopes to somehow avoid a confrontation with them. He explains that he was simply lucky to stumble upon a pirate group, but soon after his position quickly declines. Huang Tianli states that excessive modesty borders on hypocrisy, and he intends to rely on Mateo in the upcoming operation. Mateo declares that such a high honor obliges him, and he dare not refuse. He also says that he has one condition, to which Huang Tianli replies that he is willing to forgive him anything. Mateo asks for a little friendly competition between him and Zhang Jinru, and Huang Tianli immediately agrees. Mateo smiles and says he will look forward to their competition in 10 days. Meanwhile, thanks to a level 5 radar with short-range detection capabilities, Mateo identifies the desired base in advance. Taking a closer look, he realizes that the enemy has managed to turn the asteroid into a full-fledged base. The aristocrats' fleet gradually arrives at the location, and Mateo decides to hold a meeting before the battle. Zhang Jinzhu suggests that the giant monitor lizard group will avoid direct confrontation and opt for a defensive strategy. However, after a few moments it becomes clear that the giant monitor lizard pirates are choosing the tactics of active attack. Mateo says that such anomalous tactics may hide some kind of agenda and urges caution. Huang Tianli claims that they have absolute superiority in battle, and they just need to maintain their courage. He gives the order for all fleets to move forward, freely covering the flanks. The headquarters notes that Huang Tianli wants to achieve advancement, and therefore the true strategy will be hidden. When approaching an enemy, they release special particles to create radio interference. A fierce battle between pirates and aristocrats begins, in which there is no clear winner yet. Zhang Jinzhu mocks Mateo's success, claiming that it is only through his strength that he is able to seize the initiative. After this, he gives orders to Shi Junho to fire with restraint in order to draw the enemy towards himself. Shi Junho carries out his orders, and the ensuing battle is relatively peaceful. After a series of artillery volleys, Shi Junho reports that they have suffered no casualties, while Zhang Jinzhu's pirates have suffered serious damage. Sima Junda expresses doubt, claiming that there is something wrong with the pirates' actions, as they should have started firing from a distance. Mateo replies that there is nothing to worry about, since only their forces and Zhang Jinzhu's fleet are currently involved. Huang Tianli notices that the pirate group has suddenly become active and orders them to cover him. After some time, the same small gangs that disappeared during the first stage of the operation appear on the radar. Gaorong states that everything that is happening is a trap, and Mateo advises to remain calm and not to panic. Mateo claims that the County of Arabia has a powerful vanguard ship that is indestructible. Zhang Jinzhu immediately contacts the protagonist and informs him that they are planning to retreat. Mateo states that there is no need for this, as Huang Tianli can also be assisted by neighboring allies. Gaorong calls this a blatant betrayal, and adds that he will definitely report such actions. Huang Tianli argues that the threat is insignificant, meaning no one should leave the front lines. He turns to his closest allies and calls on them to move forward to destroy the small gangs. After this, a real battle of galactic scale begins. The aristocratic fleets adjacent to Huang Tianli open coordinated fire to destroy the small space pirate formations. Explosions are heard all around, and fire is opened on the giant monitor's flagship at the front. Gaorong says that these small gangs have no more than 10 Spark-class ships in total. The main flagship of the giant Varan faction has level 22 and blue-quality armor. Zhang Jinzhu continues to suffer losses and silently curses the pirates for their unexpected resilience. He also realizes that they shouldn't have changed the second row for the retreat, which causes them to lose 20 ships. Meanwhile, Huang Tianli continues to fight the daring bandits, seeking to destroy them completely. Having quickly dealt with his opponents, he notices that they are just a rabble, and regretfully says that they are losers. However, after some time, his ships are subjected to powerful laser fire from an unknown source. The situation suddenly escalates, but no one knows yet who will decide to attack from the flanks at such a moment. A mysterious group opens fire with laser cannons, not caring who they hit. The angry space robbers are ready to do anything to finish off the aristocrat they hate. The battlefield could become a real grave for the nobility, so urgent measures must be taken. Huang Tianli calls out to all the lords fighting on the front lines, saying that he needs immediate support. Mateo asks the others to help Huang Tianli, adding that he will delay the main enemy forces. Huang Tianli becomes more reserved and states that Mateo's bravery will definitely be recognized. Mateo receives new information about a group of pirates who represent a group called the White Robes. Mateo orders to keep their distance, as the enemy's main tactic is artillery deterrence. The ships change their formation to return fire and provide support to Lord Huang Tianli. After adjusting the coordinates, they prepare to open fire with the beam railgun. Shi Junho states that after 5 volleys, all of the giant monitor lizard pirates' assault ships have been destroyed. Huang Tianli receives information that during the battle his fleet receives 10 hits and loses about 50 attack aircraft. Huang Tianli angrily demands that Zhang Jinru move faster and attack the enemy from the flank. The White Robe pirates decide to turn around and engage the flanking groups, cursing the giant monitor. Huang Tianli decides to take advantage of the moment to get out of the minor skirmishes and quickly regroup. The remnants of the giant monitor group are talking among themselves, believing that they need to change tactics due to the changed situation. Having lost the initiative, the White Robes decide to retreat in order to regroup and strike again. Mateo manages to plant a mark on the White Robes pirates' flagship to track its movements. Immediately after this, they concentrate all their efforts on destroying Varan's group. With the help of certain maneuvers, they manage to dock in order to land a boarding party. Steelbone reports just minutes later that the entire ship has been captured, and all resistance has been crushed. The battle ends, and Gao Rong continues to carefully document all the events that took place. He also receives reports that Mateo is taking first place in this competition. Mateo notes that for nobles, interests come first. But when it comes to life, it is more important to preserve reputation. Gao Rong agrees with him, adding that despite the victory, the fleet suffered heavy losses. Mateo receives information about the imminent start of the 3rd stage of the operation, and asks to be connected with Huang Tianli. Mateo contacts the Duke to arrange a short trip home to check on crew rotations. Huang Tianli says that he will allow this without any problem and will also allocate the necessary supplies. Mateo notes that some of the ships in his fleet are very old, and Huang Tianli assures him that this is not a concern. Mateo tells Gao Rong that the barreny's fleet is in need of repairs and asks for further instructions. Gao Rong states that 3 ships with ion cannons are enough to maintain the Foundation's combat capability. Mateo announces the start of the inventory of trophies and asks his comrade to hurry. Mateo entrusts Steelbone with the captured Varan ship, after which he says that he will carry out his master's orders. Mateo also addresses Shi Junho, saying that he is no longer a prisoner, but a full member of the crew. Shi Junho bows before him and swears that he will never let him down. Mateo notices that among the trophies there is a high-quality energy crystal and 6 titanium crystals. After some time, they finally arrive home, and this feeling of return fills Mateo's heart with joy. Mateo is warmly welcomed by his relatives, and he tells them how he specially selected the war trophies for them. Wang Guangbei replies that she does not need gifts, and adds that she would like to perfect the art of body tempering. Mateo says that he brought her a special box of wonderful fruits that speed up progress. The Baron greets his son joyfully and asks him to come into his office after dinner to tell him everything. After telling him about his adventures, the Baron comments that Mateo has done a good job. He also says that he is curious why Mateo is hiding the facts of his recovery, and notes that he seems to be implementing some kind of plan. Mateo understands this and nods, realizing that everyone has their own secrets, and the Baron does not want to drag him into his affairs. A few days later, he again has the opportunity to board his ship. His last 2 flights into the past were not very effective, but this time he hopes that luck will smile on him. Mateo asks to activate the auxiliary system and enable the advanced function of removing the civilization level limitation. With these restrictions removed, he can now choose for himself what level of civilization he will encounter. Following standard procedure, he activates the cloaking system and opens a portal to the interdimensional battlefield. He finds himself on a battlefield against a 2nd-tier space civilization that has been around for quite some time. Mateo rates this civilization as extremely low, as they have almost nothing for the 2nd level. However, after some time, uninvited guests invade, who, as it turns out, are a parasitic civilization. Mateo realizes that the civilization he plans to destroy will, in any case, become an incubator for parasites. Without much hesitation, he prepares the main cannon to raze the entire planet to the ground. The peaceful cities of a civilization that is just taking its first steps are experiencing its last seconds. A few moments later, a powerful explosion is heard, erasing everything in its path. Just one shot causes an explosion so powerful that it can be seen even from outer space. Mateo continues to fire at the peaceful planet, saying that 3 volleys must be fired before complete destruction. After he completes his plan, the entire surface of the planet is scorched to the very ground. Mateo gets a nice module that allows him to provide protection against 3rd-level parasitic forms. He realizes that this is a very valuable find, and decides to add the module to his ship as an additional slot. Mateo decides to go and retrieve the module on his own in a mining ship, and dons a protective suit. After this, he heads to the additional ship and orders the main ship to prepare to receive the module. He asks to isolate the fourth compartment and immediately install the received modification, as well as further improve it. It only takes a few hours and the purple spore-like membrane is successfully installed. Mateo realizes that now is the right time to return to his universe. This time he takes with him only 3 ships that carry the spark to fight the pirates. Gradually they rush forward and approach a large orbital base. Gaorong reports that he has come to inform him of the Third Order. He also states that in the third stage, all fleets will be under a single command of the operational headquarters. At a banquet held to introduce the rest of the participants, Mateo meets a colleague. He praises him for his achievements and says that he always dreamed of such an heir. Mateo reveals that he has a purple concentrate of biological energy that prolongs life. The old man immediately perks up and declares that he is ready to exchange it for his family purple engine. Mateo responds that 1 engine will not be enough and offers 5 more units of titanium crystals. After the deal is made, Mateo goes to his ship as a hologram and orders the engine to be replaced with a new one. The system asks for confirmation to replace the module, and he quickly agrees. Now he has a much better chance of successfully carrying out the plan, and the third stage of the operation gradually begins. Mateo learns that the final goal of the operation will not be disclosed for now, but he already understands it perfectly. Some time passes, and they begin to gradually approach the goal of the third stage. Gaorong says that according to intelligence, one of the largest concentrations of pirate groups is located somewhere around here. Mateo states that their fleet must take up a flank position and not attract unnecessary attention. One of the ships slows down and follows cautiously behind the rest of the squad. Mateo notices a strange detail drifting through space and realizes that the Northern Duke must have taken action. After some time, this part, which turns out to be a powerful bomb, crashes into the hot planet, leaving a hole behind. A powerful howl is heard that pierces space from end to end. People find themselves in the space of the sphere and try to figure out who angered this monster. Some ships try to escape from the trap they are trapped in, but it turns out to be useless. They hear a dark voice that calls them fools and orders them to die immediately. They encounter a young form of planetary life and decide to immediately open fire in a coordinated manner. Some ships turn on their star shields and try to stay closer to each other. Mateo can clearly see that some of the ships in the center of the formation are destroyed instantly, but their fleet is not damaged. The enemy temporarily stops attacking, and the human forces decide to respond with a powerful counterattack. They simultaneously direct a huge number of star volleys towards the planet, but this does not cause serious damage. The Northern Duke orders the bombardment to continue, as the protective glow on the planet's surface has almost disappeared. The planetary life form becomes enraged at the mere sight of the pathetic humans and prepares to attack. People wonder if a young planetary life form could possibly have such a level of power. However, it is too late to retreat, so Iskra's cruisers rush forward to cover the retreating forces. Assault ships are also sent forward to block enemy attacks at all costs. Gaorong wonders if it's time for them to retreat, but Mateo states that they are in an advantageous position. The protagonist takes part in such a large-scale battle for the first time, and every inch of space is covered in blood. Mateo receives information that the entire fleet has overloaded shields, and that the hulls are suffering serious damage. He is surprised that just one attack destroys half of his allies' fleet. Shijunho discovers that the protective glow on the surface of the planetary lifeform is disappearing. The remaining ships receive information that the target is already at the limit of its capabilities, which means it is necessary to open fire. Coordinating their efforts, they once again fire everything they have to deal a crushing defeat to the monster. The planetary lifeform suffers severe damage and decides that it must retreat. The Northern Duke suddenly discovers that a giant planet is attempting a planetary leap. They continue to fire at the giant creature, but are unable to cause enough damage. A bright flash becomes the answer to the arrogant Duke's prayers, leaving him with nothing. The Northern Duke, consumed with anger, bares his teeth, realizing that victory is literally slipping from his hands. He signals for a search and rescue operation to begin and tallies up the losses in his fleet, adding that they will be looking for this life form. Mateo reports that his squad accepts the order and will immediately begin searching and rescuing allies. He smiles and is happy that during the battle, his ship manages to mark the creature as a pursuer. Several days pass, but none of the naval houses is in a hurry to carry out the order to search for this colossus. Mateo realizes that, apparently, the desire to evolve the flagship into a battleship is completely taking over the Duke's mind. Gaorong reveals that information about a loophole in the trophy accounting system has leaked out, and now everyone is starting to buy up works of art. He happily announces that they can now come out of the shadows and try to exchange all the accumulated resources. Sima Junda states that intelligence indicates that a majority of the Restoration Council believes the exchange should be allowed. Mateo says that he will blame everything on those very crystals, since he has already accumulated a lot of trophies. Gao Rong receives his instructions and goes to his cabin with a satisfied look. Sima Junda looks at him with distrust and tries to share her concerns with Mateo. Mateo says he values keeping his word far more than he might think, which is why he has confidence in Gao Rong. Sima Junda asks if he is worried that the Grand Duchy might reveal the truth, and Mateo reassures him. He states that under the cover of Gao Rong and his acquaintance, they will not fall into the sight of the new duchy, and that is enough. Sima Junda is impressed by his master's principles and says that he is ready to accept this point of view. Mateo receives information that the Duke is returning, but loses half of his fleet and comes into conflict with his vassals. The galaxy is in turmoil, and the action moves to the Fenghuang star system. Mateo shares with his comrades plans to create an academy to train specialists for all key positions on Iskra ships. He also reports that the Fenghuang star system is one of the most prosperous places in the star region. Mateo realizes that thanks to the duchy's generosity, they are receiving the resources they need to evolve their ship. He takes Shi Junho with him as his main assistant. When connected to the giant ship, Shi Junho wonders what this object is. Mateo lets him onto his flagship and tells him that he will always be welcome here. After that, he hands over a contract appointing Shi Junho as the chief artilleryman. Shi Junho is surprised that the contract only has one clause, not to disclose any information about the ship. He immediately drops to one knee and takes a sacred oath, which Mateo immediately accepts. Shi Junho is allowed to explore the ship's capabilities and is surprised by the presence of a golden cannon. The young man understands that this weapon alone is worth as much as an entire squadron of 10 Iskra ships. Mateo reflects on how, after delivering the titanic crystals to the duchy, his stockpiles now exceed 100 for the first time. He reports that his target is now a planetary creature that has escaped the Duke's fleet. Shi Junho realizes that this is a serious enemy that has defeated an entire squadron, and that a long battle lies ahead. Mateo remembers that in his past life, the Duke succeeds only on his second try and receives the core. However, now it is they, armed to the teeth, who begin the search for this prey. They fly among the bird-like monsters, which, surprisingly, do not react to the ship, thanks to its excellent camouflage. Shi Junho notices that almost nothing surprises him anymore, and therefore the ability to disguise himself seems ordinary to him. Mateo orders the new cannon to be removed, and a deadly scorpion ray installed on it to battle the monster. Shi Junho is delighted to see the orange-quality weaponry, and Mateo is surprised by this reaction. After some time, the system detects a marked subject surrounded by destroyed ships. Shi Junho finds a capsule containing survivors, but Mateo states that they will be dealt with later. Taking proper aim, the ship fires a deadly scorpion beam forward. The powerful weapon hits its target, and the giant planetary lifeform begins to experience incredible pain. Mateo smirks as the damage from this gun cannot be healed for an entire hour. Now all that remains is to prevent the enemy from recovering and to wage a war of attrition. A planetary lifeform shoots out powerful clouds of poisonous gas mixed with space debris. Mateo's ship is hit, but there is not even a scratch on its hull. Shi Junho is surprised that the shield's durability is instantly restored. Mateo asks the ship to upgrade the scorpion beam to perform a more powerful attack. An entire hour later, they continue to attack the vile planetary lifeform, but it still does not die. Mateo studies the upgrade he received and realizes that this lifeform is in trouble now. He orders his gunner to continue the attack even after 2 hours, when the effect of the scarlet bleeding begins to take effect. 2 hours later, a huge chunk breaks off from the planetary lifeform. The giant creature experiences severe attacks of pain and tries to fight off its attackers. Mateo reports that the creature's life source has been damaged, meaning a little more pressure is needed to finish it off. The protagonist's cruiser fires another powerful deadly beam that pierces the planetary lifeform through and through. Mateo happily notes that the threat has been eliminated, meaning they can prepare a special drill to extract the core. After they evacuate all possible resources, the team decides to run in all directions. Shi Junho wonders why the evolution into a battleship hasn't happened yet, and Mateo explains that it's a gradual process. Mateo receives signals from the cruiser, which is manifesting a powerful desire to absorb the core. Unexpectedly for Shi Junho, Mateo gives permission to absorb the planetary life drop. After some time, mysterious lights of a flaring flame begin to emanate from the ship. Mateo receives a notification that the ship's evolution has begun, and allows the activation of the stat selection function. A list opens in front of him, but it doesn't contain many useful options. He decides to choose the resonance of the source, so that he will more often come across planets with a large population, suitable for destruction. The remaining modules of the ship evolve, and it turns into a battlecruiser, which surprises the protagonist. Mateo studies the new ship upgrade requirements and realizes that they have now been doubled. He plans to legalize the status of his ship, but due to non-standard evolution, these plans have to be postponed. Suddenly they discover a rescue capsule that is being hunted by the mountaineers and bird beasts, and decide to come to the rescue. Inside the capsule is a girl they know from previous space travels. However, suddenly the huge bird beast that tried to attack her is destroyed by a direct hit from the main gun. The girl looks up and notes with relief that she was saved by the same ship that helped her earlier. Mateo picks up a damsel in distress, and is surprised to realize that she is none other than Gao Luanxin. Luanxin walks on, feeling that her suit is getting pretty worn out. Mateo activates stealth mode to return to Ravens without being noticed. As they approach the space station, the robot politely addresses Luanxin and informs her that she should prepare to land. Luanxin thanks him for saving her and caring for her, then gives him an identification tag to contact later. Mateo realizes that she now owes him her life, and wonders how she would react if she knew who saved her. He tells Shi Junho that they are approaching the station where their fleet is located, and asks him to return to his ship. Left alone, Mateo decides to open an interdimensional battlefield to choose to fight a second-tier civilization. As an opponent, he gets the interdimensional civilization of Krone. Mateo studies his opponent closely, and decides to use a spiritual scan to take into account all the data. He asks to activate the Black Hole Wanderer and prepare auxiliary weapons. After a while, he breaks through the ranks of enemies, shooting everything that comes his way. Moving further, he activates additional shields to avoid unnecessary damage and opens fire on the base. Mateo finds himself being hit by multiple projectiles, but they do no damage to him. He hopes he has enough time to assemble the ship modules and leave this place. Once it has obtained everything it needs, it turns around and engages its afterburners. Having retreated to a safe distance, he decides to charge the supernova cannon to continue firing. After a precise shot, a cosmic flash occurs, destroying the enemy base. Mateo gains a huge amount of source points and activates space shields. Looking at the ruins of civilization, he decides that he should first head to the central area of the ship graveyard. Taking a closer look, he realizes that he has an amazing chance to collect a huge number of modules. Now he can have a lot of fun, pulling several modules towards himself at once. Time flies pretty quickly, and he doesn't have time to collect absolutely everything he planned. He manages to assemble 83 ship modules, which is enough to open access to the elite store. Some more time passes, and he finally returns to his home planet. Sima Junda greets him after his victorious campaign and informs him that the staff has already started work. Mateo states that the amount of materials from the previous procurement list needs to be doubled. Sima Junda replies that they don't have enough budget, but Mateo clarifies that he brought a whole ship full of modules. Sima Junda is amazed at such a great catch and realizes that he really has a truly outstanding fighter in front of him. 2 days pass, and the fleet returns to the barony's domain at full speed. Mateo is happy to finally be back, and now has the opportunity to properly rest. The Baron orders him to come to the street shuttle, which is docked at the spaceport. The protagonist wonders what the Baron has planned and why he decides to meet him in such a private setting. At first glance, the Baron seems quite cheerful, and offers to go with him to show him something interesting. Mateo tries to find out the reason for such secrecy, but gets no answer. It turns out that in a remote sector near the Baron's planet, there is a huge mobile version of the ship with complete sealing. Moving further, he discovers an entire cruiser that was evacuated after being seriously damaged. The Baron says that his son should not act as if he doesn't need anyone, and that he can handle things on his own. He recommends that he go down to look at this ship, clarifying that only trusted people are here. Mateo admits that the surprise his father had planned was indeed a great success. Mateo wonders if this is related to the grand plan his father spoke of earlier, and the Baron confirms it. He says that in his youth he made many friends while traveling. Several years ago, at one of the meetings of their comrades from the Federation, someone reported that he had a lead on the possible location of crystals there. He says that they actually found the birthplace and mined almost 100 crystals. Then a betrayal occurs, during which the Baron falls ill, and the traitor uses the received crystals for selfish purposes. The Baron is already losing hope for recovery, but unexpectedly receives treatment, which means he can now repay the debt. He notes that they not only capture the traitor, but also take his ship. The Baron also says that he is giving this cruiser to Mateo as a gift for everything he has done. This news is really surprising, because the father suddenly decides to give his son an entire cruiser. Mateo sheepishly says that he already has a perfectly suitable ship, and perhaps he should leave the cruiser to the Baron. The Baron loses patience and states that all the current ships that can suit Mateo are inferior to what he is offering. He also says that despite the urgency of the situation, a couple of days won't solve anything, so Matteo can think about his decision. Matteo reports that he owns a first-generation ship with a gold-quality hull structure module. The Baron asks in surprise if this is really so, and the protagonist can only confirm. The Baron grins, realizing that the gold module of the structure means phenomenal quality of characteristics. He grins and says that they will first return to the planet and then come back here again, so that he can take this ship for himself. A few minutes later, he finds himself in a large hall where there is a capsule containing the very same trader who previously owned this cruiser. The Baron reports that he had great difficulty obtaining a high-level silencer on the black market. Having adjusted the silencer properly, he attaches it to the life support capsule. He also decides to turn off the life support capsule to take revenge on the traitor for everything he did. Exuding a powerful and insidious aura, he gains control of Iris's cruiser. The Baron also says that he can be contacted for resources, and Matteo asks for 100 units of energy crystals. The Baron indignantly notes that in order to get such a quantity of crystals, one would literally have to rob someone. Matteo replies that this is exactly what he intends to do, and the Baron recommends that he rob the pirates in white robes. Matteo agrees that it sounds like a plan, and the Baron warns him that he doesn't realize who he's messing with. The Baron says he will announce that Matteo has gone into seclusion for training, to back him up. Matteo quickly jumps into his ship and invites Steelbone on board to appoint him as the captain of the stormtroopers. Steelbone is surprised that this ship has epic-level structure modules. He chuckles and says he thought he would spend his whole life in this place. But hope came in less than a year. Immediately after this, he bows down and takes a solemn oath. Matteo accepts the new captain's oath and asks him to rise to his feet. Thus, the crew of the new ship consists of 3 people, including intelligence officers, artillery officers, and an attack aircraft captain. Matteo turns around and commandingly orders the ship to rise and head to another galaxy. After some time, they find themselves in the possessions of the Northern Duke to resolve some issues. The Northern Duke receives information that, by order of the king, his territory must allocate some personnel and ships to support the knights. He reflects that this will not last long, since Yartsov will not dare to oppose the crown. The Northern Duke snorts in anger, realizing that he does not want to obey this order. He says he needs the last battleship to maintain order, otherwise he fears a mutiny. The king's messenger claims that the northern fortress is the fruit of the Duke's efforts over the centuries. To dispel the commotion, the Duke declares that he simply wants his words to be conveyed to the king. After some time, he finds himself before the king, who asks if he really demanded a battleship. The angry king says that the Northern Duchy is unable to ensure the security of the region, and therefore loses its status. The aristocrats at the ball chuckle, saying that the status of Guardians of the North is the basis of power. Upon learning this news, the Duke angrily declares that the entire North is now becoming an independent state. He also announces that he is going to announce a new mobilization, so that all the nobles of the North send their spark ships. Meanwhile, the heroes continue their journey, discussing where the White Robe's lair might be. Matteo claims that these pirates have chosen an excellent location for a base, as the perimeter is covered by radiation nebulae. However, this is no problem for Matteo's ship, and they rush forward with discontented speed. Once inside, they suddenly discover a completely clear area of space. Sima Junda immediately decides to make a report that 2 military bases have been discovered on the perimeter of the minor star system. It becomes clear that there is only one habitable planet in this system. They are surprised that the white-robed Emperor's lair turned out to be an entire star system. Shijunho states that this is a real find and that they must take control of it. Matteo reports that the scanners have picked up something interesting and asks his allies to be on the lookout. Precise scanning shows no signs of mass human activity. After some thought, they come to the conclusion that this group uses extremely powerful artificial intelligence. Matteo realizes that if this is indeed the case, they need to retreat and come up with a plan. It takes several days to develop a plan, but they form 2 key components. According to the plan, they must quickly take control of the situation and destroy all the pirates. Their ship is capable of piercing up to 4 enemy ships with one shot, so they have no worries. Sima Junda expresses the opinion that it is desirable to destroy the remnants of the pirates with one precise blow. They decide to lie low, and after some time they notice that the pirate ships are going out into open space. Continuing their observation, they discover that a meeting is beginning between the pirates, which must be urgently interrupted by an attack. The leader of the White-Tooth Pirates, whom they know, suddenly notices that an unknown person has entered the system. Matteo makes an evasive maneuver, causing the pirates to assume that he was simply scared. The leader of the White-Robe Pirates, named Ube, orders them to be taken prisoner alive. The pirates rush forward with enthusiasm, happy that they will be able to get rid of boredom. Accelerating as fast as possible, they activate their shields in advance to catch up with the enemy. When they get within striking distance, they declare that they will crush the worms. However, moments later, one of their comrades finds himself in the sights of a powerful laser weapon. Mateo quickly turns around and prepares to open fire on the pirates. Shijunho comments with surprise on the fantastic results achieved with the new gun. The pirates, watching the action but unable to see the events in the nebula, hope for their share of fun. However, an alarming message soon arrives recommending that they prepare for battle. Word leaks into White Fang Command that the operation has gone wrong. White Fang suggests that either the enemy was lucky enough to escape, or they accidentally entered this system. His comrade suggests that they either need to throw their forces in pieces or run, and Whitetooth decides to retreat. Mateo receives information that the pirates are retreating despite engaging in battle. Shijunho wonders why the pirates are so cowardly, and Steelbone notes that all the brave pirates have long been killed. Mateo suggests using the new gun to clear the area of the remaining enemies. Thanks to the instant change of modules, he is able to open fire immediately. The supernova cannon fires deadly lasers, leaving no one with a single chance of survival. The pirates continue to flee, activating their shields, but they will probably not be able to escape. Panic arises among them, seizing even the bravest. Captain Below-Zub admits that he will most likely not be able to escape. Finally, he decides to turn off the engine to become less visible, and warns that he will hit anyone who disobeys. Mateo takes careful aim and destroys the retreating pirates. Ube is shocked to find that his subordinates are a complete and insignificant bunch. Realizing that escape is impossible, the remaining ships turn to counterattack. The White Robe's capital ship makes swift maneuvers thanks to its improved engine. Shijunho proudly notes that only the White Robe's flagship remains and must be destroyed. As soon as he fires a powerful weapon, the enemy ship evades the hit. Taking advantage of the moment, he decides to open fire from the main gun, but only slightly reduces the strength of the shields. Ube can't believe what's happening, stating that he's never encountered such power before. Sima Junda admits that their plan was too conservative, and they had to destroy everyone at once. Mateo continues to fire at the pirate ship, which, despite this, continues to skillfully dodge. Ube decides to capitulate and tries to convey a message to the heroes about his surrender. Shijunho prepares to continue his plea, but is greatly distressed by the news that the enemy is surrendering. Under the laws of war, pirates are to be treated as ordinary prisoners of war if they surrender. Mateo is impressed by Ube's abilities, who has been skillfully disguised for a long time. Ube is surprised that his opponents managed to find out absolutely everything about him, despite the fact that they are seeing him for the first time. He also tells them his story about who his ancestor was and how he became a pirate. Finally, he asks to hand over control of the artificial intelligence to him, but in exchange, he wants the opportunity to serve on this ship. Sima Junda says that Ube is a calculating and cold-blooded person who should be accepted into the team. Mateo comes to the conclusion that this may be the most honest operator he has ever seen and questions his usefulness. Ube claims that his intuition skill has reached the purple level, which is a significant feature. Shijunho asks if Ube performed all of the ship's maneuvers himself, and Ube replies that he still has a lot to learn. Mateo accepts Ube's request and hands him the contract so he can agree to the terms. After the interrogation is over, Sima Junda passes on all the information he manages to obtain. Sima Junda also reports that they are extracting up-to-date data from the White Fang's onboard computer. Mateo studies with interest the mobilization decree issued by the Duke of the Northern Star region. Mateo speculates that the timeframes specified in such a document are more of a recommendation. However, now he does not consider himself obliged to obey the orders of the capricious Count, because on this ship the entire galaxy becomes his home. After some thought, they set course for another star system. Once in this system, they look around and notice a voluminous space nebula. They end up in a place where the very same powerful AI that controls other space stations is stored. Mateo moves further behind Ube and orders the powerful AI to reveal itself. After these words, a powerful artificial intelligence begins to gradually materialize. After a while, something strange shrinks to the size of a human palm and descends into Ube. Ube reveals that the AI's host is a biological brain, and Mateo suggests placing it in the cargo bay. Ube notes that there was indeed a titanic crystal deposit in this system, but it has been completely depleted. Mateo says that in that case he will take everything that is in the storage facilities without any problems. He also asks Ube to remain in this star system for now and prepare for the possible reception of refugees. After some time, the Baron is surprised that the leader of the white-robed pirates comes under Mateo's command. He also says that this is amazing news and the only positive sign in recent days. The Baron reports that internal purges have begun in the duchy's holdings, which is connected with his previous visit to the capital. The Federation is providing military support, and there are currently 3 battleships in full combat readiness within the Northern Duchy. Neither the kingdom nor the ruling house can tolerate either the Federation's intervention or the Northern Duke's rebellion. The Baron declares that in parallel with the mobilization, secret envoys will be sent to the Northern aristocracy. From his point of view, the news from the message is comforting, since the Northern Duchy continues to dominate the region. The catch is that the Starkeeper is a key transportation hub under the Duke's control. Matteo says that, as a last resort, they can always retreat to another star system and begin developing. He emphasizes that all this is nonsense, and he is not going to give up the fight he has built with such difficulty. He is adamant that this is his home, and he will not back down. Matteo argues that if you save the Earth at the cost of human lives, you could lose both. The Baron says that before retreating, they must give battle so that everyone understands that they are leaving the land of their own free will. Matteo states that unauthorized surrender is a grave crime and something the Duke would hardly want to deal with. Matteo offers to evacuate the civilians, but he and his allies will remain to continue the fight. After thinking for a moment, the Baron says that he is entrusting this job to Matteo. Matteo meets with his comrades and tells them that he needs to learn to delegate, handing over the evacuation responsibilities to them. Entering his ship, he says that they will now go to the spatial battlefield. Shijunho thinks it's impossible, but Matteo gives the command to teleport. A few moments later, a bright flash occurs, which dissolves the ship. An enemy appears before them, the Dendron Tree civilization. Matteo's comrades are amazed by the enormity of the anomalous sector. Shijunho wonders how this is possible, and Matteo states that it is the effect of his ability. Shijunho says that this incredible ability completely compensates for the shortcomings of the spark ships. Steelbone is also surprised by this and asks if the ability has any limitations. Matteo says that entering the normal sector is only possible for a short time, and Shijunho showers him with flattery. From his point of view, this giant is invulnerable to both the supernova cannon and kinetic weapons. He also activates a spiritual scan to see what he can get for the provocation, and the results are satisfactory. Stillbone claims that the tree's fruit can be used to create an evolutionary elixir. Matteo gradually approaches the tree civilization and prepares to collect all the fruits. His ship, like an arrow, pierces space, attracting all possible fruits. The tree tries to prevent such a brazen robbery, but its strength proves insufficient. Immediately after this, the gravitational anomaly intensifies to prevent Matteo from moving. The pressure on the ship gradually increases, and the tree's roots dig ever more firmly into the solid rock. Matteo turns to the East Wind's engines and activates boost mode. After some time, the giant ship manages to escape from the trap. The spectacle that can be observed from the outside looks truly magnificent. Small petals charged with strange energy follow the heroes. They gradually gain speed, wanting to touch their target as quickly as possible. Matteo believes that this tree uses some rather elaborate methods. The petals catch up with their target, and a powerful explosion occurs, which, however, does not penetrate beyond the shield. Shijunho laughs and claims that such hurricanes are not even a light breeze for their ship. Matteo understands that each petal attack has a power of 20 to 30 units, and his shields are capable of absorbing everything. They decide to continue harvesting, gradually accumulating even more fruits that they can use. The tree tries to prevent the robbery and begins to suck the life essence from its own fruits. Matteo realizes that he needs to hurry and orders Shijunho to act quickly and decisively. With a powerful shot, she cuts down the trees so that the poison stops flowing to them. Each branch, on which there are many fruits, is pulled up by him with the help of a gravity beam. The tree continues its desperate attempts to destroy the violators of its peace. Matteo realizes that time is running out and gives the command to return to his home universe. Shijunho excitedly says that with these trophies, they need to find a competent alchemist and create an evolutionary medicine. Matteo, meanwhile, is trying to figure out what to spend the high-quality crystals on. He faces a choice, whether to invest in breaking through his own body and the bodies of his allies, or in developing the ship. Matteo calculates that he still needs over 98,000 points to evolve to level 2. After some time, he decides to return to Baroccia and meet with the royal ambassador named Lady Evelyn. The Baron welcomes his guest and introduces his dear son to her. Lady Evelyn claims that if the Baron accepts the rebellion against the Duke, then all the other nobles will follow his example. Matteo listens carefully to her words and comes to the conclusion that things cannot go on like this. He interrupts her and tells her that her proposal is unacceptable because they do not have enough forces. From his point of view, the inevitable death of fighting in such a case will not help the king, but will only demoralize his forces. He firmly orders her to leave the barony's territory, as her demands are unacceptable. The The Baron sits down the overly excited young man and says that he is behaving inappropriately with the messengers. He also apologizes to Ms. Evelyn, explaining that the young man is simply going through adolescence. Ms. Evelyn apologizes and admits that she misjudged the situation and conveyed an inappropriate proposal. She then states that in the current situation, the king hopes that nobles loyal to the crown will slow down the consolidation of the north. Matteo understands that if it is only a matter of distracting some of the Duke's attention, then it is quite possible. Mistress Evelyn says she wishes to retire to another room to rest, and is always ready to provide any information. Matteo hands the Crow the evidence they received from the White Fang pirate group. He also states that in 2 days he wants to bring out his fleet to take revenge on the Viscountcy of Highland. The Baron offers him more interesting plans, and after some time Matteo informs his subordinates about the terrible assassination attempt. He says they have irrefutable evidence that Highland tried to kill him with the help of pirates. All the barony's fighters declare that they demand retribution for what was done. After this, they all board the starships and set off forward. The action moves to the residence of Viscount Highland, where the atmosphere becomes tense. The head of this Viscounty wonders if some puny barony dares to challenge him. Viscount of Highland named Jin Qingwen gives ships to his sons so that they can fight Matteo. After some time, the ships are equipped and rush into space to give battle to the main character. Zhang Jinju receives an intelligence report that Matteo does not have many warships. After some time, he receives notification that an enemy fleet has been detected ahead and opens fire on it. After 30 minutes, Zhang Jinju's army was completely defeated. The protagonist decides not to kill Zhang Jinju, since he will now live as a disgraced prisoner. After some time, a ransom is paid for him, since he leads to the organizer of the assassination attempt. After interrogating the person who ordered the assassination, it becomes clear that in fact, it was Jin Qingwen who organized the whole thing. Matteo states that this changes little in their plans, as they must press on. Jin Qingwen tries to request help from the allied houses and mobilize all available forces. He rushes forward, claiming that he will personally lead the operation to defeat this upstart. Matteo decides to focus his move on trapping his opponent. Matteo relies on his ship's stealth mode and high-precision radars. He continues to monitor everything that happens, and at some point decides to attack from ambush. Jin Qingwen tries to fire in the direction of the shots, but finds nothing but asteroids. His body is filled with fear, and he begins to feel as if they are being played with like predators with prey. He decides to withdraw his troops from the asteroid belt, but they continue to be shot at. With great difficulty they manage to reach the planetary shield, and Matteo decides not to continue the pursuit. Simajunda reports that 4 ships were destroyed and 6 were seriously damaged. Matteo states that it is necessary to organize the transfer of equipment, resources and ships to the barony planet. He also says that he is going to return to the barony planet, but no one should know about it. Returning to the Baron, he tells him that he needs to find a master in preparing the drugs. The Baron notes that he wanted to say this himself, and claims that he knows an excellent pharmaceutical specialist. Matteo reveals that this person is Luansin, and the Baron adds that it will not be easy to come to an agreement with her. Matteo realizes that only he can convince her, and decides to quietly go to the mining planet. After just a few days, the action moves to a mining planet, to a special estate. Matteo puts on a camouflage suit and goes there with his friend. The guards stop them, informing them that entry is prohibited without membership status and prior registration. Matteo claims that he heard that Luansin is an outstanding master of preparations and wants to show her something interesting. One of the guards says he will send photos to Luansin to get permission. Having taken all the necessary photos, he sends them personally to the lady's email to get approval. A little time passes, and a special car drives up to them. The maid informs that Luansin will be here soon. After this, Matteo gets into the car to go to the right place. The guards are closely monitoring what is happening and passing this information on to someone. Suddenly, the scene moves to a small room where an arrogant aristocrat sits. This aristocrat is called Dingliang, and he is given some important insider information. Rising to his feet, he says that they need to gather people and visit the arrogant beauty Luansin. Meanwhile, Luansin meets with Matteo and clarifies the terms of the deal that is being offered to her. She also considers that it is time for her to stop pining for her husband, since she has not appeared in public for a long time. Matteo promises her a very generous reward if she agrees. Suddenly, Matteo receives a message from the ship, according to which the estate is surrounded by a detachment. The signal turns out to be accurate, as the area around the estate does indeed become crowded. Dingliang and his henchmen claim that access must be provided for a search. One of the guards opens the doors and announces that the Zhang family has surrounded the estate and installed communication jammers. Luansin stands up determinedly, trying to understand what is happening. With a fighting spirit, she declares that no one on this planet will dare to contradict her. Mateo notes that they need to watch what's happening, since the fate of the drug depends on this girl. Luanson speaks of Dingliang with disdain, asking if he has already forgotten how he was scared and cowardly last time. Dingliang remembers how severely his father punished him for his past misdeeds, and now he is sure that everything will be different, because Luanson is defenseless. He calls his interlocutor arrogant and demands that she stop pretending, because her late husband can no longer protect her. The bodyguard claims that they will stop the attackers at any cost and asks Luanson to run away. One of Dingliang's henchmen rushes forward to crush the bodyguard and get to Luanson. A disguised Steelbone decides to intervene and delivers a powerful blow to the attacker, sending him flying. Immediately after that, he makes several feints to get to Dingliang. After knocking him to the ground, he orders everyone to move away and turn off their jammers if they don't want him to kill someone. Mateo senses that communication has been restored, and states that now is the time to contact the authorities. A connection is quickly established with Dingliang's father, who knows nothing about his son's actions. Upon learning of this, he wonders how his son dared to act behind his back and promises punishment. Luanson apologizes, saying that she won't be able to help them as she needs to leave the planet. Mateo suggests that if she has nowhere else to go, she should settle on his ship. Luanson recognizes him as her savior and asks him to prepare a laboratory with appropriate conditions. The bodyguard recognizes the traitors, but Luanson tells him that now is not the time and asks to transfer all the equipment to the ship. Having gathered herself, she declares that she is leaving this estate under their management. After some time, a ship arrives and Luanson is surprised at how huge it is. Luanson climbs onto a gravity ski to find herself on a giant spaceship. Luanson also notes that Dingliang is beginning to forget the consequences of his limiting decisions. After signing the contract, she wonders if she can see her captain's face. Mateo takes off his mask and notices that he and Luanson haven't seen each other for a long time. After this, he introduces her to the commander of the assault squad, adding that he is one of the best warriors. Luanson chuckles and remarks that Mateo really did a masterful job of fooling everyone. Once on the ship, she explains that the evolutionary drug has a rather short lifespan. In just 6 days, she creates this medicine thanks to ideal raw materials and good equipment. Mateo recommends that his friend take the medicine first so that he can help him if necessary. Steelbone takes the ampule and carefully pours its contents into his mouth. After a while, his body begins to pulsate, and a powerful energy is imperceptibly manifested in his armed gaze. Mateo notes that his teammate made a good start, so now it's his turn. After he takes the medicine, literally the same transformations happen to him. It becomes clear that Mateo surpasses everyone in the degree of body hardening, since he concentrates more cosmic energy. Mateo realizes that he has a lot to do, so he can't stop right now. The revolution becomes a true embodiment of perfection. Immediately after this, he begins to test his body's strength by lifting huge barbells. When the art of tempering reaches an advanced level, the body is capable of awakening divine abilities. They soon reach the Hyla star system and look forward to resting. Upon reaching his star system, he meets with Sima Junda to hear his report. According to intelligence, the County of Arabia is supporting the Highlands in this standoff. He also reports that there are many boarding party captains in the fleet of the Arabian dominions. Mateo grins and notes that now everything depends on his father. This is all part of his plan, since the nobles participating in the war will not be subject to mobilization. A few days later, Sima Junda brings another official statement from the County of Arabia, condemning the barony's behavior. He also adds that many nobles unite and send several warships. From his point of view, the investigation conducted by Ding Ling's father was completed, and he had proven himself to be a worthy person. He has 3 sons and 4 daughters, the eldest of whom has the most dissolute character. Mateo comes to the conclusion that this was all a planned provocation to improve his position in the barony. Meanwhile, the ships engage in battle, firing huge laser projectiles at each other. The 3rd son of the Count of Arabia, Huan Tanzi, is informed that engaging in an artillery duel with Mateo is a bad idea. Huan Tanzi immediately snaps at his assistant and calls him a complete idiot. He also notes that given his relationship with his second brother, Huang Tianling, he simply lied to him. Huang Tanzi speculates that Huang Tianling immediately refused the assignment and foisted this mission on him after learning about the enemy. The tense duel continues, although it remains tense only for the protagonist's opponents. Mateo is surprised that Huan Tanzi decides to engage in an artillery duel with him, since this is a direct path to defeat. He also adds that the Count's sons, Huang Tianbei and Huang Tianling, are far superior to Huang Tanzi. Huan Tanzi, realizing that the situation on the battlefield is not in his favor, decides to retreat as quickly as possible. The Viscount tries to challenge this decision, but Huan Tanzi claims that it is an order, threatening to leave him without protection. Jin Qingwen felt his head begin to spin and called his interlocutor shameless. Huan Tanzi smiles, realizing that despite the dire situation on the battlefield, things are not that bad for him. Sima Junda receives information that the enemy has retreated, but all the fallen ships belong to Jin Qingwen's fleet. Mateo delegates further matters to his comrade, informing him that he is heading to his ship. After some time, they enter an interdimensional battlefield. Their opponents are the Bird People, a high-level civilization. Steelbone reports that while he was studying at the Golden Flower Federation Academy, he came across an interesting report. According to this report, there was a clash in the past in which the fleet performed special rituals and invoked magical power. Luanson admits that she has little experience in interdimensional combat and knows little about faith and mysticism. Shi Junho claims that while serving in the Adventurer Squad, he heard rumors of such powers. Mateo thinks carefully and comes to the conclusion that if they win, they will take possession of the Saint's Crown. He claims that this colonial star system is not the home world of the Bird People civilization. This is why he believes that they must be pursued to their home world, which must also be destroyed. After some time, he activates the Black Hole Wanderer module to proceed further. Having reached the home planet of this civilization, he prepares to activate the weapon. The Bird People claim that today they will witness a manifestation of sacred religion. A few moments pass, and one of the lasers destroys a large memorial to the deity of this people. Shi Junho states that there is only one wound site left on this planet that must be destroyed. One of the main inhabitants goes to the military base and raises his people to resist. Realizing that they have run out of victims, they decide to take extreme measures. One of the aliens states that the descent ritual has been activated. The true believer Birdman takes a few steps forward to be absorbed by the energy. He realizes that for most people they are just a tasty snack, and the more sincere they are, the more delicious they seem. A powerful beam of energy breaks through the sky, piercing everything in its path. Mateo gives the order to retreat until they can figure out the true power of the deity that is about to appear. Thanks to their outstanding maneuverability, their ship immediately turns around and rushes on. After destroying the reinforcements that stood in their way, they turn around to find the deity spreading its wings. The giant Birdman decides to use the skills of divine power. It is very difficult for them to cope with this screaming, since their psyche is under serious stress. Mateo realizes that if this mind-altering effect continues, they will die. His abnormal ability is instantly activated in a stressful situation in order to pull others out. Mateo informs her that it is just a projection, meaning she won't be able to manifest her full power and cause real damage. Steelbone and Shi Junho are still under the effects of the psychological attack, but they fight it with all their might. The ship raises its shields again and heads back on course. Mateo claims that this civilization will no longer be able to provide the deity with their faith, so they can only wait. After some time, the creature begins to slowly disperse throughout space due to its fading power. Mateo decides it's time to collect the trophies and uses the gravity beam to take everything he needs. He suggests that it would be better to tow all 3 modules outside the system. After some time, the portal opens and they are transported back to their galaxy. Mateo receives source points, as well as a powerful artifact that protects against psychic influences. Mateo praises everyone for their hard work and decides to return home to rest. Luanson asks him if he wants a massage, to which he politely declines. After contacting the Baron, he receives recommendations and returns to the mobile version. Having parked their ship there, they descend and are greeted by an enthusiastic crowd. Mateo's relatives are also among the delighted townspeople and come out to the square. Mateo comes out to them, saying that they haven't seen each other for a long time, and spreads his arms to hug them. Meanwhile, he switches to his ship using a new control module via brain signals. He orders his ship to begin evolution in order to upgrade its modules. The great time of incredible upgrades begins, and the ship begins to glow with energy. In order to evolve and move to a new level, an incredible amount of energy crystals is required. A real tornado appears around him, capable of scaring away all the onlookers who happen to fly past. The ship begins to rebuild its hull, and after 8 hours of evolution, completes the upgrade. Mateo happily explores all the new features he has received, knowing that it was worth it. Mateo realizes that it is time to properly enjoy the festive banquet. At the celebratory banquet, many dishes were prepared especially in honor of his return. Mateo suddenly receives a notification that an emergency has occurred. He turns to his sisters and informs them that he needs to leave urgently. He contacts Sima Junda, who tells him that the County of Arabia has sent a second wave of reinforcements. Mateo notes that he already has a plan to neutralize the fresh reinforcements. After this, at an audience with the Baron, he learns that the new cruiser is carrying out his secret mission. Mateo takes his place on his ship to rush into another battle. This time he is up against a more experienced opponent, who, nevertheless, is sure to lose to such a skilled pilot. Mateo has been monitoring his opponents for several days now through a system of unlimited control. The eldest son of the earldom receives information that he is approaching the borders of the Viscountcy. The eldest son, Huang Tianbei, states that he is on his father's flagship, so everything should go smoothly. After some time, he is informed that an attack has been carried out, and their ship is under massive fire. When asked who is attacking them, he cannot get any clear intelligence information. They try to return fire, but it is too late as Mateo decides to disrupt their battle formations. Shi Junho receives orders that the remaining ships are placed under his command. Concentrating his efforts, he decides to destroy the steles that power the shields of these ships. Not a single ship manages to strike back and is destroyed. Suddenly, Huang Tianbei receives reinforcements, which gives him new hope for victory. This is why he makes a rather unwise decision. He rushes forward instead of confirming the order. Huang Tianbei also detects an assault ship approaching him, assuming it is a mild threat not worth taking notice of. However, after some time, the ship makes a curved jump to break the distance. Only a few moments pass, and they encounter a large battleship. Huang Tianbei receives notification of enemies on board and orders his squad to move out. Stormtroopers arm themselves to fight off advancing enemies despite their vulnerability. However, they encounter Captain Stillbone, who is already smashing their ranks with his axe. Quite quickly, Stillbone moves on with his comrades. The county's elite stormtroopers offer him the chance to surrender in exchange for a quick death. It is noted that all of them are facing inevitable defeat, since no one can compare to Steelbone. The assistant informs Huang Tianbei that the ship cannot be held, and suggests that he immediately go to the escape pod. Huang Tianbei replies that it is useless since the escape pod will not be able to break through the blockade. Sima Junda informs Mateo that they have captured Huang Tianbei's entire fleet at the cost of heavy damage to 5 destroyers. In the vicinity of the planet, Huang Tianzi continues to be angry because his older brother always loves ostentatious pomp. Suddenly he sees ships approaching him, which signal, indicating that he is right there. He receives a notification that a barreny fleet will soon appear here, and decides to join the battle. After some time, he finds himself in a dungeon next to his brother and begins to scold him. Huang Tianbei says that he now understands why their second brother flatly refuses to participate in the war with the barreny. The Viscount, lying in his hospital bed, wonders how it happened that all his defenders fell. Zhang Jinzhu is ordered to evacuate by ship and head to a neighboring county. The planetary shield falls, and the remaining humans surrender, saying that their leaders have abandoned them to their fate. Sima Junda states that the fleet of one of the brothers loses 5 ships, and 8 were captured. Sima Junda also happily notes that under his command they achieve only victories. Mateo credits the team with much of this, calling them the best. Meanwhile, Mateo's old friend Rabbit continues to read the news with growing interest. The news reports that Mateo is an incredible conqueror who wins one victory after another. The rabbit is very surprised to see his friend on the news. She listens carefully to the report to find out where her dear comrade is. Meanwhile, the Baron notes with surprise that his son actually destroyed the lair of this scoundrel. After this, he asks his son what he plans to do next. After some time, Mateo finds himself back on the ship with his confident crew. He asks to activate stealth mode to enter the interdimensional battlefield. On his way there is an interdimensional civilization of the 2nd level, but again he encounters something very complex. Mateo immediately switches the ship to maximum stealth mode and tries to slowly avoid collisions. Ube is informed that he understands the order perfectly well and is trying his best to carry it out. It is noted that their opponents are some of the most dangerous pests in the universe. Mateo carefully watches the planet near which these creatures appear and realizes that everything looks gloomy here. The system reports that the first space power has been destroyed in an unequal battle against these insects. Shi Yunho wonders how such an absurd civilization could have survived for so long. Sima Junda says that the endless hatred that fuels the atmosphere of the mother planet has become an incubator for a new clan. He also notes that if they prevent the incubator from appearing, it will bear good fruit. Sima Junda comes to the conclusion that they just need to wait. Then they will only have to deal with the innate clan. Mateo suggests waiting for the mother nest to leave and destroy the incubator. The special property of the weapon that their ship possesses is that it is effective against all hostile means. A giant insect detects a hostile biomass in its field of vision and decides to attack. Mateo approaches his opponent at full speed to engage in combat. Shijunho states that the distance to the target is several kilometers and looks up at the insect queen. Upon closer inspection, they discover a purple mycelium that is sucking energy from the planet and transferring it to the queen. The first thing they decide to do is weaken the giant insect with auxiliary weapons. After the giant insect receives a powerful charge of plasma, it begins to scream loudly. As a defensive measure, it fires an energy beam from its mouth. Shi Junho easily dodges while controlling the ship. He is warned that next time he may not be so lucky, while the insect prepares for another round. Ube loses the ability to use intuition to predict the enemy's next attack. Mateo immediately turns to his robot assistant to inform Ubai about the need to administer additional stimulants. The medical robot is immediately put into action, and the crew members are organized to maintain the same efficiency. Luanson claims it is a tonic solution and claims it restores strength without side effects. Scorpion's death beam is fully charged, and all that's required to maintain the current speed is to maintain the optimal angle of attack. Ube says that his wish comes true without any problems. They also decide to engage the alternate acceleration of all maneuvering engines. This gives them incredible maneuverability, allowing them to effectively evade air attacks. From the outside, it looks like a giant queen is fighting a huge ghost. Taking careful aim, they decide to use Scorpion's deadly beam to penetrate the insect's defenses. Of course, no living creature has a chance to resist this, and the queen dies. The characteristics of the Scorpio ray fully meet all expectations. However, after some time, the creature rises to its feet again and prepares for another attack. Shijunyo expresses surprise that such a creature is able to stand after suffering such severe injuries. The queen grows in size and deals another blow to the spaceship, trying to recover. Mateo realizes that he needs to use the supernova gun to destroy the mucus surface. Taking proper aim, they fire another annihilation beam. Thus, all the biomass of the planet is destroyed, and the queen can no longer recover. The giant queen grows even larger and shoots a laser straight from her mouth. Mateo makes another dodge to reach the final one-on-one confrontation with the queen. Mateo turns on his shields to full power and approaches the queen, moving into close combat. Her claws grow even larger and attempt to rip apart the shield, reducing the hull's strength by 7%. Shijunho shouts loudly, claiming that without the slime to restore the queen, she will be doomed. Taking proper aim, they pierce her with another volley and receive a large number of energy sources. Mateo exhales tensely and says that they have finally dealt with what he calls the cockroach. Ube is completely exhausted and deserves a rest after such an intense battle. Sima Junda states that it is too early to relax, as it is necessary to destroy all the eggs of these parasites. Mateo lowers his ship lower, and after a while, only a deepened crust remains of the planet. Suddenly a strange excitement appears, which cannot be explained by anything other than spiritual hesitation. Mateo watches closely as they are captured on film, and they manage to capture the golden totem. Mateo and Sima Junda realize that this find is an extremely valuable specimen and decide to take it for themselves. The gravity beam descends upon the planet again and pulls up the valuable artifact. Mateo suggests continuing the search with a spiritual scan to get the most benefit. After a short search, they discover another green artifact and take it. Having dealt with all the problems, they finally return to the calm of their native universe. Mateo says that there are countless powerful races in the universe like the one they just destroyed. Captain Stillbone states that he now understands why the state civilizations in the human plans revere captains so much. Shijunho says that they have returned from the battlefield against a powerful civilization and now truly deserve honor. The guys start laughing and point out that no one will believe them anyway, so there's no point in even trying. After some time, they return to their home planet and dock at the harbor. Meanwhile, the Viscount continues to be furious, claiming that he will give his lands to whoever destroys the barreny. Jin Qingwen understands that he must take revenge for the wrong done to him. Meanwhile, Mateo discusses with the Baron what should be done next. He claims that his son's first nickname has already spread throughout the world. Mateo admits that the nickname Tiger, which they gave him, sounds awkward, but the Baron just chuckles. Mateo notes that Ms. Evelyn is often around him, suggesting that there is something more brewing between them. The Baron only denies it, saying that the love affairs of men and women are not even worth discussing. Mateo also argues that the current defense is no longer what it used to be, and that risky plans are best put on hold. Roth states that Mateo is too young to understand the pleasure of an intellectual duel in planning. He also says that Mateo must meet with the king's envoy, and a few days later, they go to an audience. The messenger solemnly announces that the Baron is being promoted to Viscount, and Mateo congratulates him. He adds with a smile that the king has proven himself to be very reliable when it comes to awarding prizes. After this, he turns his gaze to his son and asks him how the resettlement is progressing. Mateo says that everything is already ready in the star system suitable for resettlement. A few days after the negotiations, 15 noble houses join the County of Arabia, and a fleet is formed in the shortest possible time. The command of the new barony fleet is taken over by Count Liu Tianshun, who has recently made significant progress in the exploration of the galaxy. As a courtesy, he organizes a centralized supply system to fully meet the barony's needs. On March 1st, The fleets meet in a grand battle on the border of the barreny. Matteo leads the vanguard, and it is reported that events are moving too fast. However, from his point of view, the County of Arabia, even despite the agreement, was acting suspiciously quickly. Sima Junda states that the Golden Flower Federation Civilization Party is likely behind this. Matteo receives information that the leader of this party is a man named Zheng Shengsu. Matteo suggests that in this case the final stage may come earlier, which means it is necessary to speed up the preparations. As the conflict escalates, the Duke of the North inevitably takes decisive action to avoid becoming a laughingstock. Sima Junda bows and asks Matteo to think twice before making a decision, as someone present states that he should not bow to him. Matteo agrees with this assessment, saying that he let his emotions get the better of him because he is not strong enough yet. On March 5th, after several days of confrontation, the first skirmishes in space begin. The intensity of the fighting remains low. Cornered, Jin Qingwen is willing to cede 6 lands as compensation, but the barony rejects these terms. After this, a second, more severe decree from the Duke of Severus on mediation appears. According to this decree, the actions of the barony go beyond the limits of acceptable self-defense, and sanctions will be imposed in case of further disobedience. Sima Junda is angry at the ambassador and prepares to strike him, but Matteo declares that it is too late to retreat. The current Viscount of Highland renounces the title, and the Viscountcy itself is demoted to a barony. Soon, the fate of the coming war is decided on an interdimensional battlefield.